Chapter 1171. Rumble. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's cultivation had already stacked to the level of a 3-star war emperor. His entire body was surrounded by a bloody aura, as if a god of death had descended to the world. The terrifying aura caused the fierce beast to tremble in fear. Qin Feiyang said, "The murderous aura is too strong, I can't control it anymore. I have to let the inner demons out." "All right." Yen Wei nodded. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and his consciousness entered his inner world. The inner demons had long been prepared, because he knew that Qin Feiyang was unable to control the kill character tactic. Qin Feiyang said, "Please. Don't worry." The inner demons laughed and instantly disappeared from his inner world. Outside, Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 shocking bloody lights burst out from his eyes. At this moment, the murderous aura around his body became even stronger, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness and bloodthirst. The inner demons turned to look at Yen Wei. Yen Wei instinctively felt a sense of fear in his heart. "Old brat, there's nothing else for you to do here. Go to the castle and play." The inner demons laughed arrogantly. Without waiting for Yen Wei to react, he directly sent Yen Wei to the castle. Immediately after, he suddenly turned around and looked at the deepest part of the Magic Dragon Mountain range. He laughed wildly. "This time I will kill to my heart's content, ha!" He took a step forward, and his murderous aura turned into millions of strands and entered the mountain stream below. Boom. Crack. Brr. For a moment, the mountains below collapsed and the ground cracked, and the fierce beast howled miserably. He was like a god of death, drowned in blood. Wherever he went, not a single person was left alive, leaving behind a mess. And his cultivation was like a volcanic eruption, crazily soaring. Hinterland. The dark red giant peak was like a blood-sucking magic sword, and its baleful aura soared to the sky. Not to mention getting close, just looking at it from afar was enough to make one's hair stand on end. At this moment, Rin Duxing, together with Zhang Jin and the other 2 in the 4 holy beasts, had already climbed halfway up the giant peak. The stone staircase was bumpy and had been there for many years. The 3 humans and 4 beasts walked on the stone steps and could feel the rich ancient aura. Zhang Jin said, "Based on the current situation, reaching the top of the mountain shouldn't be a problem." Rin Duxing nodded, a trace of inexplicable excitement in his eyes. Looking at the peak of the mountain, he was also filled with longing. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After about half an hour, the peak of the mountain finally appeared in front of them. The desire in Rin Duxing's eyes grew even stronger. He quickened his pace. Seeing this, Zhang Jin's group and the 4 holy beasts couldn't help but rush forward. 10 breaths later, finally, the group stepped onto the last step and stood at the peak of the mountain. The mysterious power became more and more terrifying, and the barrier formed by the 2 divine artifacts began to shake. The peak of the mountain was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been carved by a giant axe. At the center of the mountain peak, there was a cloud of black fog floating in the air. The black fog was surging, filled with a demonic aura, as if there was a peerless beast lurking inside, giving people a great sense of crisis. The moment they reached the peak of the mountain, Rin Duxing didn't look around but directly looked at the black fog. Dong Qing looked at the black fog and then looked at Rin Duxing. Her eyes flashed slightly and she said respectfully, "Lord, this subordinate has something to ask, but I don't know if it's appropriate." Rin Duxing said, "When we were about to reach the peak of the mountain, your eyes became different from before. This subordinate wants to ask, did you already know what was inside?" Dong Qing said, "Yes." Rin Duxing nodded. "What is it?" Dong Qing was surprised. Rin Duxing stared at the black fog and said word by word, "A dragon claw." "Dragon claw?" Dong Qing and Zhang Jin looked at each other, and the surprise in their eyes grew stronger. Dragon claw. At the same time, the 4 holy beasts also fell into deep thought. Suddenly, the holy monkey seemed to think of something and asked, "Lord, could it be the dragon claw of that dragon?" "Yes." Rin Duxing nodded. Gasp. The 4 holy beasts suddenly gasped, and when they looked at the black fog again, their eyes were full of fear. But at the same time, there was a strong sense of greed. "Follow me closely." Rin Duxing's eyes flashed and he said in a low voice and then walked toward the black fog. The 4 holy beasts followed closely behind Rin Duxing, looking extremely nervous. Seeing this, Zhang Jin and Dong Qing looked at each other and couldn't help but be vigilant. One had to know. The 4 holy beasts used to be at the pseudo-god level. Even they were so cautious, it could be seen that the so-called dragon claw was definitely not ordinary terrifying. The peak of the mountain was not big, only about 100 feet in diameter. The radius was only 50 feet. For Renduxing and the others, the distance of 50 feet was just a step. But at this moment, they were especially careful, as if they were walking on thin ice. 40 feet, 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet. A distance of 30 meters was undoubtedly a short distance for them. It could even be said that it was easy to get. The excitement on Renduxing's face was also undisguised. 50 feet, 30 feet, 10 feet, half a meter, finally. They walked to the front of the black fog and there was only a distance of half a meter between them. It was within reach. However, the boundary that protected them also shook more violently. But there was no sign of it breaking. Renduxing glanced at the boundary, secretly relieved, raised his arm and stretched out toward the black fog. Crack. But just as he touched the black fog, and before he could see the dragon claw inside clearly, there was a cracking sound from the boundary. This cracking sound was not loud. But when it fell into their ears, it was like a clap of thunder and their bodies and minds trembled. In an instant, they raised their heads and looked toward the source of the sound, and then their faces changed. They saw that a crack had appeared on the boundary in front of them, and under the erosion of the black fog, the crack was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. That terrifying mysterious force was like a flood that broke the dam, surging in. They immediately felt that the vitality in their body began to flow away crazily. But Renduxing did not have the slightest intention of retreating. He looked at the black fog and his eyes flashed with madness. Seeing this, Sacred Monkey hurriedly shouted, "Lord, don't be impulsive, quickly retreat, or even your divine sense will be swallowed by the dragon claw." "That's right, it doesn't matter if we die, but you can't die." Sacred Eagle, Sacred Lion, and Sacred Python also opened their mouths to persuade. Hearsay. Renduxing's body trembled, and a trace of fear crept up in his eyes, but he was also very unwilling. In the blink of an eye, the crack on the boundary was getting bigger and bigger. The mysterious force pouring into the boundary was also getting more and more. The magical crystal and the divine power of the battle sword could not be stopped at all. "Let's go." Seeing that the situation was not good, the four sacred beasts forcefully pulled Renduxing and retreated. "Let go." Renduxing was furious. "Lord," the four sacred beasts were extremely anxious. "Let go." Renduxing shouted again. The four sacred beasts looked at each other and helplessly let go of Renduxing, quietly waiting for death. They knew how terrifying this mysterious force was. Even at their peak they could not withstand it, let alone now. If Renduxing insisted on not leaving, there was no doubt that he would die here. Chapter 1172. No. The four sacred beasts suddenly turned pale with fright. However, it was too late for them to stop it. Renduxing's arm had already reached into the black fog. Immediately, Renduxing's face contorted and was filled with pain. The black fog was like a gangrene attached to the bone, crazily drilling into his arm. But in an instant, his entire arm turned pitch black, and his flesh and blood were hollowed out, leaving only skin and bones. Even his skin and bones were rotting and melting. And the black fog along his arm rushed into his body. "Lord!" The four sacred beasts anxiously roared. "Lord, where there's life there's hope. Let's go." Seeing this scene, Zhang Jin and Dong Qing couldn't help but be afraid and hurriedly cried out. "Just one more step. Just one more step. Damn it." Renduxing roared unwillingly, cut off his arm, and retreated to the edge of the mountain with Zhang Jin, Dong Qing, and the four sacred beasts like lightning. Immediately, he tried his best to revive the magic crystal and the battle sword. It was not until 5 or 6 breaths later that the crack was repaired. And at this moment, regardless of whether it was Renduxing, the 4 divine beasts, or Zhang Jin and the other 2, they all looked extremely old and decrepit. If we were a little later, no, 5 breaths. If we were 5 breaths later, we would all be buried here. Zhang Jin murmured. Yes. Dong Qing was also scared. At this time her hair was white, her body was bent, and her youthful vitality was gone. She was like an old woman with one foot in the grave. The 4 sacred beasts also let out a long breath. However, Renduxing stared at the black fog, his eyes full of anger. It was clearly in front of him and he could reach out and touch it, but now he could only look at it. This helplessness, this grievance, was driving him crazy. Zhang Jin, Dong Qing, and the 4 sacred beasts were silent, and they didn't dare to disturb him. Because they all knew that Renduxing was now on the verge of going berserk. If I was still in peak condition, I wouldn't be afraid of a mere dragon claw. Suddenly, Renduxing roared towards the sky. His voice was like a great bell that resounded for thousands of miles, venting the anger in his heart. Who is roaring? In the sky above a forest, the imperial advisor and the others stopped in the void and looked in the direction of the hinterland in bewilderment. An old man in black said, "That's not Qin Feiyang's voice. It's very unfamiliar." Go. A cold glint flashed in the imperial preceptor's eyes, and the group of people immediately turned into streams of light and rushed toward the hinterland. The mountain peak. Time passed by slowly. After Rin Duxing calmed down, the holy monkey comforted him. "My lord, don't worry. I believe that no one in the world can take away this dragon claw. It won't be too late to take it away when you recover your peak strength." "What do you know?" Rin Duxing suddenly turned around and glared at it angrily. "Did I say anything wrong?" Saint Monkey shrank his neck and asked cautiously. "Wrong, very wrong." Rin Duxing roared. Saint Monkey was puzzled. Rin Duxing said, "Do you know about the demon dragon's heart and demon dragon's eye?" Saint Monkey thought for a moment and asked, "Are you talking about the demon dragon's heart and demon dragon's eye that were sealed in the Forgotten Continent?" "Yes. Now they have fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands," Rin Duxing said in a deep voice. "What? He has this ability?" Saint Monkey was stunned. Saint Eagle, Saint Lion, and Saint Python were also very surprised. Rin Duxing said, "Mu Qing told this to Lu Xingqian when she went to the imperial capital to rescue Qin Feiyang. Later Lu Xingqian told me, so it is absolutely true. Qin Feiyang indeed doesn't have this ability, but the ancient castle and Chang Shui on him can." The ancient castle, Chang Shui. The eyes of the four saint beasts trembled. Even the demon dragon's heart and demon dragon's eye could be taken away. What level were these two divine artifacts? I originally thought that the Chang Shui and the ancient castle were divine artifacts of the same level as the battle sword and demon crystal, but now I know that I was wrong. The Chang Shui and the ancient castle are far superior to the battle sword and demon crystal. If I had known earlier, I would have thought of a way to snatch the Chang Shui and the ancient castle in the ruined lands. Rin Duxing said, his face full of regret. Zhang Jin said, "As long as master wants, there will be a chance at any time." Rin Duxing glanced at him and shook his head. "You underestimate him too much. He is not as easy to deal with as you think. Once you fight with him, once you miss the opportunity, it will be difficult to find another opportunity." Zhang Jin raised his eyebrows, looking a little unhappy. Rin Duxing mercilessly said, "Don't be unconvinced. Although your cultivation has skyrocketed compared to him, you are still far behind." Zhang Jin was indeed very unconvinced. He also admitted that he could not be compared to Qin Feiyang in the past. Just like in the state capital, Qin Feiyang rose rapidly like a shining star, and he was just a nobody at that time. He could only stand in the distance and silently look up. But now, he had been reborn and was no longer the humble and pitiful worm of the past. Even in terms of cultivation over the years, not only did he catch up to Qin Feiyang, but he also far surpassed Qin Feiyang. So, now facing Qin Feiyang, he no longer had that sense of inferiority. He even felt that he was stronger and more outstanding than Qin Feiyang, no, than anyone else. And now Rin Duxing had been replaced by Mu Tianyang. How sharp was his insight! Naturally, he could tell what Zhang Jin was thinking at a glance. Rin Duxing said lightly, "Don't forget who gave you all this." Zhang Jin's eyes trembled slightly and he hurriedly bowed and said, "I know I was wrong, please forgive me, Lord. I said this not to scold you, but to let you know that a person should have self-awareness. Of course, if one day you can really trample Qin Feiyang under your feet, I will also be very gratified," Rin Duxing said. Zhang Jin was slightly taken aback and asked, "So, Lord allows me to deal with Qin Feiyang?" "Of course. Although I value him very much, but people who can't be used by me are all big problems, and will be eliminated in the end. Besides, the main reason I keep him is because I still need him to help me do something. In short, you can just treat him as a stepping stone. As for whether you can step on him, that depends on whether you have the ability," Rin Duxing said. Zhang Jin was overjoyed and he bowed and said, "Don't worry, Lord, I will do my best to trample him under my feet." Rin Duxing said with a smile, "Qin Feiyang's wisdom and talent are world famous. You have such confidence, my training is not in vain." Zhang Jin said respectfully, "This subordinate will definitely do his best to repay master's kindness in nurturing me." Rin Duxing nodded and turned his head to look at the black fog again. Dong Qing looked at Rin Duxing and then at the black fog and her eyes were full of fear. She said respectfully, "Lord, it's not safe here, we should leave this place first and then slowly think of a way." "Yes, Lord, your divine soul has not been condensed yet, and it will be difficult for you to revive a divine tool for a long time, let alone 2 divine tools at the same time. The 4 sacred beasts also persuaded, and their eyes were full of worry. Sigh. Ren Duxing sighed helplessly. His current body was just a mortal body without divine power, and he could only rely on his divine sense to revive the battle sword and demon crystal. As everyone knew, reviving a sacred tool required a huge amount of energy, let alone a divine tool. If he continued, his divine sense would be exhausted by the 2 divine tools, and his divine soul would be destroyed. His divine soul would be destroyed. This was not the ending he wanted to see. Chapter 1173. The stone tablet was hundreds of feet tall, standing between heaven and earth like a towering mountain. After retreating from the hinterland, Ren Duxing stood above the stone tablet, looking at the giant peak with flickering eyes. Zhang Jin's eyes flashed slightly and he suggested, "My lord, why don't we go to Lu Xingchen and get the space divine item?" Dong Qing suddenly said, "Yes, the space divine item is also a divine artifact. Together with the demonic crystal and the battle sword, there are 3 divine artifacts. Maybe they can block the erosion of the black fog." Ren Duxing shook his head and said, "Although the space divine item is a divine artifact, it doesn't have much power." In other words, Lu Xingchen's space divine item didn't have much of a defense against the erosion of the black fog. Hearing this, Zhang Jin frowned. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and asked, "What about your divine bones?" Ren Duxing was silent. "What do you mean?" Zhang Jin and Dong Qing looked at each other. They didn't understand what Ren Duxing was thinking. Holy Monkey glanced at Ren Duxing and said angrily, "There are some things you don't understand. Don't make suggestions." The 2 looked at it in confusion. The owner of this dragon claw was stronger than my lord when he was alive. Although he only has 1 dragon claw now, my lord is now weak. Although my lord's divine bones are the body of the god of war, he can't exert his peak strength without the divine soul and divine blood. So, even if my lord's divine sense enters the divine bones, he can't shake this dragon claw. Holy Monkey said. Holy Eagle said in a deep voice, "This is only the second thing. The most important thing is that if my lord's divine bones are damaged, it will undoubtedly be more difficult for my lord to recover his peak strength in the future." Stronger than my lord at his peak? Zhang Jin and Dong Qing were dumbfounded. Yes. The 4 divine beasts nodded. Zhang Jin said, "What kind of monster is it?" Monster? Holy Monkey was stunned and sighed. This name is indeed suitable for it. After that, it fell silent. The other 3 divine beasts also fell silent. Seeing this, Zhang and Jin looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. But seeing that the 4 great sacred beasts refused to say anything, they didn't dare to continue asking. Time slowly passed. After an unknown period of time, Ren Duxing clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "I must get my hands on the dragon claw today. I'll go to the imperial city immediately to look for Lu Xingchen and retrieve my divine bone." "My lord, this is no small matter. You must think twice." "That's right. Besides, Lu Xingchen is currently in the imperial capital, and the teleportation altar is located in the mountain behind the palace. With old man Qin guarding it, we can't enter." The 4 great saint beasts were startled, and they hurriedly replied. "Don't you know what to do?" Ren Duxing shouted. The 4 holy beasts shrunk their necks and lowered their heads in silence. If there was only 1 elder Qin in the imperial capital, they would have dared to take a risk. However, there were other false gods in the imperial capital. With their current strength, entering the imperial capital was simply courting death. "I'll go." Suddenly, Zhang Jin gritted his teeth and said. The 4 holy beasts looked at him in surprise. Zhang Jin said, "Qin Feiyang has snuck into the imperial capital many times without being discovered. I believe that I have the ability to do the same." Dong Qing frowned slightly and said, "It seems that you're going to compete with Qin Feiyang until the end." Zhang Jin sneered and said, "Every dog has its day. I've endured humiliation for so long. It's time for me to rise." "Very good." Ren Duxing nodded and was very impressed. He waved his hand and said, "Go, I'll wait for you here." Zhang Jin opened the teleportation gate and walked in confidently. Looking at Zhang Jin's back, Dong Qing raised her eyebrows and turned to Ren Duxing. She asked suspiciously, "My lord, can't you and the divine bone sense each other? Why did you let Zhang Jin go?" Ren Duxing said, "The divine bone and I can sense each other, but it's only limited to the 9 provinces. Now that the divine bone is in the imperial capital, I can't sense his location, let alone contact him." Dong Qing nodded her head in understanding. The holy monkey said, "My lord, I still have to advise you to reconsider." Ren Duxing waved his hand and said, "Don't say anything more. If I don't take the dragon claw this time, it will definitely fall into Qin Feiyang's hands again." The holy monkey was puzzled. He doesn't know that we're here and he doesn't know that the dragon claw is here. How will it fall into his hands? Ren Duxing put away the demonic crystal and then grabbed the battle sword. He said, "Because I told him that this battle sword was found in the magical dragon mountains. With his suspicious personality, he will definitely come to the magical dragon mountains to check it out sooner or later." The holy monkey raised its eyebrows. Isn't his lord being too paranoid? Whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Someone's coming? It can't be Qin Feiyang, can it? The holy monkey turned around, its eyes full of surprise. At the same time, Ren Duxing, Dong Qing and the other three holy beasts also frowned and looked up. They saw streaks of light flashing through the air in the distance. The leader was an old man. He had white hair and a white beard and he looked like an immortal. But at this moment the old man's eyes were extremely gloomy, giving off a bone-chilling coldness. Behind the old man was a group of black-clothed men. They were all serious and their eyes were as sharp as blades. "It's him." Dong Qing's pupils suddenly shrank when she saw the old man. "Who is it?" the holy monkey asked in a low voice. "The state preceptor," Zhang Jin said. "That's right, the people who came were the state preceptor and the law enforcers of the inner court." "What?" The holy monkey's expression changed, and its eyes became extremely solemn. The holy eagle, holy lion, and holy python also tensed up and became cautious. Then they looked at Ren Duxing. He stared at the state preceptor, a cold light surging in his eyes. But in the end, the cold light in his eyes disappeared, and he put away the battle sword. His expression was extremely calm, quietly waiting for the state preceptor and the others to arrive. Because now it was too late for them to hide. The state preceptor had already discovered them. "Lord, there are people ahead." At the same time, a black-clothed man pointed at Ren Duxing and the others and whispered to the state preceptor. "I see them." The state preceptor said expressionlessly, glancing at Ren Duxing and the others with a trace of suspicion in his old eyes. Why didn't he see Qin Feiyang? Were these people also Qin Feiyang's accomplices? Whether it was Ren Duxing, Dong Qing or the four great sacred beasts, the state preceptor had never seen them before. Naturally, he didn't know who they were. Moreover, the two men and the four beasts looked old and weak now. Even if he had seen them before, he might not be able to recognize them. However, everything couldn't be judged on the surface. Since the two men and the four beasts could go to the deepest part of the Magic Dragon Mountain range, their strength was definitely not simple. Whoosh! Suddenly, the state preceptor stopped, standing in the void 100 feet away from Ren Duxing and the others. The law enforcers behind him also slammed on the brakes and stopped one after another. The state preceptor said, "Go and interrogate them." "Yes." A black-clothed middle-aged man responded in a low voice, and flew toward Ren Duxing and the others. Seeing this, Dong Qing and the four great sacred beasts' eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. "Don't be impulsive," Ren Duxing said secretly. Hearing this, Chapter 1174. Shwa. The man in black stopped in front of Ren Duxing and the others and shouted arrogantly, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Ren Duxing gave Dong Qing a look. To be honest, he was very unhappy at the moment. One had to know. Not only was he the emperor of the previous dynasty, he was also an invincible war god. When had he ever been ordered around like this? But today was different from the past. Even though he was once the ruler of this continent, he could only swallow his anger now. Dong Qing understood and took a step forward. Looking at the imperial tutor, he cupped his hands and smiled, "I am Dong Yun." Saying that, she pointed to Ren Duxing and said, "This is my big brother, Dong Rue." Then she pointed to the four sacred beasts and smiled, "They are the fierce beasts that we siblings have subdued." After introducing them one by one, Dong Qing smiled and asked, "May I ask what business you have with us?" "Dong Yun, Dong Rue?" The man in black frowned. What an unfamiliar name, and asked, "Where are you from? What are you doing in the Magic Dragon Mountain range?" Dong Qing laughed hoarsely, "We are hidden cultivators from the He province. Naturally we came to the Magic Dragon Mountain range to explore." At this moment, her face was old, her body was stooped, and her long hair was snow white. Her laughter gave off a cold feeling. A hidden cultivator from the He province? The man in black raised his eyebrows. He was a 6-star war emperor, so he could naturally see through the cultivation of Ren Duxing and the others. The lowest was a war saint, and there were even war king. One had to know. Whether it was the He province or the other 8 provinces, the strongest person with a cultivation base was the 9-star war sect. Furthermore, the people of the imperial capital, in their subconscious, did not believe that there was an existence that surpassed the war sect in the 9 provinces. So, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that the 2 people in front of him were suspicious. The man in black's eyes flashed. He took out 2 Heaven's Eye stone, looked at Dong Qing and Ren Duxing and said, "I need to verify your identities." Ren Duxing's expression was calm, but the anger in his heart had already ignited. Such behavior was a great disrespect to him. Dong Qing was also annoyed. She glared at the man in black and said, "Sir, we've only met by chance. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to be so aggressive?" "Inappropriate?" The man in black sneered. Dong Qing added, "Besides, you don't have the right to question us." "No authority?" The man in black smiled, but his smile was full of ridicule. He took out a black token from his bosom and said, "Do you know what this is?" On the front of the token was a small black sword. Although it was only an icon, one could still feel the bone-piercing sharpness of it. On the other side there was a black skull. It looked just like a real skull and was extremely terrifying. Dong Qing glanced at the token and shook her head. "I've never seen it before, so I don't know." Ignorant and inexperienced. "Let me tell you, this is the identity token of the inner hall of the law enforcement hall." The man in black sneered. "Inner hall?" Dong Qing was doubtful. She knew about the law enforcement hall, but she had never heard of the inner hall. "Do you know where the temple is?" The man in black asked again. Dong Qing shook her head. The man in black said, "The temple is in the imperial city of the imperial capital, and it is personally managed by the current imperial preceptor." The imperial capital. Dong Qing's face was full of surprise. Of course it was fake. The man in black said proudly, "The law enforcement hall is the highest authority in the imperial capital, and we have the power to kill all living beings in the Great Qin Empire." "So powerful?" Dong Qing was dumbfounded. The man in black smiled proudly, pointed at the imperial preceptor and asked, "Do you know who he is?" Dong Qing shook her head again. The man in black said, "He is the current imperial preceptor, the master of the current emperor, and an invincible god." What? Dong Qing's body and mind trembled, and her face was full of horror. But in her heart she sneered. He was only a false god, but he insisted that he was a god. How shameless. The man in black put away the token and shouted, "Now tell me, do I have the authority or not?" Dong Qing's eyes trembled slightly and she hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, I was blind just now, please forgive me." After saying that, she stepped forward and respectfully took the Heaven's Eye stone. The man in black sneered. Everyone in the imperial capital looked down on the people of the 9 prefectures from the bottom of their hearts. In short, in their eyes, the people of the 9 prefectures were lowly people. Dong Qing took the Heaven's Eye stone and walked to Ren Duxing and said, "Master, I'm sorry." Ren Duxing smiled faintly and took one of the Heaven's Eye stones. Dong Qing also turned to look at the man in black, holding the other Heaven's Eye stone tightly in her hand. Now that they were showing their real faces, of course they were not afraid. Time passed little by little. After a dozen breaths, seeing that Ren Duxing and Dong Qing's appearance did not change at all, the man in black could not help but frown. Dong Qing handed the 2 Heaven's Eye stones to the man in black and asked, "Master, are you satisfied now?" The man in black raised his eyebrows, put away the Heaven's Eye stones and waved his hand. Battle chi surged out and a shadow condensed. It was Qin Feiyang. The man in black asked, "Have you seen him?" Dong Qing glanced at the shadow and shook her head. "No. You really haven't seen him?" The man in black narrowed his eyes slightly, and rays of cold light burst out. "No." Dong Qing said without blushing or skipping a beat. The man in black took a deep look at her, returned to the front of the state preceptor and bowed. "Master, I've asked clearly. They are secluded cultivators in He province, and came to the Magic Dragon Mountain range for exploration. They have not seen Qin Feiyang." Secluded cultivators? The state preceptor's eyes flickered. The man in black said again, "I've also carefully observed them. When they answered the question, I didn't find any trace of lying." The state preceptor glanced at Dong Qing and Ren Duxing, and then looked up at the hinterland, his eyes full of suspicion. The outside was full of vitality, but there was not a single blade of grass growing inside. It was a bit strange. Suddenly, he noticed the 2 lines of blood on the stone tablet. The hinterland of the Magic Dragon Mountain range, intruders die. Look at the color and traces of these words, they should be old. the state preceptor muttered, suddenly took a step forward and landed in front of Ren Duxing and Dong Qing. The law enforcers behind him hurriedly followed. The state preceptor pointed to the hinterland, looked at Ren Duxing and Dong Qing and asked, "What's inside?" Dong Qing's eyes flashed and she shook her head. "We haven't had time to go in, so we don't know what's inside." The state preceptor said, "Then go in and have a look." He always felt that there was some hidden danger in the hinterland, so he asked Ren Duxing and the others to open the way for him. Dong Qing's eyes suddenly darkened. Now they didn't have much vitality left. If they went in again, it was tantamount to suicide. Of course, they could also revive the divine artifact to resist the erosion of the mysterious force. But in this way the divine artifact would be exposed. If the state preceptor saw the divine artifact, he would definitely suspect their identity and attack them. An old man in black shouted, "Didn't you hear what the state preceptor said? Go in quickly." Dong Qing glanced at the group of people, turned to Ren Duxing and said secretly, "Master, what should we do?" Ren Duxing's eyes flickered. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes and he shouted, "Get out of the way." Dong Qing was shocked and quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, clang. Accompanied by a deafening noise, the red battle sword appeared out of thin air. His divine sense surged and the battle sword instantly revived, slashing at the state preceptor with lightning speed. The terrifying edge tore the sky and split the earth. Divine power rolled in all directions. "This aura?" The state preceptor was stunned and he suddenly shouted, "This is a divine artifact, retreat." "What? A divine artifact?" The group of law enforcers' faces changed color, and they quickly retreated. At the same time, a terrifying divine power roared out from the state preceptor's body. He raised his arm and slapped at the battle sword. The power of the false god surged out. Boom. Clang. In an instant, the power of the false god and the battle sword collided with a loud bang. An apocalyptic blast of air spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. When Dong Qing and the four sacred beasts saw this, they also fled without looking back. Although they were not weak, the collision between the divine artifact and the power of the false god was far from what they could resist. However, even if they reacted in time, they could not escape the bombardment of the air wave. One by one they were sent flying, and in an instant, their bodies were badly mutilated, including the law enforcers. They were also bleeding and their faces were pale. Fortunately, they had escaped in advance and were only seriously injured. Otherwise, this blow alone was enough to turn all of them into ashes. How terrifying. Dong Qing and the law enforcers who had fled far away looked at Ren Duxing and the state preceptor in the sky above the stone tablet. Their eyes were full of horror. They were not comparable to such a peak-level powerhouse at all. Above the stone tablet, the state preceptor and Ren Duxing stood facing each other. The battle sword's edge could destroy the world. The power of the false god poured out continuously. For a moment it was a stalemate. Although the state preceptor was only a false god, he was now in his peak state. As for Ren Duxing, although he had a divine artifact, he was still immortal after all. He could not even exert 1/10 of his strength at his peak state. The most important thing was that he had consumed a lot of divine sense to revive the battle sword and the demonic crystal at the same time in the hinterland. Therefore he could not fully activate the power of the battle sword now. However, this stalemate did not last long. Whoosh. He waved his hand, and another wisp of divine sense flew out from the top of his head and into the red battle sword. Clang. The battle sword suddenly shone brightly, and thousands of sword chi burst out, and its aura soared in an instant. Boom. Immediately, the battle sword destroyed the power of the false god easily, and with thousands of sword chi, it slashed toward the state preceptor's head. The state preceptor spat out blood and his face was pale. Feeling the world-destroying sharpness, his body and mind tensed up, and he took a step forward without hesitation. The battle sword brushed past his shoulder. Boom. The sword chi tore the sky apart, and a huge bottomless ditch was cut in the ground below by the sword. The billowing dust covered the sky and the sun. Although the state preceptor escaped death, he was still injured by the sword chi. Half of his body was instantly mutilated, and his divine blood splattered. Then, like a meteorite, he fell into a mountain stream not far away. Boom. Chapter 1175. The imperial tutor was buried in the dust. Ren Duxing's face became paler and paler. Obviously, the confrontation this time had also caused his vitality to be greatly damaged. With a wave of his hand, the battle sword returned to his hand, emitting an ear-piercing sound. "I didn't want to fight with you now, but you're too meddlesome and forced me to kill you." Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he landed in the sky above the mountain and sent a wisp of divine sense into the battle sword. Clang. The battle sword immediately recovered and its sharp edge tore through the void and the earth, shocking the world. Imperial Tutor. Dong Rui, don't you dare touch the Imperial Tutor. Let me tell you, if anything happens to the Imperial Tutor, His Majesty will not let you off and there will be no place for you in the great Qin Empire. Seeing this, the enforcers in the distance could not help but shout angrily. Place. Ren Duxing raised the corner of his mouth and murmured, "This continent was originally mine." Clang. He suddenly raised his arm and the battle sword in his hand emitted a dazzling divine light. Then he slashed at the ruins below. Boom. However, at this moment, the ruins below exploded and the Imperial Tutor rushed into the sky. His body was dripping with blood and emitted a shocking murderous aura. "You want to kill me? You don't have the ability." He stared at Ren Duxing and smiled coldly. His index finger pointed in the air and the false god's power surged out. A pitch-black full moon rose slowly, emitting a dazzling black light. Its divine power was shocking. Divine art. Ren Duxing's pupils constricted. As a former war god, he knew the power of divine arts better than anyone else. Some divine arts' lethality was not inferior to divine weapons. And the divine art that the Imperial Tutor was using was almost comparable to the battle sword in his hand. "I don't care who you are, but as long as you offend me, you will have to pay a heavy price." Kill. The Imperial Preceptor let out a long howl, and the full moon suspended above his head instantly radiated a terrifying murderous aura, which charged towards Ren Duxing. At this moment, the void shattered and the sky trembled. The earth collapsed crazily. The scene of doomsday was nothing more than this. Dong Qing and the enforcers watched this scene from afar, and their hearts were in turmoil. Shattering the void, such a terrifying method, only the gods could do it. Ren Duxing looked at the full moon with a solemn expression. Logically speaking, in his current state he shouldn't be fighting with the Imperial Tutor, especially in such a long and fierce battle. But the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and it had to be released. The Imperial Preceptor was already enraged, so he could not avoid it. Clang. A sword chime reverberated in the air. Kill. He gripped his sword tightly with both hands and with a roar he slashed through the air. A crimson sword shadow tore through the air. It was several thousand feet long, and its sharpness swept across the sky as it madly swept toward the full moon. Rumble. Clang. In an instant, the two collided and exploded high up in the sky like fireworks, dazzling and dazzling. Retreat again. Sage roared. As a former fake god, it knew how terrifying the battle between Ren Duxing and the Imperial Master was. Whoosh. Hearing the holy monkeys roar, Dong Qing and the other three holy beasts immediately turned around and fled without looking back. When the enforcers saw Dong Qing and the four sacred beasts fleeing, they also fled for their lives. Boom. Crack. Their decision was wise. The reason for that was because right after they fled, the aura that was capable of destroying the world surged forth. The mountains and rivers below collapsed one after another. The beasts died one after another. Blood soaked the earth. In the blink of an eye, the land within 100 miles was razed to the ground, and not a single blade of grass was left. But it did not stop. The destructive airwaves were like an irresistible plague, spreading further and further away. Dong Qing and the others used all of their strength to fight back. However, in the end they were still swept away by the airwaves and were sent flying. Some fell to the ground, creating huge pits, and some crashed into giant mountains. Their bodies cracked and blood rained down. This is too terrifying. The enforcers were extremely shocked. They were already very powerful in the Great Qin Empire, and they could be considered to be at the top of the pyramid. However, compared to the god of war, they were as small as ants. No, they were even worse than ants. High up in the sky, the wind whistled and the divine aura shook the sky. The mountains and rivers outside had been destroyed, but the hinterland and the stone tablet were intact. Especially the stone tablet, no matter how fierce the battle between Ren Duxing and the State Master was, it did not shake at all. All of this seemed slow, but it all happened in an instant. Ren Duxing and the State Master had also decided who was the better one. Although Ren Duxing was once a real god of war, the State Master, who was a fake god, still had the upper hand at this moment. Because now Ren Duxing's most powerful means were his divine artifacts and divine sense. But now, the State Master had mastered a divine art that was not inferior to a divine artifact. As for his divine sense, after all these years of cultivation, although his divine sense was much stronger than before, it was still incomplete. he had not condensed a complete divine sense. The divine sense was the same as the divine body. Without a complete divine sense, one would not be able to exert all his strength. In addition, he had used up a lot of divine sense to revive the 2 divine artifacts in the hinterland. Then he fought with the state master and used up some more divine sense. So now he did not dare to overuse his divine sense. Because once his divine sense was exhausted, his divine sense would be destroyed. In other words, Renduxing's strongest means were no longer effective. Besides his divine sense and divine artifacts, he did not have the upper hand at all. For example, his physical body. The state master was a fake god, so his physical body was also equivalent to a divine body. But Renduxing was only immortal now. And divine power. The state master had the power of a fake god. And Renduxing only had battle chi in his body. There was a huge gap between battle chi and the power of a fake god. Other than that, there was the divine art and battle soul. Renduxing definitely had a divine art, but he did not have divine power now. It was possible to use battle chi to evolve the divine art. For example, Qin Feiyang's dragon god art and 6-word divine art. But the power they could exert was probably less than 1% of the peak power of the divine art. As for the battle soul, the 2 of them were even more incomparable now. So, if they continued to fight, even if Renduxing was once a war god who had surpassed the false god, he would still lose without a doubt. Unless, at the same time, he would revive the battle sword and the magic crystal. With the power of the 2 divine artifacts, he would kill the state master. But he didn't dare. Moreover, even if he revived the battle sword and the magic crystal at the same time, it was hard to guarantee that the state master didn't have any other means to contend against him. After all, as the teacher of the current emperor, the state master's methods would definitely not be so simple. The state master wants to know, who exactly are you? You actually have a divine artifact. The state master glanced at Renduxing and stared at the red battle sword in Renduxing's hand. His nature was exposed and his eyes were filled with greed. Who am I? Ha! Renduxing laughed loudly, his long hair fluttering in the wind, his clothes fluttering, and his entire body emitting an astonishing domineering aura. The state master raised his eyebrows. Renduxing stopped laughing, stared at the state master with an arrogant smile and said, "Didn't Qin Feiyang tell you?" Qin Feiyang? The state master's expression froze. Suddenly, he remembered what Qin Feiyang had said at that time. His old eyes suddenly stared and he said in surprise, "You are Mu Tianyang." Yes. It is this emperor. Renduxing's body shook, and a vast emperor's might, like a torrent of beasts, surged out in all directions. The state master's eyes trembled. Originally, he thought that Mu Tianyang's return was just a lie made up by Qin Feiyang to divert everyone's attention. But he didn't expect that the previous emperor would actually come back. Mu Tianyang. In the distance, feeling the terrifying emperor's might, the group of law enforcers was instantly in a mess. In fact, very few people in the Great Qin Empire knew the name Mu Tianyang. First, Mu Tianyang was the previous emperor, and the current emperor would definitely not allow the name Mu Tianyang to spread to the world. Second, in the past, when the Tianyang Empire was still around, everyone basically called Mu Tianyang the Tianyang war god, or the emperor. So slowly the name Mu Tianyang was forgotten by the world. But as a member of the law enforcement hall, and as an internal law enforcer who held the imperial capital's top secrets, he naturally knew who Mu Tianyang was. He was a supreme expert who could fight with the first emperor. How could they not panic? Renduxing glanced at the law enforcers and looked at the state master with a sneer. "It seems that this emperor's name has not been forgotten by you." "I don't believe it." The state master shook his head. He was still firm in his thoughts. Mu Tianyang was already dead and it was impossible for him to come back. "You don't believe it? Haha. Then this emperor would like to ask you, in today's world, other than this emperor, who has the ability to control 2 divine artifacts?" Renduxing laughed wildly. 2 divine artifacts. The state master was bewildered. Boom. Renduxing waved his hand, and the demon crystal appeared. Immediately, a black hurricane roared out, and the demonic power surged. "This is..." The state master's eyes widened as he stared at the demon crystal. "Doesn't it look familiar? I believe that there should be a detailed record of the demon crystal in the history books of your Great Qin Empire." Renduxing joked. "It's actually a demon crystal," the state master muttered to himself, his old face full of disbelief. In the emperor's study, there was a very ancient history book that was regarded as a treasure by the previous emperors and passed down from generation to generation. Besides the previous emperors, only he had seen it in the Great Qin Empire. There was indeed a record of the demon crystal in it. According to the records, the demon crystal was a divine artifact that could control the storm and gravity. It was an item of the first emperor, but how did it fall into the hands of Mu Tianyang? Whoa! Rumble. Just as the state master fell into deep disbelief and was unable to extricate himself, Ren Duxing decisively activated the demon crystal. In an instant, a terrifying gravitational force surged out in all directions with the force of an avalanche. A huge cage was formed in an instant, trapping the imperial tutor inside. Inside the cage, the black hurricane roared, exuding a destructive power. Lord, you mustn't. The four sacred beasts roared anxiously in the distance. But Ren Duxing turned a deaf ear. A wisp of divine sense emerged. Clang. The red battle sword awakened again, buzzing and trembling in the air above his head, and the sword chi was endless. The state master quivered and finally regained his senses. Looking at the demon crystal and the battle sword, his face became incomparably heavy. Chapter 1176. Die. Ren Duxing roared, his hair stood on end, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. The battle sword and demon crystal clanged. Waves of sword chi and black storms roared in the sky and charged toward the imperial tutor. Facing the two divine artifacts, the imperial tutor couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body. Boom. He used the divine art again, and the full moon rose slowly, emitting a dazzling divine light. At the same time, he took a step forward, but he was shocked to find that his feet seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, and he couldn't move an inch. What's going on? He looked at the demon crystal and the battle sword in surprise. Ren Duxing sneered. This is another great divine power of the demon crystal, the gravity domain. Not to mention a mere false god like you, even a real war god would be affected if he enters the gravity prison. Gravity domain. The imperial tutor's face was gloomy. If he couldn't move, it was equivalent to a fish on the chopping board, and he could only be slaughtered. Haha. Back then, when Qin Badian used the demon crystal to suppress me, he probably didn't expect that one day, I would use this demon crystal to suppress his subjects. Ren Duxing laughed heartily. The imperial tutor looked at him gloomily and suddenly laughed. You're too proud of yourself. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a mighty divine power broke out of his body, with the imperial tutor as the center, rolling in all directions. Ren Duxing was surprised. You're not the only one who has a divine artifact, I have one too. The imperial tutor sneered, and a white divine light swept out from his body and floated above his head. It was a jade pendant, the size of a palm, the shape of a flame, crystal clear, without any flaws, emitting a bright light. That's... Ren Duxing's eyes widened in anger. The imperial tutor sneered. I believe you should have seen this jade pendant before. Damn it! He actually left you a divine artifact. Damn Qin Badian, are you going to go against me even in death? Ren Duxing roared again and again, his face extremely ferocious. From his words, it was not hard to tell that the original owner of this jade pendant was also the first emperor. You are no longer the Mu Tianyang from back then. Now it is no longer the era that you rule. Remember, it's the great Qin Empire now. You Mu Tianyang are nothing but a stray dog struggling at death's door. The imperial preceptor sneered and shouted, Revive! His quasi-divinity energy surged into the jade pendant. Rumble. The jade pendant suddenly emitted a divine light. It buzzed and trembled. Flames rolled out, turning the void into a sea of fire. However, the strange thing was that this flame was not red but white. Furthermore, he couldn't feel the slightest bit of heat from the flames. Instead, he felt a great sense of danger. In the blink of an eye, the battle sword and magic crystal had already arrived. One was overflowing with divine might. The might of a single demon could shake the world. The imperial preceptor narrowed his eyes and waved his hands. The full moon of the divine art and the sea of fire of the jade pendant roared out, shaking the sky. The four divine objects met in the sky. At this moment, heaven and earth fell into a dead silence. Retreat again. The monkey roared and fled into the distance without looking back. Dong Qing and the other three sacred beasts immediately followed. Seeing this, the group of enforcers didn't dare to delay for a moment and turned to flee. Rumble. Crack. While they were fleeing, a series of loud noises suddenly sounded, breaking the silence and shaking the earth. The four godly items collided crazily in the sky. Waves of destructive aura surged in all directions. Wherever it went, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if doomsday had arrived. It was terrifying. Although Ren Duxing and the imperial preceptor did not fight head-on, the 4 divine objects would suffer serious damage every time they collided. Blood gushed out of his mouth and his body trembled violently. However, in comparison, Renduxing's mortal body was even worse. Cracks had already appeared on his body like a spider web and his blood was pouring out like a waterfall. If you still have your divine body, I will definitely not be your opponent. But now you are just a mortal body. How can you fight with me? The Imperial Preceptor sneered. In fact, he was not in a good situation either. Because as a fake god, his divine power and divine sense had not reached the level of the god of war. Therefore it was still a bit difficult for him to revive the divine object. Just like before. Yigleo's revival of the Real Spacetime Gate had caused great damage to his vitality. He would need to rest for a few days to recover. An ant will always be an ant. You will never know how powerful a real god of war is. A mortal body is still heaven-defying. Renduxing laughed arrogantly. A wisp of divine sense appeared and merged into his body. The cracks all over his body immediately began to heal. The Imperial Preceptor's pupils shrank. But then, his eyes lit up and he said calmly, "If I'm not wrong, you should not have a complete divine soul now. You are just a remnant soul." Renduxing's eyes darkened. He did not expect the Imperial Preceptor to see through it. The Imperial Preceptor sneered, "In the state of a remnant soul, you are still consuming your divine sense like this. Aren't you afraid that your divine sense will be destroyed?" Renduxing said, "Don't worry. Before my divine sense is exhausted, I will definitely send you to hell." "Then let's try. Let's see if you send me to hell first or if I will exhaust your divine sense first." The Imperial Preceptor laughed. After confirming this, he was fearless. He went all out and charged into the sky with Renduxing. Dong Qing and the others had already retreated thousands of miles away. However, even though they were so far away, the aura that covered the sky and covered the earth caused them to be uncontrollably alarmed. Because they were too far away, they could no longer see the Imperial Preceptor and Renduxing. They could only hear the rumbling from the sky. Even further away, in the sky above a river, a blood-red light streaked across the sky and rushed to the deepest part. It was the inner demons. At this moment, his cultivation had risen to a 5-star combat emperor. His whole body seemed to be bathed in blood and emitted a shocking murderous aura. His current position was still very far from the hinterland. It would take him at least 4 to 6 hours to reach there. But even so, he could still sense the fluctuations of the battle between the Imperial Preceptor and Renduxing. Suddenly, he stopped and looked in the direction of the hinterland. His face was full of playfulness. "Looks like I have to get there as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will miss a wonderful show." He muttered to himself and entered the ancient castle. Mu Qing was like a dead dog lying on the ground weakly. His face was beyond recognition. Fatso was still torturing him. As for Lu Hong and the others, they were all meditating with their eyes closed. But once they sensed the aura of the inner demons, they all opened their eyes. The inner demons glanced at everyone and looked at Fatso. "Stand down." Fatso's gaze trembled. He quickly put down Mu Qing and obediently retreated to the side. If it was Qin Feiyang, he would definitely ignore him. But facing the inner demons, he did not dare to be rash. The inner demons walked in front of Mu Qing and looked down at Mu Qing. He grinned and said, "Let me tell you a piece of good news. Renduxing and the Imperial Preceptor are fighting." Mu Qing's expression changed slightly. He could not help but start to worry. The inner demons asked, "Do you want to save him?" "Ha! My lord is extremely powerful. How can a mere Imperial Preceptor shake him?" Mu Qing laughed loudly. He did not hide his sarcasm. "Yes, your lord is indeed very strong. But don't forget he is now in a weakened state." The inner demons laughed mockingly. Hearing this, Mu Qing's laughter came to an abrupt end. As for the Imperial Preceptor, although he is only a pseudo-god, he is at his peak. And the fluctuations of their battle have been coming for a long time. This is enough to show that the Imperial Preceptor has the ability to fight with your lord. The inner demons said. Mu Qing's face became gloomier. The inner demons said, "If you want to save him, quickly use your heavenly eye to calculate their location and coordinates." "Will you be so kind?" Mu Qing sneered. "Of course I'm not so kind. I'm just going to watch the show. How can I miss such a wonderful show? Of course, if I'm in a good mood, I might help your lord." The inner demons laughed. "Help? Do you have the ability?" Mu Qing sneered. "That's not necessarily true." The inner demon snickered. Mu Qing's face was gloomy. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Give me the spiritual sea elixir." Fatso said, "We asked you to calculate their coordinates." What do you want the spiritual sea elixir for? Mu Qing said angrily, my cultivation is completely destroyed. How can I open my heavenly eye? Fatso still wanted to say something. The inner demons waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. Give him the spiritual sea elixir. After calculating the coordinates of Renduxing and the Imperial Preceptor, you can destroy his cultivation. You're a bastard. Mu Qing roared. No, you're wrong. I'm not a bastard. I'm a demon. The inner demons laughed again and again. Fatso also sneered. He took out a spiritual sea elixir with 5 patterns and threw it to Mu Qing. Mu Qing looked at the two of them gloomily, grabbed the spiritual sea elixir and threw it into his mouth. The spiritual sea elixir with 5 patterns couldn't repair the Qi Sea in an instant. But the inner demons didn't care about this little bit of time. About half an hour later, Mu Qing finally opened his eyes. There was a strange light in his eyes. A horrifying battlefield was faintly reflected within those eyes, and it was even to the extent that one could faintly see 2 figures fighting madly in the sky. Then, a cold light flashed in the depths of Mu Qing's eyes. He gave the inner demons a coordinate. Fatso immediately prepared to destroy Mu Qing's cultivation. Wait. The inner demon stretched out his hand. What's wrong? Fatso looked at him in confusion. The inner demons ignored him. He looked at Mu Qing and said with a smile, you're still playing tricks. Mu Qing's pupils shrank. He said angrily, didn't you ask for their coordinates? Now that I've given it to you, you say that I'm playing tricks. What do you mean? The inner demon said jokingly, the coordinates you gave me should be the coordinates of the center of the battlefield, right? Hearing this, Mu Qing looked slightly flustered. The coordinates of the center of the battlefield? Fatty furrowed his brows, feeling a little confused. But suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and a look of realization appeared on his face. But in his eyes, there was a strong anger surging. He immediately took a step forward and kicked Mu Qing in the chest. Mu Qing flew out on the spot and hit the wall behind him. Blood spurted out. Chapter 1177. You've gone too far? How terrifying is the battle between the State Preceptor and Renduxing. With Boss's cultivation, once he enters the center of the battlefield, he will be instantly obliterated by the battle fluctuations. Not even his bones will be left. You're such a smart person. How can you not think of this? Fatso sneered. Mu Qing's face darkened. He shook his head and said, I really didn't think of it. Who are you trying to fool? Fatso was furious. He rushed forward angrily and slapped Mu Qing's face. Smack. A crisp sound of a slap was heard. Mu Qing's blood-stained face immediately swelled up, and there was a bright red palm print on it. Fatso, you'd better not fall into my hands in the future. Mu Qing roared hysterically. I'm afraid you'll never have such an opportunity. Fatso sneered. Then we'll wait and see. Mu Qing laughed sinisterly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. The inner demons waved his hand and said, let's talk about this later. Give me Dong Qing and Zhang Jin's coordinates. Mu Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a strange light flashed in his eyes again. He then gave the inner demon a new set of coordinates. The inner demons immediately left the ancient castle, opened a portal and walked in. Fatso also immediately took action and destroyed Mu Qing's cultivation. Following closely, painful screams could be heard in the ancient castle. Although half an hour had passed, the battle between Renduxing and the State Preceptor was not over yet. The two of them fought fiercely in the sky. Dong Qing, the 4 sacred beasts, and the group of enforcers each took a side and watched nervously. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blood-red figure descended above Dong Qing's head. This person was the inner demons. As soon as the inner demons appeared, a terrifying murderous aura surged in all directions. Who's there? Whether it was Dong Qing, the 4 sacred beasts, or the group of enforcers, they all immediately looked up. Immediately, the group of people changed their expressions. How could it be Qin Feiyang? What's up with his cultivation level? What a powerful aura, what a terrifying murderous aura. If it weren't for the fact that he looked exactly like Qin Feiyang, they wouldn't believe that the person in front of them was Qin Feiyang. But the inner demons didn't look at them. As if it was nothing. He raised his head and looked at the sky thousands of miles away. However, it was too far away for him to see clearly. He could only hear the sounds of battle. Of course he knew about Renduxing. He had 2 divine weapons kill him. A shout suddenly exploded, and it was filled with a murderous intent that couldn't be dispersed. The inner demons raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the voice. He wanted to see who was so reckless. It was a burly man in black who had the cultivation of a 6-star combat emperor. The inner demons suddenly said, "So it's the enforcers of the inner hall. I was wondering who had the guts to threaten to kill me. You're boasting shamelessly. Although I don't know why your cultivation suddenly became so strong, you'll definitely die in the face of so many of us." The burly man in black sneered. The inner demons looked at them one by one and laughed. "You have a lot of people, but I'm afraid you can't kill me. Arrogant." The group of enforcers was furious. Boom. Waves of aura erupted like volcanoes, and the world suddenly trembled. "Kill!" the burly man in black roared. At that moment, the group of enforcers turned into streams of light, carrying a monstrous murderous aura, and charged toward Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, Dong Qing and the 4 sacred beasts looked at each other and quietly retreated. The current Qin Feiyang was behaving too strangely. They did not dare to act rashly before they figured it out. The inner demons naturally noticed the small movements of the man and the 4 sacred beasts, but he did not stop them. He only glanced at them with disdain and then looked back at the group of enforcers. There were 50 to 60 enforcers brought by the imperial tutor this time. In other words, there were 50 to 60 enforcers in front of him, and the weakest one was a 5-star combat emperor. If he did not activate the kill formula, he could only escape from such a terrifying lineup. But now, what he wanted to do was to kill them all in one fell swoop. He had planned to do so before he came. He wanted to use Ren Duxing to restrain the imperial tutor, while he took the opportunity to kill all his lackeys. The enforcers of the inner hall were the pillars of the great Qin Empire. Imagine, how would the imperial tutor and the emperor react if they lost 50 to 60 enforcers in one fell swoop? They would definitely go crazy with anger. This was the effect that Qin Feiyang wanted. "Little bastard, die." The black-robed man took the lead and landed in front of the inner demons. His battle chi roared as he punched the inner demon's face. "I have the power of the ancestral bloodline. You scolded me, which is equivalent to scolding the ancestral bloodline. You should be killed." The inner demons shouted coldly with an expressionless face. He raised his arm and slapped the black-robed man's fist. Golden light burst out. "Ah!" The black-robed man screamed on the spot as his arm was torn open. Immediately after, the inner demons pointed at the black-robed man. An invisible force turned into a vast ocean and drowned the black-robed man. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed man was torn apart by the invisible force, and his blood stained the sky. So powerful. Is he really Qin Feiyang? Dong Qing and the 4 sacred beasts who had retreated far away were shocked when they saw this scene. He killed a 6-star combat emperor in less than 3 breaths. What kind of strength was this? When he left the ruins, he was only a 6-star combat saint. How did he suddenly become a 5-star combat emperor? What happened during the time when they were separated? The other enforcers were also shocked. An old man in black suddenly quivered and shouted, "He is no longer the Qin Feiyang we know. Don't hold back. Attack with all your might." Hearing this, everyone's body and mind trembled. They immediately spread out and surrounded the inner demons. They began to practice their battle arts. Boom, clang, roar. In an instant, battle arts that were dozens of feet long appeared in the sky. A destructive aura swept across the sky for hundreds of miles. These battle arts included all kinds of weapons and ferocious beasts. However, without exception, they were all perfect battle arts. Every battle art exuded an unparalleled ferocious power. Kill? Dozens of people looked at each other and shouted at the same time. Their killing intent soared through the sky. Boom. Dozens of perfect battle arts were like a meteor shower, attacking Qin Feiyang. So many killing moves. Is he still not dead? Dong Qing whispered. However, a trace of doubt appeared in her eyes. In the face of such a situation, Qin Feiyang's expression did not change. He was not nervous or uneasy. Could it be that these 50 to 60 people together could not threaten him? One had to know. Among these 50 to 60 people, there were many 6-star combat emperors. There were even a dozen 7-star combat emperors. In the face of such a lineup, even an 8-star combat emperor would not dare to let down his guard, let alone Qin Feiyang, who was just a 5-star combat emperor. Boom. Just as Dong Qing was in doubt, the inner demon's body shook and a mighty dragon power broke out from his body. Dragon power. Dong Qing's eyes trembled. That's right. This person had mastered a divine art. Although there was only one word difference between a divine art and a battle art, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. Is it the divine dragon skill? She stared at the inner demons. The inner demon's body was full of mighty dragon power. He looked around and his eyes were as cold as ice. Suddenly, the purple gold dragon aura soared into the sky. A palm-sized divine seal instantly appeared. It is indeed the first move of the divine dragon skill. Dongqing's body and mind trembled. At the same time, the group of enforcers surrounding the inner demons saw the divine dragon seal appear and their pupils shrank. They were extremely nervous. Moreover, there was a trace of respect in their eyes. This was not respect for Qin Feiyang. It was respect for the first emperor. Don't panic. Although our battle arts are not comparable to a divine art, there are 6-star combat emperors and 7-star combat emperors among us. Their cultivation levels are much higher than his. I don't believe that we can't defeat the divine dragon seal if we join forces. An elder shouted. Hearing this, the other enforcers could not help but look forward to it. Hee, you actually want to shake the divine dragon seal. I have to say that you are really naive. But I can't blame you, because those who don't have a divine art will never know how terrifying a divine art is. The inner demons laughed and his eyes were full of contempt. Boom. Clang clang. Roar roar. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of perfect battle arts suddenly attacked. For a moment, the place was filled with a strong wind and murderous aura. The inner demons was like a god of death, standing proudly in the wind. His blood-red hair danced behind him like a river of blood. Divine dragon seal, protect my divine body. Suddenly, he raised his head and roared. The divine dragon seal soared into the sky and expanded against the wind. Purple gold light burst out like a sun above the inner demon's head. Immediately, wisps of godly light fell from the sky, forming a purple golden light screen that was 3 feet wide. Qin Feiyang stood in the middle of the purple gold light screen and glanced at the enforcers disdainfully. Boom. The next moment, the dozens of perfect battle arts all blasted on the purple gold light screen. In an instant, there was an explosion of endless light. The figure of the inner demons was drowned in the light. Dongqing shook her head and said, even if the divine dragon technique is a divine art, you shouldn't be so arrogant. No. Sage Monkey shook his head. What do you mean? Dongqing was surprised. She thought that even if Qin Feiyang didn't die this time, he would pay a heavy price. She didn't expect Sage Monkey to reject her idea. You don't know how powerful the divine dragon technique is. Even if there are hundreds of perfect battle arts, they won't be able to hurt Qin Feiyang at all. Sage Monkey said in a deep voice. His eyes were full of envy for Qin Feiyang. So powerful? Dongqing was stunned. The power of the divine dragon technique is not something you can imagine. Qin Feiyang's cultivation is not enough now. He can't unleash the true power of the divine dragon technique. Sage Monkey said. That's right. The divine dragon technique you see now is probably less than 1% of its true power. Sage Eagle said with fear in his eyes. Yes. Back then, when Qin Badian used the divine dragon technique, the world trembled and everything surrendered. No one dared to fight with him. To be honest, although we are mortal enemies, sometimes we really admire him for being able to create such a terrifying divine art. Sage Lion and Sage Python also sighed. Chapter 1178. However, just as the 4 sacred beasts finished speaking, the inner demons, Qin Feiyang, who was drowned by the battle arts, suddenly began to weaken. What's going on? Dongqing was slightly stunned. Looking at the 4 sacred beasts, she said in surprise, didn't you say that those perfect battle arts can't hurt him? Why is his aura weakening now? We don't know either. It doesn't make sense. We are very familiar with the power of the divine dragon technique. Could it be that Qin Feiyang's divine dragon technique is fake? The 4 sacred beasts were also very surprised. At the same time, the group of law enforcers surrounding the inner demons sensed that the inner demon's aura was weakening, and their faces were filled with joy. It seemed that this divine dragon technique was not invincible. Dozens of battle arts exploded and shone brightly. Whether it was the law enforcers or Dongqing, they could not see the real situation of the inner demons. They could only sense that his aura was constantly weakening. Moreover, the divine dragon seal floating in the air was also slowly disintegrating. Why is this happening? Qin Feiyang's current cultivation is similar to those law enforcers. With the divine dragon technique protecting his body, how can they hurt him? The 4 sacred beasts could not understand. They did not believe that the divine dragon technique that Qin Feiyang mastered was fake. Because the divine dragon seal in front of them was exactly the same as the divine dragon seal used by the first emperor in the past. The inner demon's aura was still weakening. Gradually, it was even difficult to sense his aura. He's dead. Seeing that the aura of the inner demons was about to disappear completely, The law enforcers heaved a sigh of relief. Hee hee, but suddenly, a sinister laugh sounded. He's not dead. The group of law enforcers was stunned. Bang. All of a sudden, the weakened aura of the inner demon soared to its peak state like a volcanic eruption. The fragmented divine dragon seal in the air also instantly solidified, releasing a mighty dragon aura. Immediately after, the inner demons took a step forward and appeared in front of everyone. There were no injuries on his body. His eyes were sharp and there was no sign of weakness. He was pretending just now, Sage murmured. This little bastard is simply toying with those law enforcement officers like monkeys. Sacred Eagle said furiously. Amazing, Dongqing whispered. Previously, she was still a little unwilling to believe what she had heard from the four holy beasts. However, the truth was right before her eyes now. 50 to 60 perfect battle arts were actually unable to harm a single strand of his hair. This divine dragon secret art was too terrifying, it had already reached a heaven-defying stage. In the meantime, seeing the inner demons walk out unscathed, the enforcers were dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. The inner demons glanced at them and laughed. Do you really think I'm dead? I'm just kidding. Hearing this, the group of law enforcement officers couldn't help but clench their fists tightly. Their eyes were burning with rage. Teasing them? What did he take them for? Monkey? It was simply unforgivable. A black-robed old man roared, activate your fighting souls and chop him into pieces. Brr. Rumble. Clang. Immediately, following a series of earth-shattering explosions, the fighting souls continued to soar into the sky. There were beast souls, weapon souls, artifact souls. Every fighting soul exuded an aura that could destroy the world. After all, as law enforcement officers of the inner hall, their fighting souls were definitely not ordinary. Innate special ability kill? The black-robed old man roared, his murderous aura soaring into the sky. In an instant, everyone activated their fighting soul's innate special ability and turned into a meteor shower, charging toward the inner demons. Hey! The inner demons grinned and suddenly soared into the sky. At the same time, the divine dragon seal instantly grew to thousands of feet tall, like a towering mountain. I'll show you the power of the divine technique. The inner demons waved his hand and the divine dragon seal descended from the sky. Rolling divine power roared in all directions, crushing everything in its path. Crack, clang, awoo. In the blink of an eye, all the innate special abilities were annihilated. The law enforcement officers were no exception. Their bodies and minds were all trembling, blood spurting out from their mouths. Their eyes were filled with fear. So powerful. Dongqing was also dumbfounded. The fighting soul's innate special ability was even more powerful than the perfect battle arts. However, it was so vulnerable in the face of the divine dragon seal. Run! Suddenly, it was unknown who roared in horror, but the group of law enforcement officers immediately panicked and fled in all directions. Weren't all of you very arrogant just now? Why are you running away now? The inner demon's face was full of disdain. With a wave of his hand, the divine dragon seal slammed into the ground. The ground trembled and the mountains collapsed. Abyssal fissures spread out in all directions like spider webs. In the blink of an eye, this place was shattered and full of devastation. At the same time, more than 10 5-star combat Emperor law enforcement officers could not dodge in time and were killed on the spot by the divine dragon seal. Their flesh and blood flew all over the sky. Although the others escaped, they were also sent flying by the aura of the divine dragon seal. Like meteorites, they crashed into the ground and screamed incessantly. With such terrifying means, who dares to compete with him? Dongqing muttered to herself. Suddenly, she remembered what Zhang Jin had said not long ago. He wanted to trample Qin Feiyang under his feet. At that time, she did not doubt it. This was because Zhang Jin's cultivation had far surpassed Qin Feiyang's. However, now that she had seen Qin Feiyang's true strength, she could not help but wonder if Zhang Jin could really do it in the face of such a demon-level existence. That's all. The inner demon shook his head and glanced at those law enforcement officers who were in a sorry state. His face was full of contempt. Those law enforcement officers also got up one after another and gathered together. They raised their heads and stared at the inner demons gloomily. Suddenly, one of the black-robed old women had a look of surprise on her face. What's wrong? The other law enforcement officers looked at her suspiciously. The black-robed old woman said in a low voice, "Look at his glabella." Everyone was stunned and looked over. They found that there was a bloody word "kill" between Qin Feiyang's glabella. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that the word, kill, was actually absorbing the blood of their dead companions. What is he doing? The group of people was very surprised and bewildered. Boom. Suddenly, the word kill, between the inner demons' glabella shot out a dazzling bloody light. The next moment, his cultivation level soared to a 6-star combat emperor. This also meant that the kill word had been fully activated. Looking at this scene, whether it was Dong Qing, the 4 sacred beasts, or the law enforcement officers, they were all dumbfounded. Could it be that the change in Qin Feiyang's cultivation level was related to the word kill? The next moment, the group of law enforcement officers turned around and ran for their lives. That's right. They were scared. After seeing the power of the divine dragon seal, they no longer had the desire to fight. At this moment, seeing that Qin Feiyang's cultivation level had increased by a small level, they naturally did not dare to continue fighting. Now there was only fear and despair in their minds. Is this all the law enforcement officers of the inner hall can do? This is so disappointing. The inner demon shook his head and muttered. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Whoosh. He used the phantom steps and left behind a series of afterimages. He was like the god of death descending to the world, ruthlessly hunting down those law enforcement officers. No, I beg you, Every time he stopped, a law enforcement officer's blood splattered on the spot. Desperate screams resounded throughout the sky and earth. In less than 100 breaths, there were only 10 law enforcement officers left out of the 50 or 60. They were all 7-star combat emperors, but facing Qin Feiyang at this moment, they did not have the slightest courage to resist and fled for their lives. Seeing the inner demons following closely, a black-clothed elder shouted in horror, "Qin Feiyang, don't force us." "So what if I force you?" The inner demons sneered. They were already at the end of the road and still wanted to threaten him? The black-clothed elder was about to speak. An old woman next to him said, "Don't talk nonsense with him. Although he has the divine dragon technique, his cultivation level is a small level lower than ours. He can't keep up with our speed." "Yes. He has a perfect auxiliary skill, so do we. As long as we don't tangle with him, he can't stop us at all." The other 8 people nodded one after another. Hearing this, the black-clothed elder could not help but feel relieved. Is that really the case? But the inner demons behind them sneered. The 10 of them turned their heads to look at the inner demons in shock. Boom. Just as they turned their heads, the inner demon's body shook and activated the soaring dragon technique. His cultivation level instantly soared to 7-star combat emperor. His speed also soared by a large margin. How is this possible? The 10 of them were shocked. How could his cultivation level increase? This is impossible. From a 6-star combat saint to a 7-star combat emperor, it is a whole level higher. This is too ridiculous. In the distance, Dong Qing and the 4 sacred beasts were also dumbfounded. How did he do it? How is it? Are you desperate? The inner demons smiled and glanced at the black-clothed elder and the others. His eyes were full of mischief. Damn it! Why is this happening? The black-clothed elder roared. Because I am Qin Feiyang. Those who offend me must die. The inner demon's eyes were cold like a blade. Looking at the blood-red eyes of the inner demons, the black-clothed elder and the others could not help but shiver. The black-clothed elder roared, "Don't force us to perish together with you." Perish together with you? Are you trying to say that you are going to self-destruct? Hee, then hurry up and self-destruct. Don't waste time. The inner demon shook his head and smiled contemptuously. He raised his hand and waved it. The red sword aura surged and 50 sword shadows appeared. With a shocking sharpness, they slashed toward the 10 of them. Go. The black-clothed elder gritted his teeth and roared at the other 9 companions. He then turned around and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Elder Wu. Seeing this, the other 9 people immediately roared anxiously. Go quickly. The black-clothed elder shouted without turning his head. He stared at the inner demons, Qin Feiyang, and his eyes flashed with madness. Looking at the black-clothed elder's back, the 9 people felt an inexplicable sadness in their hearts. As the law enforcers of the inner hall, when did they fall into such a situation? They had to rely on their companions to self-destruct to fight for the hope of survival? How sad. We can't let elder brother Wu die in vain. Go quickly. An old woman roared. She used a perfect auxiliary technique and left without looking back. The other 8 people took a deep look at the black-clothed elder. They also turned around and ran for their lives. The inner demons looked at the 9 people and looked at the black-clothed elder. His face was full of sarcasm. Little bastard, go to hell together. The black-clothed elder smiled coldly. His body suddenly exploded in the void. Chapter 1179. The self-destruction of a 7-star combat emperor was terrifying. It was no exaggeration to say that even a 9-star combat emperor would not be able to escape death. But the inner demons was not nervous at all. Swish. In an instant, he disappeared in the void. Saint Monkey sighed, "It's no problem to use self-destruction to kill others, but it won't work on Qin Feiyang." "Yes." Dong Qing nodded. Qin Feiyang had the castle. Even if all of them self-destructed together, it would not be a threat to him. Of course, everyone understood that the black-clothed old man's self-destruction was not to kill Qin Feiyang, but to buy time for his companions to escape. "Elder Wu, don't worry, you won't die in vain." The old woman and the others who had fled to the distance looked back at the place where the black-clothed old man had self-destructed, their eyes flashing with hatred. "Return to the imperial capital immediately and report this to His Majesty." The old woman opened a portal. The imperial preceptor was restrained by Rinduxing and could not protect himself, so they could only leave the magic Dragon Mountain range and return to the imperial capital to get reinforcements. Seeing this, Saint Monkey's expression changed and he shouted, "We can't let them leave, otherwise when the reinforcements from the imperial capital arrive, not only will Qin Feiyang be in danger, but we will also be in trouble." "Don't worry, Qin Feiyang will not let them return to the imperial capital alive. Right now what I'm worried about is that after we kill those law enforcers, Qin Feiyang might also kill us," Dong Qing said worriedly. Saint Eagle said, "Don't panic, act according to the situation." During the conversation, the old woman and the others had already entered the portal. At this time, the inner demons also appeared. He stood on the broken ground below, looking at the portal in the distance, his eyes flickering. It was definitely too late to intercept them now. But it was impossible to slip away from his hands. Swish. He waved his hand, opened a portal and walked in without looking back. When the portal dissipated, Dong Qing and the 4 saint beasts breathed a sigh of relief. Dong Qing said, "He must have gone to intercept those 9 people. What should we do now?" Sage Monkey said in a deep voice, "Let's find a place to hide first. When His Majesty kills the Imperial Preceptor, we won't have to be afraid of him anymore." 1 man and 4 beasts immediately soared into the sky and rushed towards a forest. They had been scared out of their wits by the inner demons. Without Rinduxing, they didn't dare to face the inner demons. In the sky above the capital of his state, whoosh, a blood-red figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than the inner demons Qin Feiyang. Surging murderous aura covered the sky and covered the earth. The entire city was immediately engulfed in a sea of killing intent. Everyone was alarmed and terrified. Everyone was in danger. "Who?" A loud shout was heard. A black-clothed young man flew into the sky with a serious expression on his face. It was precisely Tan Wu. After parting ways with Qin Feiyang, he went straight back to the city to visit his friends and family. At this very moment, he was drinking with some friends in a restaurant. However, he did not expect that a murderous aura would suddenly descend. This murderous aura made even him feel fear. However, when he flew into the sky and saw Qin Feiyang, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Was this Qin Feiyang? The inner demon said telepathically, "Give me the coordinates of the teleportation altar from his state to the imperial capital immediately." Tan Wu was surprised. "Cut the crap, hurry up." The inner demons thought to himself, a bloody light surging in his eyes. Tan Wu's eyes flashed, and he immediately gave the inner demons the coordinates secretly. The inner demons also immediately opened the teleportation portal and walked in. What a terrifying murderous aura. Is he Qin Feiyang? Why is he different from the last time he appeared? 5 or 6 young men and women flew into the sky and stood beside Tan Wu, asking with lingering fear. Tan Wu shook his head. The Qin Feiyang who had just appeared, except for the same face, was completely different from the Qin Feiyang of the past. Therefore he couldn't be sure. A young woman asked, "Then what did he come to the city for?" Tan Wu said, "I don't know. He left without saying a word." Now he definitely had to cut ties with Qin Feiyang, otherwise a disaster would befall him. In a canyon, a white-haired old man and a middle-aged man stood side by side on a mountain peak, looking a little upset. These 2 people. The white-haired old man was Tan Wu's master, the previous mansion master. The middle-aged man was the current mansion master. And the one who made them upset was Qin Feiyang. They couldn't understand why Qin Feiyang suddenly came to their estate. Swish. Suddenly, 9 bloody figures appeared. It was the old woman and the others. What happened? Seeing the 9 people, the 2 men's faces changed and they hurried to greet them. How could the old woman and the others have the mood to pay attention to them now? After appearing, they immediately rushed down. In the middle of the canyon, there was a small wooden house, and the teleportation altar was under this small wooden house. The 9 people rushed into the small wooden house one after another. What's the situation? The white-haired old man and the middle-aged man stood above the canyon looking at each other. Under the small wooden house there was a secret room. The teleportation altar stood in the middle of the secret room, emitting a cold luster. The old woman and the others entered the secret room, looked at each other and immediately activated their battle chi to revive the teleportation altar. Boom. Just as the teleportation altar was being revived, a shocking murderous aura suddenly descended above the canyon. Not good. He's chasing us. The 9 people's faces changed. Go up quickly. The old woman shouted. The 9 people quickly jumped onto the teleportation altar, and the inner demons were also roaring. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Just as they were about to be teleported away, a terrifying dragon aura spread over the canyon. The inner demons stood above the canyon, and above their heads the divine dragon seal shone brightly. Not far away, the white-haired old man and the middle-aged man felt the terrifying divine aura, and their bodies trembled and their faces turned pale. People like them, when had they ever seen a divine art? So they were scared silly. And Qin Feiyang's current appearance, as well as the murderous aura all over his body, made them extremely terrified. Destroy. In the blink of an eye. The inner demons glanced at the canyon below and spat out 2 words coldly. Rumble. The divine dragon seal instantly carried a destructive aura and blasted into the canyon. With a loud bang, the entire canyon was instantly turned into ashes, including the small wooden house and the secret room. The old woman and the others, who were about to be teleported away, were sent flying, and blood spurted out of their mouths. No, they were in despair. They were so close to returning to the imperial capital, but now they could only watch as the teleportation altar was getting further and further away from them. They were filled with hatred. Qin Feiyang, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The old woman roared and her physical body suddenly exploded. Seeing this, the other 8 people smiled miserably and self-destructed their physical bodies as well. 9 7-star combat emperors self-destructed at the same time, and it was not a joke. Even the inner demons did not dare to take any chances. He immediately turned around and dashed toward the white-haired old man and the middle-aged man. If he did not take action, these 2 people would definitely die. When he arrived in front of the 2 of them, he grabbed their shoulders and instantly disappeared without a trace. Rumble. Crack. That terrifying airwave swept across heaven and earth. The mountains and rivers shattered and the earth collapsed. This was a scene of misery and suffering. Even the capital of He State could feel the destructive aura. Only the teleportation altar was like a stubborn stone. No matter how big the impact was, it was not damaged at all. Inside the ancient castle, the inner demons lowered his head and crossed his arms in front of his chest, as if he was thinking about something. The white-haired old man and the middle-aged man still had a terrified look on their faces. They had never seen such a scene in their lives. Therefore, it was difficult for them to calm down in a short period of time. Time passed quietly. The storm outside gradually calmed down. Master, Mansion Master, where are you? Suddenly, an anxious shout could be heard in the castle. The inner demons finally raised his head, glanced at the white-haired old man and the middle-aged man, and then left the ancient castle. He immediately saw Tan Wu standing alone in the sky, his face full of anxiety. Tan Wu also sensed the inner demon's aura at the first moment. He immediately rushed to the front of the inner demons, grabbed the inner demon's clothes and roared, "Why are you doing this?" "What do you mean?" The inner demons raised his eyebrows. "You were the only one who came here previously. If you didn't do all of this, who did it? Tell me immediately, have you already killed my master and the mansion master?" Tan Wu roared, his eyes bloodshot. It could be seen that he cared a lot about the white-haired old man and the middle-aged man. The inner demon said expressionlessly, "If I say that I've already killed them, what do you want?" Tan Wu's face turned pale as he roared hysterically, "What did they do wrong? Why are you treating them like this? Answer my question." The inner demons shouted with a majesty that could not be defied. Tan Wu said word by word, "If you really killed them, I definitely won't let it go, even though old Senior Qin has groomed me. Not bad, you have a backbone." The inner demons nodded. With a wave of his hand, the white-robed old man and the middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. "Master? Mansion Master?" Seeing the two of them appear unscathed, Tan Wu could not help but be stunned. You have to thank me. If not for me, they would already be dead. The inner demon smiled coldly. Then he opened the teleportation gate and left without looking back. Tan Wu glanced at the teleportation gate, turned to look at the white-haired old man and asked, Master, what's going on? The two of them were still in a daze. Master. Tan Wu shouted loudly. The white-haired old man's body trembled before he came back to his senses. He looked at Tan Wu and said, Why are you here? Tan Wu said, Just now I was in the state capital and sensed a very terrifying destructive fluctuation coming from here, so I rushed over to take a look. What exactly happened? Is Qin Feiyang. He's chasing after the enforcers of the temple. Those 9 enforcers even self-destructed. The white-haired old man whispered. At the thought of Qin Feiyang's methods back then, he could not help but tremble. His old face was also filled with fear that could not be resolved. Chasing after enforcers, self-destructing. When Tan Wu heard this, his brows furrowed tightly together. But very soon, he thought of a rough idea. After all, he knew many things and it was not hard to imagine. However, he was truly shocked in his heart. Not only did he chase after the enforcers of the inner hall, he even forced them to self-destruct their bodies. When did this guy possess such tyrannical strength? Suddenly, the white-haired old man looked at Tan Wu and said suspiciously, Just now, I seem to have vaguely heard you say that someone has nurtured you. What's going on? Tan Wu's heart skipped a beat. Seeing this, a deep sense of uneasiness surged in the white-haired old man's heart as he said in a deep voice, Are you colluding with Qin Feiyang? No. Tan Wu hurriedly waved his hands. If not, why did he save us? The white-haired old man frowned. This question, Tan Wu's brows furrowed tightly. You really did not know how to answer? The white-haired old man said, I want to hear the truth. The middle-aged man also looked at Tan Wu with a serious expression. Tan Wu rubbed his head and looked at the two of them. These things are very complicated and difficult to explain clearly. In short, you have to remember that everything that you saw today must be buried in your stomachs forever. Otherwise, at this point Tan Wu's gaze darkened slightly. Otherwise what? The two of them looked at him nervously. Tan Wu said, Otherwise, when Qin Feiyang comes to kill you, even I won't be able to stop him. The two of them trembled. Tan Wu continued, Also, the people from the capital will definitely come to interrogate you. At that time, no matter what they ask, you have to say that you don't know. All right. The two of them nodded. Tan Wu glanced at the two of them and raised his head, looking in the direction of the demonic dragon mountain range. Chapter 1180. At the same time, the hinterland of the magic dragon mountain range. Ren Duxing and the Imperial Preceptor were locked in a fierce battle, and divine blood was sprinkled all over the sky. The battle between the two had reached its climax. The divine might swept in all directions, shattering the earth and shaking the sky. And somewhere in the void 1,000 miles away, a blood-colored figure appeared out of thin air. It was the inner demons. He looked up at the sky and laughed sinisterly. Fight to your heart's content. After killing those small fries, I'll come and collect your corpses. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the inner demons. He retracted his gaze and scanned the surrounding mountains and rivers, looking for traces of Dong Qing and the 4 sacred beasts. The law enforcers of the inner hall had been wiped out, and now it was naturally Dong Qing and the others' turn. Moreover, compared to those law enforcers, he wanted to kill Dong Qing and the 4 sacred beasts more. Did they run away? But can you run away? Not finding any trace of Dong Qing and the others nearby, the inner demons smiled sinisterly. With a slight thought, Wolf King appeared out of thin air. The inner demons said, Track their scent. Wolf King closed his eyes and searched carefully. As soon as he opened his eyes, a bright light shot out. Obviously he had already tracked the scent of Dong Qing and the 4 sacred beasts. But just as he was about to speak, the inner demons waved his hand and said, Wait. Wolf King looked at him in confusion. The inner demons waved his hand and activated the concealment technique. 1 man and 1 wolf instantly disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Wolf King was even more puzzled. Let's not talk about Dong Qing first, let's talk about the 4 sacred beasts. They are all old monsters who have lived for tens of thousands of years or even longer. Naturally they are not stupid. Now they must be hiding somewhere watching us. If they see us looking for them, what do you think they will do? The inner demons asked. Wolf King said, Is there a need to ask? They will definitely escape from the magic dragon mountain range immediately. Yes. Although I don't know where they are hiding now, they must be a little far away from us. If they open the portal and leave now, we won't be able to stop them. The inner demons sneered. I see. So you activated the concealment art to deceive their eyes, so that they wouldn't be able to guess what we were trying to do. Wolf King said in realization. That's right. The inner demons nodded. Wolf King's pupils contracted. Although these guys were inner demons, sometimes they were even more terrifying than Qin Feiyang himself. The inner demons sneered, let's settle old and new scores with them today. Let's go. Wolf King's eyes also flashed with a cold light. Simultaneously, 200 or 300 meters away there was a desolate valley. The valley was not very big, but the mountains on all sides were very majestic. At this moment, Dong Qing and the 4 sacred beasts were standing on top of a mountain on the right side of the valley, watching the inner demons and Wolf King from afar. But suddenly, seeing the inner demons and Wolf King disappear, Dong Qing's heart skipped a beat. Where did they go? The sage monkey said, that goes without saying. He must have gone to the castle. No. Dong Qing shook her head. What do you mean? The sage monkey frowned. Dong Qing said in a deep voice, if I didn't go to Iron Ox Town, I would think so too. But now it's hard to say. Iron Ox Town? The 4 sacred beasts were suspicious. I remember that when I was chasing after Zhang Jin, he also suddenly disappeared. We all thought that he went to the castle, but we didn't expect that in the next moment he actually appeared in front of Zhang Jin. Dong Qing said. There's such a thing? The 4 sacred beasts' faces changed. Yes. Dong Qing nodded, then frowned and said, I'm thinking, can his castle be moved now? The 4 sacred beasts looked at each other. Not good. Suddenly, Dong Qing's face suddenly changed and she shouted, let's leave the Magic Dragon Mountain range. The 4 sacred beasts were stunned. That's right. You saw it just now. Before Qin Feiyang disappeared, Ruffian Wolf appeared. Dong Qing said. Yes. Is there a problem? The 4 sacred beasts were puzzled. This is a big problem because Ruffian Wolf has the ability to track scent. It appeared just now. Maybe it was tracking our scent. If that's the case, then Qin Feiyang's disappearance is deliberately to deceive us, so that we don't know what he wants to do? Maybe he's already in front of us now. Dong Qing scanned the void in front of her, and her eyes became incomparably sharp. Hearing this, the 4 sacred beasts' hair stood on end. Their eyes were full of vigilance as they scanned the void around them. If it was the previous Qin Feiyang, even if he stood in front of them, they would not be afraid. However, the current Qin Feiyang was too scary. Even if they had the body of a pseudo-god, they did not dare to be careless. The more they thought about it, the more flustered and scared they became. The sacred monkey shouted, leave the Magic Dragon Mountain range immediately. Dong Qing took out a portal and quickly opened it. The 4 sacred beasts immediately turned around and rushed into the portal as if they were running for their lives. Just as they were about to be teleported away, a terrifying murderous aura emerged, and the portal instantly shattered. Dong Qing and the 4 sacred beasts immediately fell out of the shattered portal, but without any delay, they immediately gathered together, back to back, looking nervously at the void. The void was still empty. Dong Qing, I found that I really underestimated you in the past. You can actually guess my intentions. Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded. Dong Qing's face sank and she shouted, don't pretend to be mysterious, get out here. As you wish. The inner demon snickered. The next moment, the inner demons and Wolf King both appeared in the void in front of them, only 3 or 4 meters away from them. How is it? Wolf King grinned. What do you mean? Dong Qing said in a deep voice. Wolf King laughed and said, the feeling of seeing hope but instantly falling into despair. How is it? Dong Qing said gloomily, you did it on purpose? Yes. In fact, we have been standing here for a long time. The reason why we didn't kill you immediately is to let you think that you can leave the Magic Dragon Mountain range alive. Wolf King said. Dong Qing's eyes were gloomy. Boom. The 4 sacred beasts suddenly went berserk and pounced toward the Wolf King. As for the current Qin Feiyang, they did not have the slightest bit of certainty. Thus they shifted their target to the ingrate. The white-eyed wolf was just a battle saint. With their strength, it would be easy to take down the white-eyed wolf. As long as they could take down the white-eyed wolf, Qin Feiyang would naturally submit. But what they didn't know was that the one controlling this body was the inner demons. Even if they captured the white-eyed wolf, the inner demons would not hesitate. Moreover, the inner demons would not give them the chance. Boom. He took a step forward and stood in front of the Wolf King. His surging aura roared. He didn't even make a move. With just a wave of his aura, the 4 sacred beasts and Dongqing were sent flying, crashing into a group of rocks behind them. Dongqing was even worse. Although her cultivation had already stepped into the War King, her physical body was far inferior to the 4 sacred beasts. After all, no matter what, the bodies of the 4 sacred beasts were all pseudo-gods. This level of impact would at most cause them pain for a while, but it wouldn't cause them any real damage. However, Dongqing, facing Qin Feiyang's current aura, was immediately covered in blood. "Let's split up." She got up in a sorry state and gloomily looked at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. Then she shouted at the 4 sacred beasts and turned around to escape. The 4 sacred beasts looked at each other and immediately turned into a stream of light, fleeing in 4 different directions. If they split up and escaped, if they were lucky, 1 or 2 of them might be able to escape. If they were to escape together, there was no doubt that they would all be wiped out. However, the idea was good, but the reality was cruel. The inner demon's body shook, and the Emperor's aura roared out, rushing toward the woman and the 4 sacred beasts. In the blink of an eye, the woman and the 4 sacred beasts were imprisoned in the void. "Break for me." Dongqing roared and instantly broke the restraint of the pressure and continued to escape. "Brr." Chirp. The 4 sacred beasts roared again and again, forcibly breaking through the pressure. The inner demons was slightly stunned. Then he patted his forehead and shook his head. "I forgot that you have all opened the gate of potential." Dongqing must have opened the 7th level of the gate of potential. As for the 4 sacred beasts, it was even more impossible for Qin Feiyang to imprison them with his current aura. After all, they were pseudo-gods. Moreover, they had followed Mu Tianyang for a long time. They must have opened the gate of potential long ago. They might even have opened the 8th level. The inner demons waved his hand and Yen Wei, Viper and Dan Wangkai appeared. Then the inner demons looked at the 3 of them and said indifferently, "Pick one, I will take care of the rest." Whether it was his eyes or his posture, they were full of disdain for Dongqing and the 4 sacred beasts. Yen Wei glanced at the woman and the 4 sacred beasts, and his gaze locked onto Dongqing. Because the last time in the ruins he and Dongqing had not determined the winner. Whoosh! Immediately, he used the 9 steps of the heavenly demon and chased after Dongqing. Dan Wangcai's opponent was the sacred eagle. As for Viper, he naturally chose the sacred python. The reason was very simple. The sacred python was an old poisonous creature. The inner demons glanced at the 3 of them and laughed. "Then the sacred lion and the sacred monkey are my opponents." "Leave the sacred lion to me," Wolf King suddenly said. The inner demons was startled. Wolf King said confidently, "Although my cultivation is not as good as it, I am still confident that I can restrain it." "That's fine." The inner demons nodded. Boom. Wolf King activated the Berserker's Fury and instantly turned into a muscular wolf. His aura soared as he used the Void Escape Step and rushed towards the sacred lion. "Not bad. It's about to grow up." The inner demons glanced at the backs of Wolf King and Yen Wei, and a rare smile crept onto his face. Whoosh! Following closely. His gaze turned cold as he took a step forward and chased after the sacred monkey like lightning. The sacred monkey's cultivation had already recovered to the level of a 3-star combat emperor. With the perfect support technique, its speed was comparable to a 7-star combat emperor. However, Qin Feiyang's cultivation had already reached the level of a 7-star combat emperor under the buff of the soaring dragon art. So, when he activated the phantom steps, he appeared in front of the sacred monkey in less than 10 breaths. Seeing this, the sacred monkey's pupils constricted as it immediately turned in the air and fled in another direction. The inner demon shook his head and laughed mockingly. He took a step forward and stood in front of the sacred monkey again. The sacred monkey didn't dare to fight. It tried its best to escape, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get rid of the inner demons. The inner demons teased, "A dignified fake god can only run for your life now. Do you feel especially aggrieved?" "Shut up," the sacred monkey roared. "When you were at your peak, you probably wouldn't even look at someone as weak as me, right? Actually, I didn't expect that there would be such a day where I would force a fake god to jump up and down. I feel that even if I die now, it's worth it." The inner demons chuckled and continued to torture the sacred monkey's heart. Chapter 1181. "Bastard, I'll kill you." The holy monkey exploded. It stopped running away. With a roar, it turned around and swung its millstone-sized fists at the inner demons. The inner demons sneered and stepped forward to counter with a palm. Boom. The fists and palms met. The holy monkey was sent flying and crashed into the ground. With a loud boom, a deep pit appeared. But It immediately got up and rushed into the sky, laughing. I have the body of a false god. With your strength, you'll never be able to kill me. Do you understand? After saying that, it waved its fists and its battle aura was like a waterfall. 2 huge fists flew across the sky, exuding a shocking divine power. Divine art. The inner demons narrowed its eyes. Hee, as a former false god, is it strange to have a divine art? Go to hell. The holy monkey laughed angrily. The 2 huge fists shook violently in the void, exuding a destructive power, and blasted toward the inner demons. So what if I have a divine art? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. The inner demon smiled disdainfully and raised its hand to slap the fists. A golden light surged out and covered the sky. It was dazzling. Boom. When the golden light and the 2 huge fists collided, the 2 huge fists suddenly changed sides and blasted the holy monkey's huge body like 2 mountains. Ah! The holy monkey screamed in pain and was blasted into the ground again. However, its divine body was too strong. Even after such a terrifying impact, it was not injured at all. It jumped up and looked at Qin Feiyang, laughing. I have a divine body. You can't kill me. Instead, you will be exhausted to death by me. Clang. However, before it finished speaking, an ear-piercing sound resounded in the sky. The holy monkey looked in the direction of the sound. The arrogance on its face disappeared and was replaced by fear. A dagger was floating in front of the inner demons. The dagger was pure white like a peerless jade. It was very beautiful, but no one dared to look down on such a dagger. Because it was Chang Shui. The inner demons grabbed Chang Shui and said playfully, Now, let's see if your skin is tougher or if my Chang Shui is sharper. Finish speaking. He turned into a streak of light and charged towards the Saint Monkey. The monkey's expression changed. One had to know. This dagger could easily cut through Mu Qianyang's divine bones, let alone a mere false god's body. It turned around and fled. The arrogance from before was gone, leaving only fear in his heart. But with its current speed, how could it escape the pursuit of the inner demons? However, the inner demons did not kill it directly. He chased after it and waved the Chang Shui. Suddenly, blood gushed out and a wound appeared on the Saint Monkey's back. Blood was gushing out. This is the blood of a false god. Don't waste it. The inner demons quickly used the kill formula, and the blood flowed towards his glabella. When the blood was absorbed by the kill symbol art, he couldn't help but be startled. He found that the blood did not disappear after being absorbed by the kill formula. Instead, it was transformed into a pure energy and flowed into his body. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the energy was strengthening his body. He even found that his cultivation was increasing little by little. Although the increase was not obvious, it was there. In other words, the blood could not only strengthen his body, but also increase his cultivation. This discovery made him wild with joy. He never expected that the blood of a false god would have such a wonderful effect. Suddenly, he thought of another question. Since the blood had such an effect, wouldn't the Saint Monkey's flesh and blood be even more effective? He raised his head and looked at the Saint Monkey that was running away frantically. A bright smile appeared on his face. He had not tasted the flesh and blood of a divine beast. Whoosh. He used the phantom steps and caught up with the Saint Monkey in the blink of an eye. He slashed down and a piece of divine beast meat fell. The inner demons grabbed the divine beast meat and then took out the nether devil flame. He chased after the Saint Monkey while roasting the divine beast meat. Very soon, the aroma of roasted meat spread out. The aroma of the divine beast meat was more fragrant than the meat of ordinary beasts. What's that smell? It smells so good. The Saint Monkey also smelled the aroma of the roasted meat and turned to look suspiciously. When it saw the divine beast meat in the inner demon's hands, the Saint Monkey was so angry that it spurted out blood. Qin Feiyang, you've gone too far. It roared again and again. He actually roasted the meat on its body in front of it? This was too much. A warrior would rather die than be humiliated. It suddenly turned around and rushed toward the inner demons. Its fierce eyes were filled with blood. That gaze was as if it could not wait to cut the inner demons into 8 pieces and destroy their bones. However, the inner demons just glanced at it indifferently and then lowered its head to look at the divine beast meat. Its brows were tightly knitted together. Although the aroma of the meat wafted out, this piece of divine beast meat was still raw after being roasted for so long. After all, this is divine beast meat. How can an ordinary alchemy fire cook it? I'll just have to make do with it. The inner demon shook its head and threw the piece of divine beast meat into its mouth. Immediately, an indescribable aroma overflowed in its mouth. It smells so good. The inner demons closed its eyes and revealed an intoxicated look. And this meat contained an extremely large amount of extremely pure energy. This energy flowed along its meridians and rushed to its limbs and bones. It felt that whether it was its physical body or spirit, they were instantly sublimated. However, looking at the inner demons leisurely tasting its divine beast meat in front of it, the saint monkey was so angry that a mouthful of blood spurted out from its mouth. It was crazy. After roaming the world for tens of thousands of years, it had never suffered such humiliation. The inner demons opened its eyes and commented, "This taste is not bad. It's just that this meat is too rough." The saint monkey spat out another mouthful of blood. Its fierce eyes were blood red. "Bastard, die with me." It howled towards the sky and rushed in front of the inner demons. Without hesitation, without any nostalgia, it directly self-destructed its physical body. And the inner demons was shocked and hurriedly hid in the ancient castle. Although the saint monkey was now a 3-star combat emperor, its physical body was a real false god's body. In other words, it was equivalent to a false god's self-destruction. The self-destruction of a false god, who dared to treat it as a joke. Boom. An earth-shattering sound suddenly exploded in this place. Whoa. Kacha. Immediately, a violent wind blew in this area. The void crazily collapsed and the earth shook violently. It was like an unprecedented earthquake. What's the situation? At this moment, whether it was Wolf King Yanwei or Dong Qing and the 3 saint beasts, they all involuntarily stopped and looked over. Without exception. When they saw the apocalyptic scene, their faces changed and they frantically ran for their lives. Rumble. Wind and thunder intertwined and the sky changed color. Within the range of their vision, the giant peaks were like rice straws in a paddy field, collapsing one after another. In an instant they turned into nothingness. What exactly happened? Where are Qin Feiyang and the Saint Monkey? Chapter 1182. At the same time, at the top of the sky, 2 divine consciousnesses surged over. It was the divine consciousnesses of the State Preceptor and Rin Duxing. The explosion of the Holy Monkey was too powerful. Although they were thousands of miles away, they could still sense it. Therefore, they immediately released their divine consciousnesses to check the situation. Everything was within their divine consciousnesses. What's the situation? If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but when he did, he was shocked. The 2 of them were petrified. Where were the law enforcers? Why were they all gone? Did the Holy Monkey also disappear? Very soon. They found Yanwei, Wolf King, Viper, and Dan Wangkai. Of course, they knew that Wolf King and Yanwei were Qin Feiyang's men. In other words, Qin Feiyang was here. However, they did not find any trace of Qin Feiyang on the battlefield. What the hell is going on? The State Preceptor murmured. Could it be that all the law enforcers were killed? How could this be possible? One had to know. The law enforcers brought here this time were at least 5-star combat emperors. With the strength of Qin Feiyang's group, even if they joined forces with Rin Duxing's subordinates, it was impossible. Suddenly, in the mountains below, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was the inner demons. He looked at Yanwei and the rest and shouted, "Why are you all standing there in a daze? End the battle quickly." When he came out of the ancient castle, he sensed the divine consciousnesses of the State Preceptor and Rin Duxing. In other words, everything here had been seen by the 2 of them. Therefore, this battle could not be dragged on any longer. It had to be ended as soon as possible in case the 2 of them came here. Boom. Hearing the voice of the inner demons, Wolf King and Yanwei quivered and immediately attacked Dong Qing and the 3 sacred beasts with all their might. Dong Qing and the 3 sacred beasts also began to counterattack. A fierce battle began again. It is indeed Qin Feiyang. But how did his cultivation suddenly become so strong? At the top of the sky, Rin Duxing and the State Preceptor were in disbelief. The kill character formula was Qin Feiyang's strongest trump card, so it had always been kept a secret. The only time he revealed it was when he stole the divine crystals and was caught by Mu Qing. In order to escape, he told Mu Qing the secret of the kill character art. However, not long after, the real spacetime portal was snatched away by the snow python. Therefore, Mu Qing had no way to inform Lu Xingqian. As such, neither Rin Duxing nor the Imperial Tutor knew the secret of the kill formula. Simultaneously, the inner demons glanced at Dong Qing and the 3 holy monkeys with a cold glint in their eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, he used Phantom Step and rushed towards Saint Lion like lightning. The white-eyed wolf's fighting soul and skills were indeed powerful, but his cultivation was not as high as the Holy Lion's. Seeing the inner demons charging over, the Holy Lion couldn't help but feel anxious. Get out of my way. With a roar, battle aura rolled out and a huge beast claw appeared out of nowhere. As soon as the beast claw appeared, the sky changed color. The terrifying divine power shook the heavens. Obviously, this was a divine art. Humph. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly, and that huge body expanded again. In the end, it turned into a muscular wolf that was hundreds of feet long. Its ferocious power was impressive, and its aura skyrocketed. This was no longer the fury of the berserker, but the fury of the mad god. Although there was only a difference of one word, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. Because the fury of the berserker was only a superior battle art, but the fury of the mad god was a perfect battle art. Of course, compared to the holy lion's divine art, the fury of the mad god was still a long way off. However, the white-eyed wolf did not retreat at all. It waved its mountain-like fist and punched the beast claw. Boom. Without any suspense, the white-eyed wolf's fist was instantly shattered, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Its huge body also cracked open and it was dripping with blood. Like a meteorite, it smashed into the ground below. How dare you use a mere battle art to fight against a divine art? You're overestimating yourself. The holy lion smiled disdainfully, and the beast claw slammed down, aiming at the white-eyed wolf. If this attack hit, the white-eyed wolf would definitely die. Haven't you figured it out yet? You're the ones who overestimate yourselves. However, at this moment, the inner demons descended from the sky like a divine weapon and slammed down on the white-eyed wolf. A golden light roared out. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the beast claw immediately turned in the air and slammed into the holy lion's body. Roar! The holy lion wailed on the spot and was sent flying. However, like the holy monkey, it had the body of a false god. This kind of attack was nothing to it. However, in the face of the inner demons, it had no courage to fight, just like the holy monkey. It turned and fled. The inner demons looked down at the white-eyed wolf and frowned. Are you all right? The white-eyed wolf shook its head. It was not all right. Its injuries were very serious and it was even life-threatening. However, it did not want to admit that it was very depressed. In the past, no matter what, it had always fought side by side with Qin Feiyang, and they had gone through thick and thin together. However, it slowly realized that it could no longer help Qin Feiyang. It had been working very hard and had been cultivating in seclusion. However, the gap between it and Qin Feiyang had not narrowed. Instead, it had widened. It was fine for a short period of time, but after a long time, even it could not help but start to doubt its own ability. It was precisely because of this that it took the initiative to ask to fight the Holy Lion. It wanted to prove itself. However, the result made it even more discouraged. If the inner demons had not saved it in time, it would have died in the hands of the Holy Lion. Looking at the white-eyed wolf, the inner demons raised its eyebrows and said lightly, "With your talent, you will become an overlord of the world sooner or later. However, if you are discouraged now, your cultivation and achievements will stop here forever. And I don't need someone like you by my side." The white-eyed wolf's gaze trembled. The inner demon said, "There is still a long way to go. Whether it is me or the original body, we need you to accompany us." The white-eyed wolf looked up at the inner demons, and its eyes were filled with tears. The inner demons waved its hand impatiently and said, "Stop being so pretentious. Go to the castle and recuperate." The white-eyed wolf nodded and its body quickly shrank. It laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a gentle side." Gentle? The inner demon's face twitched. With a wave of its hand, it sent the white-eyed wolf to the castle. Then it looked up at the fleeing holy lion, and its eyes became extremely sharp, like the edge of a blade. "How dare you hurt my companion? How many lives do you have to kill?" He held the Chang Shui in his hand, used the phantom steps and chased after the holy lion at lightning speed. He stomped on the holy lion's back. The holy lion's huge body suddenly fell down involuntarily. The holy lion panicked and roared in horror, "What are you doing?" And the holy lion, "What did you do to it?" "It was too weak. I only roasted a piece of its meat, and it self-destructed." The inner demon snickered. "What? Self-destruction?" The holy lion's gaze trembled. At the top of the sky, Ren Duxing could not help but tremble. Not only could he observe the situation below with his divine sense, but he could also hear Qin Feiyang's voice. He actually forced the holy lion to self-destruct its divine body. He was furious. Swoosh. He directly abandoned the imperial advisor, turned into a stream of light, and rushed down with the two divine artifacts. "Where do you want to go?" However, with a flash, the imperial advisor appeared in front of Ren Duxing and sneered. "Get lost. Ren Duxing roared, his divine sense surged, and the two divine artifacts with the power to destroy the world rushed towards the Imperial Advisor. Seeing your subordinates being killed one by one, you must be very anxious. Despair. The Imperial Advisor smiled coldly. The full moon rose, the jade pendant awakened and collided with the two divine artifacts. Boom. The two's bodies shook, blood spurted out, and they each retreated a few hundred feet. Ren Duxing shouted, "Not to mention me, those lackeys you brought, I'm afraid they have already died in his hands." The Imperial Advisor's eyes darkened slightly and he snorted coldly, "Even if what you said is true, it doesn't matter because now we only have one common enemy and that is you." Finished. The Imperial Advisor took the initiative to attack Ren Duxing. "Haha. For me you actually joined forces with Qin Feiyang, you are really magnanimous." Ren Duxing laughed loudly, full of ridicule. "Don't treat this Imperial Advisor as a fool, your little trick of sowing discord is useless." The Imperial Advisor sneered. Boom. A divine battle once again broke out in the sky. Below. Accompanied by a loud bang, the holy lion smashed heavily into the ground, and all the bones in its body were about to fall apart. The inner demons was still standing on its back like a demon god, causing people to tremble. "No one will have any objections if you kill the monkey, but why do you have to humiliate it?" The holy lion roared. "Humiliate?" The inner demons was taken aback. The holy lion roared, "You roasted its meat in front of it, isn't that humiliating? You can't be so shameless. It turns out that you are also so weak, it seems that I have overestimated you, divine beast." The inner demon shook its head, waved Chang Shui and mercilessly slashed down. Blood splattered as Chang Shui directly entered the holy lion's mind. "Ayo!" The holy lion howled miserably. For the first time it felt the aura of death. The inner demons laughed, "Don't worry, after you die I will take good care of your divine meat such as marinating, roasting, stewing. You demon, I will fight it out with you." The holy lion roared crazily, and a destructive aura rushed out from its body. Although the holy lion's cultivation had not recovered to the level of a war emperor, as a pseudo-god, it could still self-destruct. "Do you think I will give you the chance to self-destruct?" The inner demon sneered, let go of Chang Shui, and then slapped the handle of Chang Shui's blade. The Chang Shui was like a sharp arrow, penetrating the holy lion's head from the front to the back, and blood spurted out like a fountain. And the sea of consciousness and soul were shattered on the spot. Bang! The holy lion immediately fell to the ground, dead, and breathed its last. "Damn it! Qin Feiyang, we will not let you go even if we become ghosts." Seeing that the holy lion was also killed by the inner demons, the holy eagle and holy python that were fighting with Dan Wankai and Viper immediately flew into a rage. At the same time, their hearts were flooded with fear and despair. Facing the current Qin Feiyang, did they really have a chance of winning? Boom! Viper and Dan Wankai looked at each other from a distance. Taking advantage of the holy eagle and holy python's distraction, they punched the two beasts' heads with all their strength. The two beasts immediately howled miserably and smashed into the ground below. For a moment, the ground cracked and dust covered the sky. Who's next? At the same time, the inner demons grabbed Chang Shui, stood up, and looked at the two holy beasts and Dong Qing, with a strong bloody light in his eyes. Facing the inner demon's gaze, Dong Qing's body and mind trembled, and her face was pale. The two holy beasts were also trembling. He was too strong. The current Qin Feiyang was already ridiculously strong, and he also had the indestructible Chang Shui in his hand. How could they fight against him? In the end, the inner demon's gaze was fixed on the holy eagle. Boom! He stepped into the air and said coldly, 10,000 years ago, the first emperor was merciful and spared your lives. You should cherish it. Hee hee, the holy eagle laughed. But it was incomparably miserable. It seemed that this time it was really the end of the road. Chapter 1183. The sacred python glanced at the sacred eagle and also soared into the sky. It looked at the inner demons and said, "Eagle is right. In time, even if you don't surpass Qin Badian, you can at least become an existence on the same level as Qin Badian." The inner demons raised its eyebrows. At this time, shouldn't the two sacred beasts be afraid and beg for mercy? Why were they still so calm? The sacred python and the sacred eagle looked at each other from a distance, and a smile appeared in their eyes. There was a trace of relief in this smile. Immediately, the sacred eagle looked at the inner demons again and said, "We also admit that as long as the castle is in our hands, no matter what we do, we won't be able to kill you, but, speaking of which..." The sacred eagle's eyes suddenly became sharp and it laughed sinisterly, But we can kill your companions and make you suffer for the rest of your life, blaming yourself. The inner demons was shocked. Looking at the two sacred beasts' eyes, its expression suddenly changed. It shouted to Dan Wankai and Viper, "They are going to self-destruct, run." What? Self-destruct? The two of them suddenly changed color. They immediately used the perfect auxiliary battle technique, turned around and fled without looking back. At the same time, on the other side, hearing the inner demons' shout, Dong Qing and Yen Wei also flew away at the same time. "Lord, we'll take our leave first. Qin Feiyang, we will wait for you in hell." Explode. The two holy beasts roared furiously, and their bodies exploded in the void. A wave of qi that could destroy the world instantly surged out in all directions. "Bastard!" Ren Duxing's roar immediately resounded in the sky, filled with sorrow and killing intent that couldn't be dispersed. The inner demons was also extremely anxious. He used the phantom steps and rushed toward Viper. Because Viper was the closest to him, he would save as many as he could. The billowing air waves rushed over. Feeling the terrifying destructive power, Dan Wankai and Viper were so scared that their faces turned ashen. "Faster!" The inner demons roared. The two of them used all their strength, but the air waves were getting closer and closer. Poof! Before the chi wave could even get close, the two of them were already severely injured. Blood spurted out of their mouths and their bodies were instantly mangled. Without a doubt, if the two of them were engulfed by that wave of air, they would definitely be torn apart in an instant and turned into ashes. "Master, please save us." The two could not help but call for help from the inner demons in despair. The inner demons' faces were as dark as water. Frankly speaking, when he was just born, he had no feelings for anyone, including the people around Qin Feiyang. However, after spending a long time with people like Wolf King and Viper, he had developed feelings for them that were hard to part with. At this moment, seeing that Viper and Dan Wankai were in a desperate situation, he wished he could grow a few pairs of wings and rush over to rescue them. But he knew that this was unrealistic. This feeling of powerlessness is so unbearable. He clutched the clothes on his chest. His heart ached and his eyes were filled with pain. "Don't give up. There's still the castle in Changshui." Suddenly, a shout resounded in his inner world. "This sovereign." The inner demon's body trembled and his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. There was still the castle in Changshui. Why was he in despair? With a thought, the castle emerged. Then he grabbed the castle and threw it out together with Changshui. "If you don't save them today, I'll throw you into the latrine pit and suppress you for 10,000 years. I'll let you stink up to the sky." After roaring at Changshui and the castle, the inner demons decisively retreated. Without the castle, he did not dare to go deep. Otherwise, he would also die under that wave of air. Whoosh! The castle and Changshui pierced through the sky, flying toward Dan Wankai and Viper respectively. The two of them also risked their lives to rush towards the castle and Changshui. As for Yen Wei, there was no need for the inner demons to save him, because the battlefield was separated. Yen Wei and Dong Qing's battlefield was hundreds of miles away from Viper and Changshui's battlefield. They had enough time to escape. Boom. Crack. The rolling air waves were earth-shattering, destroying everything in a frenzy. It was as if doomsday had arrived. It was terrifying. Viper and Dan Wankai were beyond recognition. They were covered in blood. They felt desperate. Although Changshui and the castle were flying toward them, would they make it in time? They had unlocked the door of potential and mastered the forbidden technique. They had a bright future ahead of them. They did not want to die. The last bit of faith made them grit their teeth and hang on. However, they did not know how long they could hold on. It was likely that they would collapse in the next moment. The inner demons could not help but clench his fists. He looked at the two of them nervously. The air waves were getting closer. Their flesh and blood flew everywhere. Even their bones were exposed. Gradually, the two of them stopped. They turned around and looked at the rolling air waves helplessly. Their eyes were filled with despair. Although they did not want to die, they had no strength to continue running. Boom. After a few breaths, the air waves were like the ruthless Grim Reaper. They did not stop at all and directly drowned the two of them. At the same time, Changshui and the castle were swept away by the air waves and disappeared. What happened? In the distance, Yen Wei was also paying attention to the situation here. He was nervous and uneasy. Dong Qing took the opportunity to escape. The inner demons shouted, "Kill Dong Qing now." Understood. Yen Wei nodded. He turned around and looked at Dong Qing's back. His eyes were filled with coldness. The first move of the tiger taming technique, tiger roaring in the sky. With a low roar, he opened his mouth and let out a deafening tiger roar. Suddenly, an invisible sound wave appeared. It was like a tide, destroying the mountains and rivers and swallowing Dongqing. Ah! Dongqing screamed. Blood spurted out from her ears like arrows. The tiger taming technique was the perfect killing technique that the mysterious madam had given to Yen Wei. The second move, tiger out of the cage. Yen Wei roared again. His battle chi surged and turned into a huge black tiger that was hundreds of feet long. It roared and charged toward Dongqing. Don't force me. If you force me, I will also self-destruct. Dongqing shouted. If you dared to self-destruct, you would have done so when the sacred eagle and sacred python self-destructed. Why wait until now? Yen Wei sneered. The huge tiger had already arrived in front of Dongqing. Its terrifying aura made Dongqing despair. The Dong family has not been avenged. How can I die here? When she thought of the tragic death of her clansmen and the destruction of her family, a strong hatred emerged in her heart. It overcame her fear and despair. Boom. She took a step back and stared at the huge tiger in front of her. Her hands quickly formed seals. In the blink of an eye, a square seal appeared in the sky. It was as if it was condensed from ice and emitted a shocking cold current. At the same time, her cultivation had also undergone a transformation. She was no longer a one-star combat emperor. She was a two-star combat emperor. The second move of the frost technique, mysterious ice seal, destroy. She roared. The mysterious ice seal broke through the sky and collided with the huge black tiger. Boom. With a loud sound, the two battle techniques were destroyed in the air. Puff. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of their mouths. You were indeed hiding your strength. However, as long as you don't have a divine art, you will definitely lose today. Yen Wei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He used the 9 steps of the sky demon and charged toward Dongqing. His powerful aura shook the void for hundreds of miles. Dongqing's eyes darkened. She turned to look at the inner demons and shouted, Qin Feiyang, I will fight with Yen Wei. If I win, you will let me go. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. How about it? Okay. The inner demons didn't even think about it and nodded. Firstly, he trusted Yen Wei. Secondly, he was worried about the safety of Dan Wangkai and Snake Viper. He didn't have time to care about Dongqing. Of course, if Yen Wei couldn't even deal with Dongqing, then there was no need to continue training him. Seeing the inner demons nod, Dongqing smiled coldly and charged toward Yen Wei. Their cultivation was similar and their techniques were similar. Naturally, a fierce battle was unavoidable. First move of the tiger taming art, Sky Tiger Roar. First move of the frost arts, Ice Seal. Second move of the tiger taming art, Tiger out of the cage. Second move of the frost arts, Mystic Ice Seal. Third move of the tiger taming art. Third move of the frost arts, Boom. Crack. The two used their techniques in the air and clashed crazily. Soon the battle reached its climax. Blood splattered and dyed the sky red. On the other side, the dust gradually settled and the storm calmed down. 2 bloody figures appeared in the inner demon's sight. It was Snake Viper and Dan Wangkai. Above their heads, Chang Shui and the ancient castle shone down rays of divine light, blocking the turbulent airwaves. He's not dead. The inner demon's face lit up. His nervous heart finally relaxed. But then, his face turned cold. He shouted, "What are you doing over there?" Snake Viper and Dan Wangkai's hearts were filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Hearing the inner demons shout, the two looked at each other and dragged their tired bodies toward the inner demons. "You're one of the 10 heroes of Qinghai. Is this all you've got? You can't even tell that they want to self-destruct?" As soon as the two arrived, the inner demons scolded them. The two lowered their heads and remained silent. But their hearts were filled with warmth. In the past, they only saw coldness and heartlessness in the inner demons. But now they saw concern and worry. As if he saw through their thoughts, the inner demons snorted. "Don't think that I saved you because I care about you. I just don't want to hurt my lord's heart. After all, he spent a lot of effort to train you." Snake Viper and Dan Wangkai nodded. But their faces were flushed red. He was obviously concerned about them, but he had to find excuses. Wasn't he tired? Looking at the two's expressions, the inner demons couldn't help but feel irritated. He reached out to grab Chang Shui in the castle and said, "That's enough. Go and get that holy lion for me." Okay. The two of them shouted and swallowed a healing pill and battle chi pill. Then they eagerly flew towards the dead holy lion. The holy lion was far away from the explosion site of the holy eagle and the holy python. Besides, it was a fake god's body, so it wasn't hurt. The inner demons glanced at the two's backs. He lowered his head and looked at the castle in Changshui. He murmured, "It seems that my heart has really softened." It seemed that he was talking to himself but also to the castle in Changshui. Changshui and the castle also withdrew their divine light. They looked calm. This is love. Even if you are the inner demons, you can't escape the shackles of love. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded in the inner world with a faint smile. Joe, I'll be shackled by love? I'm just pitying you. Do you understand? Hearing Qin Feiyang's voice, the inner demons were very dissatisfied. Pitying me? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Yes. You don't have many friends. If Snake Viper and Dan Wangkai die, won't you be even lonelier? The inner demons answered with certainty. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, Is that really so? You should ask yourself. You can lie, but your heart is very honest. The inner demons frowned. After some time he smiled coldly and said, Don't confuse me. I'm your evil side. Love doesn't exist for me. Then let's wait and see. After that, Qin Feiyang fell silent. Chapter 1184. The battle between Yan Wei and Dong Qing was quite intense. Although Yan Wei's strength had skyrocketed after following Qin Feiyang all these years, Dong Qing had also benefited a lot from following Mu Tianyang. The two's combat strength could be said to be evenly matched. But overall, Yan Wei had the upper hand. After all, Yan Wei was much older than Dong Qing. Whether it was combat experience or courage, he was far superior to Dong Qing. Master, here it is. Soon. Viper and Dan Wangkai ran over with the Holy Lion. The inner demons glanced at the Holy Lion and laughed. Put it in a Chenkuan bag. When the battle here is over, I'll treat you to lion meat. The Holy Lion was more than 10 meters tall. If it was put in the castle, it would take up a lot of space, so it could only be put in a Chenkuan bag. Heard. Viper and Dong Qing's eyes lit up. The Holy Lion had the body of a false god, which was equivalent to a divine beast. They had never tasted a divine beast's meat before. Dan Wangkai immediately found an empty Chenkuan bag and happily placed the Saint Lion into the Chenkuan bag. Viper said, Master, I have a question in my heart. What is it? The inner demons asked expressionlessly. Viper said, Since the 4 sacred beasts were divine beasts in the past, why didn't I see them use the power of their divine souls? Hearing Viper's words, Dan Wangkai was slightly stunned and nodded. Yes, where are their divine souls? The inner demons said, They haven't condensed their divine souls yet. What do you mean? The two were puzzled. The inner demons said, Only a true god of war can condense their divine souls. I see. The two were enlightened. Viper asked, Then is there no difference between a false god's soul and our soul? Of course there is a difference. After stepping into the false god realm, the soul will slowly transform. When it becomes a divine soul, it will be a god of war. The inner demons said. I see. In other words, the process of the soul transformation is the false god. Dan Wangkai said. Yes. Of course, I only have a rough understanding of it from ancient books. I don't know the details. The inner demons said. The two of them nodded. No matter how authentic the information recorded in the ancient books was, there would always be some discrepancies. In short, the existence of gods was not something they were qualified to touch at the moment. Ah! Just as the three of them were chatting, a scream suddenly rang out. The three of them hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound and saw Dong Qing crash into the ground below like a meteor. Rumble. A huge crater appeared in an instant. Yan Wei's imposing manner was like a rainbow as he rushed into the huge pit. He picked up Dong Qing like he was picking up a chick and walked to the front of the inner demons. There was a fist-sized hole in Dong Qing's lower abdomen, and blood was gushing out. His face was also deathly pale. Not bad, you didn't disappoint me. The inner demons glanced indifferently at Yan Wei, then looked at Dong Qing contemptuously and said, Do you think you have the right to be arrogant in front of me just because you're with Mu Tianyang? Dong Qing's face was ferocious, full of resentment and hatred. The inner demon said disdainfully, I destroyed your Dong family back then and I can destroy you now. Tell me, how do you want to die? Dong Qing remained silent, but her body was trembling uncontrollably. The inner demon sneered and said, If you beg for mercy, maybe I'll consider letting you go. After all, Dong Xingyang and I have a good relationship. Don't mention him in front of me. Dong Qing roared. What? The inner demon smiled mockingly. Dong Qing shouted, He's a coward. A coward? Haha. You're wrong about that. He once wanted to kill me to avenge the Dong family, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability. But he's more self-aware than you are. He knows what he should do and what he shouldn't do. The inner demon sneered. Dong Qing said, even if what you said is true, it can't hide his cowardly and incompetent nature. You're still wrong. He's not cowardly and incompetent. He's trying to preserve the last trace of the Dong family's bloodline. Because he's the only man left in the Dong family. It can be said that the burden and responsibility he carries far surpasses yours. As for you, you look very courageous and admirable, but in fact you're the most ignorant, stupid, and irresponsible. The inner demon sneered. Dong Qing flew into a rage out of humiliation and shouted, "You're a demon who kills without blinking an eye. What right do you have to judge me? I don't know if others are qualified, but I know that I'm the most qualified. Because all of this was started by the Dong family. If the Dong family had been more down to earth and not so aggressive back then, would it have fallen to this point? So, you have no right to resent others, including me." The inner demon said blandly. Dong Qing was silent for a long time. Then she shook her head and said, "Cut the crap. I, Dong Qing, am a woman of my words. You can punish me however you want if I lose. You've got a backbone." The inner demons nodded with a smile and said, "But I have another question. Where's Zhang Jin?" He hadn't seen Zhang Jin since he arrived here. Zhang Jin should be with Ren Duxing, but why wasn't he here? Could it be that he was ordered by Ren Duxing to complete some other task? No comment. Dong Qing closed her eyes and said, "I'm not afraid of stubbornness." The inner demon smiled coldly and looked at Yen Wei. "Take him to the castle and let Fatso interrogate him." "Okay." Yen Wei nodded. The inner demons waved his hand and sent Yen Wei, Dong Qing, Viper, and Dan Wangkai to the castle. Both of them were seriously injured and needed to recuperate. Moreover, their opponents now were Rin Duxing and the state preceptor. They couldn't help much. As for Dong Qing, the inner demons wasn't worried at all. Because the prerequisite for self-destruction was cultivation. The inner demons looked up at the sky. His eyes flashed slightly and he rushed to the hinterland. Rin Duxing didn't come here on a whim. So, there must be something hidden here. At the top of the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The wind howled. Waves of terrifying energy surged down from the sky. Buzz. The inner demons waved his hand. Chang Shui floated above his head, emitting a hazy divine light to protect the inner demons. After a while, the inner demons saw the stone tablet. "Intruders of the hinterland of the Magic Dragon Mountains, die." He flew to the stone tablet and looked at the words on it. His pupils shrank slightly. What a strong killing intent. The cultivation of the person who wrote these words must have reached the pinnacle of perfection. When he looked up and saw the situation of the hinterland, a trace of surprise crept up in his eyes. Not a single blade of grass grew and bones were everywhere. Wasn't this scene the same as the Devil's Island? Could it be that this place, his spirits were lifted, and he stepped into the hinterland? A familiar mysterious power suddenly surged toward him. As expected, the inner demon's eyes trembled. He scanned the hinterland, his face full of surprise. This mysterious force was almost exactly the same as the mysterious force on the Devil's Island and the Magic Dragon Glacier. In other words, there was also a demonic item that was related to the heart of the Magic Dragon and the eye of the Magic Dragon hidden here. Whoosh! He turned into a stream of light and rushed into the depths of the hinterland. Chang Shui's divine light flickered, blocking the mysterious force that was robbing vitality. Time passed breath by breath. Finally, the inner demons came to the front of the giant mountain. He looked up at the top of the mountain, his eyes bursting with light. "I want to see what it is that made Rin Duxing so envious." There was no suspense. Rin Duxing must have come to the hinterland for the thing on the top of the mountain. When he reached the top of the mountain and saw the black fog, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. This aura was exactly the same as the heart of the Magic Dragon, the eye of the Magic Dragon, and the reverse scale. He took 2 steps and 3 steps and walked to the front of the black fog. The mysterious force was stronger, but Chang Shui was as steady as Mount Tai and did not shake at all. The mysterious force also did not break through Chang Shui's defense. This was enough to show that whether it was Chang Shui or the castle, they were all stronger than the battle sword and magic crystal in Rin Duxing's hands. And, suddenly, the inner demons lowered his head and looked at the ground in front of him. A trace of suspicion crawled on his face. There were actually many footprints on the ground. He looked at a few of the footprints and found that they were not human footprints, but the footprints of beasts. Suddenly, he laughed. He knew who the owner of these footprints was. The 4 sacred beasts. In other words, Rin Duxing had been here a long time ago. But the black fog was still here, which meant that Rin Duxing had no way to enter this black fog. Coming early may not be useful. The inner demons laughed sarcastically, raised his foot and stepped into the black fog. Immediately, a dragon claw entered his sight. The dragon claw was only the size of an adult's palm, and it was as black as ink, emitting a shocking demonic aura. First the heart of the magic dragon and the eye of the magic dragon, then the reverse scale and now a dragon claw. Could it be, as the Mu clan ancestor said, that this was left behind by a magic dragon? The inner demon stared at the dragon claw and muttered to himself. But he could not figure it out. Why was the heart of the magic dragon, the eye of the magic dragon, and the reverse scale all in the Forgotten Continent, but this dragon claw was in the Great Qin Empire? Who was it that killed this magic dragon back then? And what was the point of leaving the heart of the magic dragon behind? Just as he was puzzled, the castle automatically flew out from between his eyebrows. The next moment, the dragon claw in front of him, like the heart of the magic dragon and the other demonic creatures, disappeared without a trace. Bastard! The inner demons was stunned and suddenly became angry. He grabbed the castle and roared, "Don't go too far." But the castle's divine light dimmed, like a dead object. There was no reaction. The inner demons became angrier and angrier. Once or twice he could endure it, but he did not expect it to happen again. Bang! He smashed the castle to the ground and stepped on it. Swish! But before he could step on it, the castle turned into a stream of light and disappeared from between his eyebrows. "Get the hell out!" The inner demons roared in exasperation. "This bastard is even more shameless than me." Hey, I did not provoke you. Why are you scolding me in your heart? Besides, where did you see me being shameless? Qin Feiyang's dissatisfied voice immediately sounded in his heart. "You are shameless everywhere." The inner demons coldly snorted. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He said, "Instead of competing with the castle, why don't we hurry up and see how the battle between the Imperial Advisor and Ren Duxing is going?" The inner demons angrily stomped his foot, then rushed up to the sky and rushed towards the clouds. Boom! The giant mountain under his feet collapsed on the spot. It was obvious how terrifying the power of his foot was. Chapter 1185. At the top of the clouds. Above the firmament. Boom! Clang! The divine weapons and divine arts collided continuously. A terrifying storm tore through the starry sky. It was a scene of destruction. At this moment, if an ordinary person entered the firmament, they would probably be destroyed instantly. Without Chang Shue's protection, the inner demons would not dare to go up. So, the inner demons broke through the clouds and stood at the top of the clouds. What entered their sight was a vast starry sky. Somewhere in the starry sky, Ren Duxing and the Grand Tutor stood opposite each other. The divine weapons and divine arts collided violently. Waves of destructive aura swept out in all directions like raging waves hitting the shore. Both of them were dripping with blood, and their faces were full of weakness. The inner demons observed for a while and sneered. "Looks like they're both at the end of their rope." Even so, the battle between Ren Duxing and the Grand Tutor was not something he could interfere with. Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, the two of them also sensed the inner demon's aura. They stopped at the same time and turned to look at the inner demons. "Don't stop. Continue." The inner demons crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked like he was watching a show. Ren Duxing said in a deep voice, "You killed Dong Qing and the 4 sacred beasts?" "That's right." The inner demons nodded. Ren Duxing's eyes were filled with coldness. He said angrily, "I shouldn't have let you live." The inner demons said disdainfully, "Don't talk big. Even if I'm standing here, you may not be able to kill me." Ren Duxing looked at Chang Shui, who was above the inner demons. His pupils shrank and he did not hide his greed. The Grand Tutor's eyes were also full of greed. Jackals of the same tribe. The inner demons snorted and looked at Ren Duxing. "By the way, let me tell you something. The dragon claw is already in my hands." "What?" Ren Duxing's eyes froze. "Looks like you care a lot. However, don't expect me to hand over what's in my hands." The inner demon laughed. Her smile was very bright. "Oh." Ren Duxing spat out a mouthful of blood. This was anger attacking the heart. It was a mixture of regret and hatred. If he had killed this kid in the land of ruins, how could this have happened? The inner demons exclaimed, "Aya, don't be so agitated. It's not good to hurt your body." "I'll kill you." Ren Duxing roared angrily and dragged his bloody body toward Qin Feiyang. "Your opponent is me." The state preceptor stepped in front of Ren Duxing, his eyes flashing coldly. The inner demons were astonished. This old thing would actually help him? What was going on? "This old man is helping you out of consideration for the bigger picture." Mu Tianyang's existence is not only a threat to us, but also to the great Qin Empire. We can't let him leave alive. Quickly join forces with this old man and kill him. The state preceptor stared at Ren Duxing, murderous intent surging in his old eyes. The bigger picture, the inner demons was stunned, shook his head and said, I really didn't expect you to have this kind of awareness. This old man admits that there are some grudges between us, but in the face of the big picture, this old man will not be careless. Otherwise this old man will not help you stall him. The state preceptor said in a deep voice. I see. The inner demons suddenly understood. He was originally wondering why Ren Duxing did not go down to save Dongqing and the four sacred beasts. It turned out that the state preceptor was helping him stall. Looks like this rotten old man isn't that unreasonable after all. The bigger picture? Haha, however. Hearing the state preceptor's words, Ren Duxing could not stop laughing, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. The inner demons looked at him suspiciously. Ren Duxing said, Qin Feiyang, don't be fooled by his appearance. What do you mean? The inner demons frowned. Ren Duxing sneered, he is not as simple as you think. Do you still remember Zhuge Mingyang? Of course I remember. The inner demons nodded. At the same time. At the mention of Zhuge Mingyang, the state preceptor's pupils shrank slightly. Ren Duxing glanced at the state preceptor and said, then do you know why Zhuge Mingyang assisted the first prince in the past, and why he cared so much about the first prince? The inner demons said, about this question Zhuge Mingyang once told me that it was because of the situation. Do you believe it? Ren Duxing asked. The inner demon shook his head. He had never believed it. This question had been puzzling him for a long time, but he could not find the real answer. Now Ren Duxing suddenly mentioned this matter. Could it be that Ren Duxing knew the real reason? Ren Duxing said with a smile, as you think, I know the whole truth. The inner demons narrowed his eyes and said, tell me quickly. Ren Duxing pointed at the state preceptor and said, help me kill him and I will tell you. The state preceptor panicked and hurriedly said, Qin Feiyang, he is trying to sow discord. Don't be fooled. Haha, the inner demons laughed and said, you said so much just to get my help. But with my little strength, I don't think I can help you much, right? You can. As long as you give pale snow to this old man has full confidence that he will be completely destroyed. Don't worry, after I kill him, this old man will return pale snow to you in one piece. The state preceptor said. Ren Duxing looked at the state preceptor and said mockingly, do you think he will believe your nonsense? The state preceptor turned a deaf ear and said to Qin Feiyang, this is the only way to get rid of him. For the sake of your ancestor, the Qin Emperor, and the safety of billions of people, you should think about it carefully. The inner demons glanced at the two of them, his eyes flickering. Ren Duxing said, Qin Feiyang, I won't say such emotional words. I will only tell you one thing. Zhuge Mingyang's secret is enough to shake the great Qin Empire. What? The inner demons trembled. Was it that serious? Ren Duxing said, don't doubt it. If you don't believe me, the great Qin Empire will fall into the hands of others before I can take it back. The inner demon's pupils shrank and he thought to himself, looking at him, he doesn't seem to be an alarmist. He really couldn't tell whether it was true or not, so he asked Qin Feiyang for his opinion. Qin Feiyang was silent for a moment and said, neither of them can be trusted. Let's wait and see. Okay. The inner demons secretly agreed. But at this moment, the image crystal vibrated. The inner demons raised his eyebrows and entered the castle. It turned out that Fatso was sending him a message. What's wrong? He looked at Fatso suspiciously. Fatso said in a deep voice, Dongqing confessed. The inner demons looked down at Dongqing and saw her lying on the ground unconscious. Not only was her face unrecognizable, but there was also the smell of urine on her body. The inner demons looked at the white-eyed wolf and frowned. Did you do this? The white-eyed wolf said proudly, brother, this is holy water. It's her honor to give it to you. Honor? The inner demon's mouth twitched violently. How could there be such a shameless guy in the world? It was no wonder that Dongqing confessed. No matter how strong a person's mind was, they would collapse in front of such a guy. What did she confess? The inner demons looked at Fatso and asked. Fatso said, Zhang Jin went to the capital. The inner demons raised his eyebrows and asked, why did he go to the capital? Ren Duxing asked him to go. Ren Duxing wanted to get the dragon claw in the hinterland, but he couldn't get close with just the combat sword and the magic crystal. So Ren Duxing asked Zhang Jin to go to the capital to find Lu Xingchen and get the divine bone. Fatso said. The divine bone is with Lu Xingqian? The inner demons was surprised. Yes. Fatso nodded. I really didn't expect that such an important thing would be with him. However, Lu Xingqian is now in the hands of old Qin. Even if Zhang Jin sneaks into the capital, he won't have any chance. The inner demons sneered. Fatso said, but Zhang Jin must be eliminated. Yes. The inner demons nodded, grabbed Dong Qing and left the castle. But the place where he appeared was no longer at the top of the clouds, because the exposed castle would automatically sink. He stood in the air and looked up at the sky. There were no fluctuations of battle in the sky, which meant that the state preceptor and Ren Duxing were no longer fighting. Whoosh. He rushed into the sky again and stood at the top of the clouds, only to see the state preceptor and Ren Duxing looking at each other vigilantly in silence. Do you want to kill her? The inner demons picked up Dong Qing and looked at Ren Duxing with a smile. Ren Duxing said lightly, she's just a chess piece. If you want to kill her, just kill her. It doesn't matter. Haha, it doesn't matter. You're indeed the emperor of the previous dynasty. The inner demon threw her head back and laughed. Then she suddenly clenched her fingers and crushed Dong Qing's head in front of Ren Duxing. Ren Duxing's eyes were hazy. Dong Qing was indeed just a chess piece to him, but the inner demon's arrogant attitude made him very unhappy. You can continue. The inner demons glanced at the two of them indifferently, then turned and left. He realized that as long as he was here, the state preceptor and Ren Duxing would not really fight, because neither of them wanted him to reap the benefits. Looking at the inner demon's back, both Ren Duxing and the state preceptor looked gloomy. Suddenly, the two of them looked at each other and activated their battle sword and jade pendant at the same time. Divine power roared in all directions and the starry sky collapsed. The inner demons was shocked and quickly turned to look. The state preceptor smiled coldly and said, if you don't join forces with me, then I'll join forces with Mu Tianyang and send you to hell. That's right. You only have one choice. Either join forces with me or join forces with the state preceptor. Ren Duxing's eyes were also filled with murderous intent. The inner demons glanced at the two of them in a daze. He did not expect the situation to turn out like this. Make a decision now. The two of them shouted in unison. The inner demons frowned and shook his head. You're making it difficult for me. But I won't give Chang Shui to anyone. In other words, he would not help either of them. If the two of them wanted to join forces to kill him, he would not care. You're so stubborn. The state preceptor was furious. The jade pendant suddenly shone with divine light, shaking the starry sky, and attacked the inner demons. Ren Duxing looked at the inner demons and said regretfully, I didn't want to kill you but you forced me. Go to hell. He roared and his battle sword shone with peerless sharpness. However, the red battle sword did not slash at Qin Feiyang. Instead, it took advantage of the moment when the state preceptor attacked Qin Feiyang to turn around and slash at the state preceptor. Damn it. The state preceptor's expression changed and he hurriedly recalled the jade pendant. He did not expect that Ren Duxing, who was so aggressive to kill Qin Feiyang, would suddenly change sides and attack him. However, it was too late to recall the jade pendant now. The battle sword whistled through the air. At the critical moment, the state preceptor hurriedly dodged to the side. The battle sword fell and blood gushed out. The state preceptor's right arm was cut off on the spot. Ah! He endured the pain and quickly retreated far away, staring at Ren Duxing vigilantly. Whoosh! The jade pendant turned into a divine rainbow and returned to the top of his head, hanging down strands of divine light to protect him. What a pity. Ren Duxing shook his head. Chapter 1186. However, it was an undeniable fact that the state preceptor's injuries had worsened. Clang. Boom. Ren Duxing suddenly turned around, and the battle sword and magic crystal were revived again. With a shocking sharpness and demonic power, he once again attacked the state preceptor. He wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue an attack. In the distance, the inner demons pursed his lips playfully. The current situation was really ever-changing. No one could ever imagine what would happen in the next second. Facing the two divine artifacts, the state preceptor's heart was extremely heavy. He thought that Ren Duxing would really join forces with him to kill Qin Feiyang first. Who would have thought that it was just an act? Now, if Qin Feiyang were to choose a team again, there was no doubt that he would definitely stand with Ren Duxing. Qin Feiyang, he didn't put him in his eyes. But once Qin Feiyang gave the Chang Shui to Ren Duxing, he would definitely die. Therefore he had the thought of retreating in his heart. State preceptor, this old man will help you. However, at this moment, a hoarse shout resounded. Following closely, A white-haired old man rushed to the top of the clouds and appeared in the sight of the three. Was Elder Qin. The situation is really ever-changing and unpredictable, the inner demons muttered. But they couldn't figure out how this old man knew they were here. At the same time, a trace of panic crawled up Rinduxing's face. The state preceptor's face was filled with ecstasy. Pointing at Rinduxing, he shouted, "He is Mu Tianyang, quickly kill him. Mu Tianyang, your time of death has come." Elder Qin's eyes surged with a cold light, his divine power erupted, and he rushed towards Rinduxing like an avalanche. Damn it. Rinduxing's face was gloomy. For the state preceptor now, he had full confidence that he could kill him. But he didn't expect that Elder Qin would suddenly attack. Facing two fake gods with his current state, even if he had two divine artifacts, it was impossible to win. Rinduxing glanced at the two of them. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, he recalled the two divine artifacts and rushed to the front of the inner demons. Then he swept up the inner demons and rushed down without looking back. "Don't run." The Imperial Preceptor and Old Qin roared and immediately chased after him. "If I want to leave, none of you can stop me." Rinduxing snorted and sent a wisp of divine sense into the magic crystal. Rumble. A terrifying gravitational force surged toward the two of them like a tidal wave. The Imperial Tutor and Old Qin felt as if they had sunk into a quagmire. Their speed suddenly decreased. "This is..." Old Man Qin held his breath. The Imperial Preceptor said in a deep voice, "That's right, it's the demonic crystal that belonged to the late Emperor. What a pity that the late Emperor's belongings have fallen into the hands of a devil." Old Man Qin cried out. While the two of them were talking, Rinduxing opened a portal and sneered, "Go back and tell your Emperor that I will be back sooner or later." After saying that, Rinduxing then turned around and darted into the portal with the inner demon and the magic crystal. That gravitational force also dissipated. The Imperial Preceptor and Old Man Qin immediately activated the power of the false god and blasted the portal, but they were still a step too late. The inner demons and Rinduxing were teleported away. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." The Imperial Preceptor cursed and flew into a rage. Mu Tianyang was the emperor of the previous dynasty and was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the late emperor. Letting him escape was equivalent to letting a tiger return to the mountain. Old Man Qin sighed, "It's my fault. If I had come earlier, you wouldn't have been injured so badly, and Mu Tianyang wouldn't have escaped." The Imperial Preceptor glanced at him and said, "Don't say that. If you hadn't come in time, I would have definitely died in their hands." "Them?" Old Man Qin raised his eyebrows and said, "You mean Qin Feiyang has already joined forces with Mu Tianyang?" "Yes. I have already told His Majesty to get rid of him as soon as possible, but His Majesty was merciful. It's great now, isn't it? He and Mu Tianyang are in cahoots. Mu Tianyang is already troublesome enough. Now with this little bastard there will be endless trouble." The Imperial Preceptor said angrily. Old Man Qin frowned. The Imperial Preceptor's eyes flickered slightly as he asked suspiciously, "But speaking of which, how did you know we were here? Are you following me?" "I followed you? You think too much. I just felt uneasy seeing that you guys haven't returned for so long, so I came to Huzhou to take a look. By the way, where are the enforcers you brought?" Old Man Qin asked. The Imperial Preceptor closed his eyes in pain and sighed, "They probably all died in the hands of Qin Feiyang." This time he wasn't pretending. Because those enforcers were his trusted subordinates. It would be strange if he didn't feel heartache when so many of them died. Old Man Qin patted his shoulder and comforted him, "Don't be sad. Let's go back and tell His Majesty about this and let him decide." The Imperial Preceptor nodded. At the same time, spiritual state, desert of death. It was as hot as ever. Strong winds blew, and yellow sand filled the sky. In the desert, the traces of beasts were hard to find, and only one or two figures could be seen occasionally. Swish. Suddenly, two figures appeared out of thin air above a sand dune. It was the inner demons and Rinduxing. Rinduxing put away the magic crystal, glanced at the desert below and asked, "Do you still know where this place is?" "Of course," the inner demons said lightly. Rinduxing said, "We should have officially met here, right?" "Yes." The inner demons nodded. Rinduxing said, "How have I treated you?" The inner demons was stunned and said, "Not bad." "Then why did you betray me?" Rinduxing suddenly raised his head, stared at the inner demons angrily, and slapped at the inner demons. This change was very sudden. But the inner demons wasn't surprised at all. He raised his hand and punched. Boom. Rinduxing was sent flying on the spot, blood gushing out of his mouth. You dare to attack me without using your divine sense or artifact. Do you want to die? The inner demons smiled in disdain. Ren Duxing stabilized his body and stared at the inner demons with a gloomy expression, letting the blood splatter. The inner demons smiled mockingly and said lightly, after fighting with the Grand Master for so long, you shouldn't have much divine sense left. Killing you is still not a problem. Ren Duxing said word by word, his eyes full of murderous intent. Then you can try. The inner demons crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at him provocatively. Ren Duxing clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a shocking cold light. After a long time he took a deep breath and sneered, "If I didn't give you the pill scripture back then, would you have today's achievements? Is this how you repay your benefactor? Give it to me?" The inner demons smiled and said, "Don't get it wrong, I got the pill scripture with my own ability." What a joke. If I wanted to get the pill scripture back then, it would be easy. Ren Duxing shouted. You're the one who's joking. After I got the pill scripture back then, I kept it in the castle. Without my permission, can you enter the castle? I don't think so. So, don't say such high-sounding words. It will only make you more ridiculous and funny. The inner demon said lightly. Ren Duxing was about to explode. He held back his anger and nodded, "Okay, let's not talk about the pill scripture for now. Let's talk about how I let you go in the ruins out of kindness. Why are you betraying me now?" Betraying you? The inner demons was stunned. Ren Duxing said angrily, "You dare say that you didn't call the Grand Master an Elder Qin?" "That's right, I called the Grand Master here. My purpose is very simple. I want you to fight until both sides are injured, and then I'll take advantage of the situation. Unfortunately, I'm still too young and underestimated you. Old monsters like you who have lived for tens of thousands of years cherish your lives more than anyone else. How can you really fight to the death? But even if I don't get rid of you, I've already profited this time. Not only did I kill Dong Qing and the 4 sacred beasts, but I also killed 50 or 60 inner hall enforcers. You don't care about Dong Qing's death, but the 4 sacred beasts' death must be very painful for you," the inner demon said with a playful smile. Ren Duxing clenched his hands tightly. The 4 sacred beasts were loyal to him. In the early years they accompanied him on expeditions. They were not only his most trusted subordinates but also his partners. Thinking back when he fought with Qin Badian, the 4 sacred beasts didn't die, but now they were killed by Qin Feiyang. How could he not hate him? The inner demons looked at him coldly and said, "As for Elder Qin, I'm also wondering why he came." The inner demons pondered. Could it be, suddenly? His eyes trembled slightly. With a thought, the killing intent floating in his chi-si emerged. This was the killing intent that Elder Qin gave him. And? Ren Duxing was surprised by the killing intent. The inner demons looked at Ren Duxing and said in a deep voice, "Help me see if this killing intent is still connected to Elder Qin." At that time, Elder Qin told him that he had already cut off the connection with this killing intent. But now he couldn't help but wonder if Elder Qin had lied to him. Ren Duxing released a wisp of divine sense and rushed toward the killing intent. However, before he could get close, the killing intent burst out with a terrifying killing intent and blasted toward Ren Duxing's divine sense. The inner demon's expression changed and he went straight to the castle. Just as he stepped into the castle, a deafening rumbling sound rang out from under his feet. The killing intent and divine sense collided with each other, and a world-destroying wave of air suddenly emerged and rolled in all directions. For a moment, in this world the void collapsed, the desert sank and yellow sand flew all over the sky. Finally, the killing intent was shattered. But Ren Duxing's divine sense also disappeared by more than half. "Just you wait, I will never let you go." Ren Duxing couldn't help but roar. Whether it was his face or his eyes, they were full of weakness. When the wind calmed down, the inner demons appeared in the desert. Looking at Ren Duxing in the sky, his eyes flashed and he laughed. "It seems that your divine sense is really not much left." Ren Duxing's face darkened. The inner demons flew up and laughed. "Tell me how much is left." 10. 5. Or is there only one last wisp of divine sense left? Ren Duxing said sternly, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you really wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? I think you still need me to help you with something?" The inner demons teased. If he had no value, Ren Duxing would have definitely joined forces with the Imperial Advisor to kill him in the Magic Dragon Mountain range. "Ha!" Ren Duxing laughed and mocked. "You are so smart you can think of anything, but in the end you were still tricked by Elder Qin?" Chapter 1187. If Elder Qin really cut off the connection with the killing intent, it wouldn't wake up on its own. Because after cutting off the connection, the killing intent would only listen to Qin Feiyang's orders. In other words, the killing intent would only attack when Qin Feiyang asked it to. But just now, the killing intent woke up on its own without the inner demon saying anything. This meant that Elder Qin didn't cut off the connection with the killing intent at all. In other words, Elder Qin tracked his location based on the killing intent. The inner demons clenched his hands and sneered, "These old foxes, none of them are trustworthy." They thought that Elder Qin was a good person. But they didn't expect that he was also harboring evil intentions. "You must be very angry." Ren Duxing laughed gloatingly. The inner demons sneered and said, "Don't gloat. Do you know Lu Xingqian's current situation?" "What do you mean?" Ren Duxing's face darkened. "Dong Qing has explained everything in detail. You asked Zhang Jin to go to the capital to find Lu Xingqian to get the divine bone, but Lu Xingqian is now in Elder Qin's hands," the inner demons said. Ren Duxing stepped forward, grabbed the inner demon's clothes and shouted, "Speak clearly, what's going on?" "Let go." The inner demons raised his eyebrows. "But," Ren Duxing roared. "I told you to let go." The inner demons lowered his voice and said word by word. Ren Duxing stared at the inner demons aggressively, but in the end, he compromised and let go of the inner demon's clothes. "Before going to He province to find you, I went to see Lu Xingqian and saw through his identity, so I handed him over to Elder Qin. He should be in the prison of God now. So even if Zhang Jin went to the capital, he wouldn't have a chance to see him." The inner demons laughed. "Bastard." Ren Duxing suddenly went crazy with anger. But suddenly, he smiled, a very bright smile. The inner demons frowned. Ren Duxing looked at the inner demons and said, "Do you remember that I told you that I know Zhuge Mingyang's secret?" The pupils of the inner demons shrank slightly. Ren Duxing said, "This matter was investigated by Lu Xingqian. If you want to know the truth, go find him." The inner demons narrowed their eyes. It was obvious that Ren Duxing wanted to use this point to make him go to the imperial capital to rescue Lu Xingqian. "You want to rescue Lu Xingqian without expending a single soldier? Your wishful thinking is really good. But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I don't really want to know the truth." The inner demons sneered. "Really? Then what if I say that Zhuge Mingyang and the eldest prince are biological brothers?" Ren Duxing joked. "Biological brothers." The inner demons trembled. "That's all I can tell you. You can ask Lu Xingqian yourself." Ren Duxing chuckled. After that he opened a portal, turned around and left without looking back. "Biological brothers?" the inner demons muttered to themselves. How was this possible? Whoosh! Qin Feiyang manifested next to the inner demons. His face was also full of disbelief. The inner demons deactivated the kill formula, turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "I won't interfere in this matter. You do as you see fit." After that, the inner demons retreated to the inner world. Qin Feiyang also took control of his physical body. He lowered his head in silence. The eldest prince and Zhuge Mingyang were biological brothers. If what Ren Duxing said was true, then this matter would be a big deal. A moment later, he raised his head and glanced at the desert of death, then took out a portal and was ready to leave. "Are you Jiang Haoyin?" Suddenly, a timid voice sounded. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He had not used the name Jiang Haoyin for many years. And now the world knew that he was Qin Feiyang. Why would someone still call him by this name? He glanced around and finally found that the voice came from the desert below. Qin Feiyang asked, "I am Jiang Haoyin. May I ask who you are?" "It's really you." Accompanied by a joyful voice, the yellow sand below surged. Suddenly, a huge python rushed out of the yellow sand. Its body was dozens of meters long and its whole body was yellow. Its lantern-like pupils were full of excitement. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He never thought that it would be a python. "Do you still remember me?" The python flew in front of Qin Feiyang and said excitedly, "You are?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Back then, when you and the ruffian wolf wanted to go to the Sea of Despair, I was the one who took you through the desert of death. Before we parted, you promised that you would come to me in the future and give me the breakthrough pill and transformation pill." The python transmitted its voice, beaming with joy. "So it's you?" Qin Feiyang suddenly realized. He finally remembered. That's right. Back then, it was this python in front of him that took him and the white-eyed wolf to the Sea of Despair. Moreover, this python also helped them open the door of potential. Of course, the python didn't know about this. Meeting after a long time, Qin Feiyang was also very happy. He even forgot about his troubles and asked, how have you been these years? I have been waiting for you all these years, but you didn't come to me. The python was a little disappointed. I'm sorry. I was too busy and forgot what I promised you, Qin Feiyang said apologetically. The python laughed, it's fine as long as you're here. Qin Feiyang was a little ashamed and asked with a smile, why are you here? I was meditating in the distance. I suddenly heard the sound of a battle here, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect it to be you. The python said. I'm really sorry. Do you still need the transformation pill and the breakthrough pill now? Qin Feiyang asked. No need. A few years ago by chance I came across a dead body. In his Qinghuan bag I found a lot of pills including the barrier-breaking pill and the transformation pill. The python said. Qin Feiyang laughed. This is called good people have good karma. How am I a good person? I was just lucky. The python was a little shy. Qin Feiyang sized it up. After all these years the python's strength had also broken through. 6-star war emperor. In this desert, it was already strong enough to dominate. Suddenly, he made the next decision in his heart and smiled. Are you willing to leave with me? Leave. The python was a little stunned, obviously not expecting Qin Feiyang to ask such a question. Of course I won't force you. If you don't want to, I will leave behind some pills, enough for you to break through to the War Master. Qin Feiyang said. I'm willing. The python nodded. Qin Feiyang was slightly startled. This caught him off guard. He originally thought that the python would consider it carefully, but he didn't expect it to agree so straightforwardly. There are some things that I have to tell you in advance. Although you can obtain great strength by following me, you will also face many powerful enemies at the same time. For example, the current imperial advisor and emperor of the Great Qin Empire. Qin Feiyang said. Are they very powerful? The python looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang was startled and then laughed bitterly. The python had always lived in the Death Desert, so how could it know how powerful the current emperor and the imperial advisor were? They are very strong. Because they are the dominators of this continent, Qin Feiyang patiently explained. He was very grateful to this giant python. Back then, if he were to rely on himself, it would take at least a few years to cross this desert. There was even a great possibility that he would be buried in the Death Desert. After all, at that time he was only a martial ancestor. He was like this. As long as he was indebted to someone, whether it was a human or a beast, he would repay it double. Hearing Qin Feiyang's explanation, the python sighed. I didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying existence in this world. What about you? What's your cultivation now? It asked again. Qin Feiyang said, 6-star battle saint. A battle saint is simply a godlike existence. The python sighed, but its eyes were even more determined. I'm not afraid because I also want to be like you and break through with a bang. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, let's go, I'll take you to a place. After saying that, he opened the portal in his hand. The python's enormous body rapidly shrunk. After that, it followed behind Qin Feiyang and entered the teleportation gate. Iron Ox Town. There was nothing left of this small village. Although many days had passed, there was still a tragic aura left in the void. Outside the town, deep in the mountains, a clear lake rippled. A simple courtyard was located beside the lake. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang and the python appeared in front of the courtyard one after another. The python asked suspiciously, where is this place? My home. Qin Feiyang looked at the courtyard and smiled. Oh. The python was stunned and looked around curiously. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Fatso and the rest, Wolf King and other beasts all appeared in an instant. In short, in the ancient castle except for Mu Qing, everyone came out. Seeing so many people and beasts appear at once and each of them had an extremely powerful aura, the python was so scared that it hurriedly hid behind Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang pulled it out and smiled, don't be afraid, they are all my family. After saying that, Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and the others and said, everyone welcome our new partners. Little worm, long time no see. How are you? Did you miss your brother? The white-eyed wolf was the first to go up and laughed. You are. The python looked at the white-eyed wolf and suddenly its eyes trembled and said in surprise, that ruffian wolf. A row of black lines appeared on the white-eyed wolf's forehead. No matter who it met, they all called it ruffian wolf. Was it really that bad? Little guy, welcome to the pirate ship. The two-winged snow eagle was also very enthusiastic, but this sentence made Qin Feiyang a little angry. What pirate ship? Do you know how to speak? The pangolin also stared at the two-winged snow eagle and ran to the front of the python with a smile. Don't be nervous, we are all good people. But that smile was very wretched. Good people? The python looked strange. These guys in front of it didn't look like good people at all. The black dragon snake shouted, Okay, they just joined and don't know us. What if they are scared away? Join. The python's heart skipped a beat. This seemed to be a special word for bandits and robbers, right? Could this really be a pirate ship? Looking at the python's worried look, Qin Feiyang was quite helpless. He stared at Wolf King and the other beasts and said, Stop fooling around, hurry up and prepare, we are going to barbecue. Barbecue. Chapter 1188. The giant python glanced at everyone's expressions and asked in a low voice, What barbecue? Why is everyone so excited? Divine meat. Qin Feiyang laughed. What? The giant python's eyes widened. Divine meat? What kind of joke was this? Was this something that ordinary people could eat? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, took out Chang Shui, threw it to Dan Wangkai and said, Go and prepare. All right. Dan Wangkai grabbed Chang Shui and excitedly ran to the lake. He took out the universe bag and took out the holy lion's corpse. Wolf King and the winged snow eagle also immediately followed to help. Not long later, the holy lion was chopped into 8 pieces. There was still a shocking divine might left in the flesh and blood. Fatso and Viper ran far away and found a large pile of firewood. They also moved a few large stones and built a few stoves. Viper took out a few large pots and placed them on top. There were stewing pots, frying pans, steaming pans. After igniting the firewood, the water in the pot quickly boiled. The giant python was stunned. To it, divine beasts were legendary existences that could only be looked at but not touched. But now, it saw with its own eyes that a divine beast was chopped into pieces, thrown into a pot, fried, steamed, and stir-fried. What an inconceivable scene. At the same time, seeing that everyone was busy, Qin Feiyang's face revealed a smile that he hadn't seen for a long time. This smile was very sincere. Then, he silently left the lake and aimlessly wandered around the nearby mountains. The mountains, trees, and rivers here seemed to be hiding an invisible magic power. Every time he returned here, his anxious heart would slowly calm down. Walking to the mountains, breathing in the fresh air and recalling the past, his heart was especially peaceful. This won't do. By the lake, Fatso stood in front of the stove, looking at the divine meat in the few large pots, looking rather annoyed. These divine meat had been in the pot for a while, but there were no signs of cooking. Suddenly, Fatso's eyes lit up as he said, Boss, let me borrow your nether devil flame. But when he turned to look at Qin Feiyang, he found that Qin Feiyang had already disappeared. Where's Boss? Where did he go? He glanced around and asked Lu Hong and the others. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't even know when Qin Feiyang left. This person is too much. He didn't even say goodbye before leaving. Fatso grumbled in dissatisfaction. He looked at Dan Wangkai and chuckled, Then use your alchemy fire. Dan Wangkai said, Mine is only a 7th grade alchemy fire. Fatso urged, There's not much difference between rank 7 and rank 8. Hurry up. All right. Dan Wangkai nodded. With a thought, a palm-sized alchemy fire appeared. It was the 7th grade alchemy fire that he obtained from the Divine Python tribe's leader. A 7th grade alchemy fire was equivalent to a battle sage. Although it was still far from a false god, it was still better than ordinary dry firewood. I'll go find Qin Feiyang. Lu Hong glanced at the crowd and said with a smile. Then she turned and walked towards the mountains outside. I'll go take a look too. Yan Wei smiled and turned to follow her. Fatso was stunned. He turned to look at their backs and exclaimed, I don't even know where he went. Where are you going to find him? Yan Wei smiled without looking back. This place is only so big. How difficult can it be to find him? Up to you. Fatso waved his hand and turned back to stare at the few big pots. His eyes were glowing. Back to Qin Feiyang. Unknowingly, he walked into the small forest and stood on a blue stone. He looked around and didn't speak for a long time. I finally found you. Soon. Lu Hong and Yan Wei entered the small forest one after the other and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Why are you here? Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and turned to look at the two with a smile. Because we're worried about you. Lu Hong said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, The fierce beasts here are generally only at the level of a warrior or a martial master. What's there to worry about? It's better to be safe than sorry. Yan Wei smiled and walked to Qin Feiyang. He asked suspiciously, Why are you standing here? Qin Feiyang glanced around with a trace of reminiscence in his eyes. He said, This is where I parted with Uncle Yuan. Yen Wei nodded in realization. It turned out that this kid was thinking of someone else. Qin Feiyang sighed. I remember that when I was invited to the Lin family, Uncle Yuan sent me off here. But I didn't expect that this farewell would be forever. Lu Hong comforted her. That won't happen. You two will definitely meet again. Qin Feiyang nodded. In this world he didn't have many relatives. So whether it was his mother or Uncle Yuan, he cherished them very much. Lu Hong sighed. Suddenly she seemed to have thought of something and asked, Oh right, do you plan to save Lu Xingqian? Qin Feiyang was silent for a moment and said, Let me think about it. He personally sent Lu Xingqian to old Qin. Now he had to rescue him. He couldn't accept it. Lu Hong and Yen Wei looked at each other and fell silent. Qin Feiyang had his own opinions. They couldn't give any opinions. They could only silently guard him. Time passed little by little. After some time, Yen Wei suddenly raised his head and looked at the Iron Ox town not far away. They were not far from the Iron Ox town. They could see it if they raised their heads. Yen Wei seemed to have discovered something. There was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. But he didn't say anything and quickly withdrew his gaze. But soon he raised his head again and looked at the Iron Ox town. The suspicion in his eyes was even stronger. Suddenly, he looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Is there anyone else in the Iron Ox town? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He shook his head and said, No, why do you ask? No. Yen Wei frowned and muttered, Then why did I sense a Taoist's aura in the Iron Ox town? A human's aura. Qin Feiyang was surprised. He raised his head and looked at the Iron Ox town. Sure enough, he was also in the Iron Ox town. He sensed a weak aura that was difficult to distinguish. But he was sure that it was a person. Whoosh. Immediately, he turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the Iron Ox town. Yen Wei and Lu Hong quickly followed. With Qin Feiyang's current speed, he only needed a few steps to enter the Iron Ox town. But when he entered the Iron Ox town, he found that there was no one here. But in a certain place he saw something familiar. He took a step forward and landed in the center of the Iron Ox town. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. The Iron Ox town had long ceased to exist. It had now become a huge tomb. And on the ground there were 3 Buddhist incense sticks. In front of the Buddhist incense, there were 3 plates of fresh fruits and a wine pot. And there was a pile of burning paper money. Next to it there were a few footprints. Obviously, someone had been worshipping here before. Qin Feiyang shouted, Go and find it. I want to know who was worshipping here just now. Yen Wei and Lu Hong nodded and immediately split up to search. Qin Feiyang looked at the Buddhist incense, fruits and wine pot on the ground. His eyes flickered. Not long after, Yen Wei and Lu Hong came back. Yen Wei shook his head and said, The aura has disappeared. I didn't find it either. Lu Hong said, Strange. Everyone in the Iron Ox town has been killed. Who would come here to worship? Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Hong said, Could it be a villager in the Iron Ox town? On the same day, the battle between Zhang Jin and the invincible Black Army had indeed destroyed the entire Iron Ox town. But it could not be ruled out that someone just happened to be outside and luckily escaped. It can't be a villager in the Iron Ox town. Yen Wei shook his head. How do you know? Lu Hong was stunned and asked. It's very simple. If it's just an ordinary villager, it's impossible to slip away under our eyes. Yen Wei said. That's true. Lu Hong nodded. After sensing the aura, they immediately came to the Iron Ox town. In other words, the mysterious person who came to worship left during the time when they came to the Iron Ox town. It took them no more than 3 breaths to come to the Iron Ox town. How could an ordinary villager escape their tracking in 3 breaths of time? There was only one explanation. This person was a cultivator and he was very strong. Lu Hong looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, In addition to you, are there any other powerful cultivators in the Iron Ox town outside? Yes. Lin Yi Luo Qianxue. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong said in surprise, Could it be them? No. Because if it were them they wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Yen Wei looked down at the footprints on the ground and said, The key is that these footprints look like women's. The footprints of men were relatively wide, but the footprints on the ground were somewhat slender. Who could it be? Qin Feiyang stared at the footprints and muttered to himself. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and took out the image crystal. Buzz. Wolf King's phantom emerged. Qin Feiyang said, Come to the Iron Ox town immediately. Now he could only rely on Wolf King's sense of smell to determine the identity of this person. Not long after, Wolf King came and asked, Why are you in such a hurry? What happened? See for yourself. Qin Feiyang said. Wolf King glanced around suspiciously and soon noticed the Buddhist incense on the ground. He said in surprise, "Who burned this incense?" "I don't know. This person just left not long ago. Smell it with your nose and see if you can distinguish his identity," Qin Feiyang said. "Okay." Wolf King nodded. He closed his eyes and sniffed with force. Strange, after a long time he opened his eyes. His eyes were full of confusion. "What's wrong?" Lu Hong asked. Wolf King said, "This smell is very special. It's the body fragrance of 2 women. 2 women? Lu Hong looked startled and asked, "Is it Lin Yi and Luo Chenxue?" "It's not them. Because I am very familiar with their body fragrance. I can smell it at once. And these 2 body fragrances, I also have a sense of déjà vu, but it feels very strange," Wolf King said. "Familiar? Strange? Isn't this contradictory?" Lu Hong frowned. Wolf King said, "Yes, it's so contradictory. That's why I said it's very special." Qin Feiyang said, "That is to say, we have seen these 2 women before? We must have seen them before. Otherwise I wouldn't feel familiar." Chapter 1189. "I've seen them before, they're still very strong, and they're 2 women." Qin Feiyang racked his brains but he just couldn't remember such 2 people. Because in his memory, there was no such woman. Qin Feiyang said, "I want to wait here, you guys go back first." The 2 men and 1 wolf nodded and flew away. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the Buddhist incense, wine jug and fruits on the ground. He sighed deeply, turned around and flew out of Iron Ox Town, finding a mountain peak. Standing at the top of the mountain, one could see the entire Iron Ox Town. Immediately, he restrained his aura and watched Iron Ox Town from afar. Days passed. Although Qin Feiyang had also thought that the mysterious person who came to pay his respects shouldn't appear again, he still held on to a trace of hope. But on the 10th day he left in disappointment. By the lake. Seeing Qin Feiyang return, Fatso chuckled, "You're back just in time, come and try it." Qin Feiyang landed beside Fatso and the others, looking at the few big pots. After 10 days of unremitting efforts, the divine meat was finally cooked. From afar, one could smell the rich fragrance of the meat, making one's mouth salivate. Qin Feiyang tasted a piece and his face immediately bloomed. He nodded and said, "Not bad. Everyone quickly have a taste." Everyone immediately swarmed over. Not long after, a wail sounded. The giant python was lying on the ground, constantly struggling. Its body had turned red and was still smoking. "What's going on?" Everyone looked at it in surprise. "So hot. I feel like my body is about to explode," the giant python cried out in horror. "It shouldn't be. We're all eating the same, why are we fine?" Everyone was bewildered. The giant python's appearance became more and more painful. Its body swelled up like a balloon. Qin Feiyang looked at the giant python, and his eyes suddenly flashed. He took out the ice blade and threw it into the lake next to him. The terrifying cold air immediately turned the lake into a frozen lake. The cold current was bone-chilling. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Quickly enter the lake." When the giant python heard this, it hurriedly jumped into the lake, splashing up huge waves. The white-eyed wolf looked at the lake, then turned to Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, "Little Qinzi, what's wrong with it? Are you allergic to the divine meat?" "Allergies?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. This white-eyed wolf really had a rich imagination. Wolf King asked suspiciously, "If it's not an allergy, then what is it?" "It's because its cultivation is too weak, and its body can't withstand the energy in the divine flesh. If we don't suppress it, it will definitely explode and die," Qin Feiyang said. "I see." Everyone suddenly understood. Qin Feiyang said, "But for it, this is a great fortune." "What good fortune?" Wolf King asked. "Just wait and see." Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. Everyone stared at the lake, their eyes full of confusion. About 100 breaths later. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted at the bottom of the lake. It was the giant python's aura. But in the next moment, its aura soared crazily. In less than 3 breaths, its aura had soared to that of a 7-star combat emperor. Wolf King asked in surprise, "Is this the good fortune you mentioned?" "Yes." "The flesh of a divine beast can not only strengthen one's physique, but also increase one's cultivation realm." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Hurry up and eat. Don't fight, it's all mine." Hearing this, everyone immediately pounced on the big pots like hungry wolves pouncing on their food. Strengthen their physique and increase their cultivation realm. How could they let others have such a good thing? Everyone went crazy. especially Wolf King and the other beasts who wolfed down the divine meat. Soon, only half of the divine meat was left. Everyone couldn't stand it and jumped into the lake. During this period, the giant python rushed out of the lake. After tasting the sweetness, it also started to fight with everyone. Boom. For a moment, powerful auras kept erupting from the lake. Even Yan Wei broke through to a 3-star combat emperor because he ate the divine meat. Qin Feiyang wouldn't miss such a good opportunity and successfully stepped into the 7-star combat saint realm. However, after breaking through a small realm, the benefits that the divine meat brought to everyone obviously began to weaken. The sky gradually darkened. Several big pots of divine meat were all wiped out, not even a little bit of heat was left. Everyone sat cross-legged by the lake, refining the energy in the divine meat. Only the giant python was still in the lake. His cultivation was too weak. For it, if it didn't rely on external help, it wouldn't be able to digest such a great supplement. And its cultivation had already stepped into the 9-star combat emperor realm. Qin Feiyang had also helped it open the door of potential and was currently trying to break through to the War Master realm. Time passed quietly. Early morning. The morning sun rose slowly, and the warm sunlight dispelled the remaining cold air of the night. Yan Wei was the first to wake up. When he opened his eyes, 2 rays of light burst out from his eyes. Comfortable. He stood up, exuding a tyrannical aura. In just one night, his body had become much more robust. His entire person looked as if he had been reborn. Phew. He let out a long breath of turbid air, turned around and glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others. He then stood to the side, silently protecting everyone. No. Boom. Qin Feiyang, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly trembled, and a mighty holy aura emerged. En? Is he going to break through again? Yan Wei's gaze trembled as he looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang's holy aura continued to soar, as if he was about to break through to the 8-star combat saint realm. But in the end, his holy aura stopped at the peak of the 7-star combat saint realm. He was just one step away from becoming an 8-star combat saint. What a pity. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and retracted his holy aura. A trace of disappointment appeared on his face. You should be content. Yan Wei smiled. Qin Feiyang looked up at him and smiled. Yes, he should be content. Although he was not as exaggerated as the giant python who could break through several realms in a day, to be able to break through from the 6-star combat saint realm to the peak of the 7-star combat saint realm was a very big gain. In fact, he had gained more than the giant python. This was because the time and energy required for a combat saint to break through a small realm was much more than that of a combat emperor. Moreover, his cultivation was now at the peak of the 7-star combat saint realm. It would not be long before he broke through again and stepped into the 8-star combat saint realm. Could be said that, in just one night, his strength skyrocketed several times. He was also getting closer and closer to the combat emperor realm. As long as he broke through to the combat emperor realm and activated the kill formula, he would be invincible against anyone below the false god realm. He might even be able to fight against a false god. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and calmed down the excitement in his heart. He looked at Yan Wei and asked with a smile, "What about you? How was your gain?" "Very good. Not only did I break through to the 3-star combat emperor realm, but my physical body is also much stronger than before. I feel that I can kill someone of the same realm in an instant with just the strength of my physical body." Yan Wei said with undisguised joy. "That's right. Our biggest gain this time is not our cultivation, but our physical body. The Saint Lion has the body of a false god, and its flesh contains the power of a false god. We ate its divine flesh, which is equivalent to our physical body being tempered by the power of a false god. Whether it is toughness or strength, they have all been greatly improved. I also feel that I can kill someone of the same realm in an instant with a punch." Qin Feiyang clenched his fists tightly. He could clearly feel the explosive power in his body. Yan Wei smiled and said, "Although the Saint Lion is not a true war god, it is still a divine beast. The benefits it brings are naturally unimaginable." Qin Feiyang nodded. But then again, if a false god-level divine beast could bring such great benefits to everyone, how shocking would it be if it was a true war god-level divine beast? Unfortunately, a true war god-level divine beast could no longer be found in this world. Otherwise he would really want to try. Time flew by. Viper and Dan Wangkai also woke up one after another. Viper finally broke through to the 1-star combat emperor realm. Dan Wangkai also broke through to the 2-star combat emperor realm. After that, Fatso and the white-eyed wolf also woke up one after another. Their cultivation was much weaker than Qin Feiyang, and they broke through 2 small realms consecutively. For example, the White-Eyed Wolf and the 2-Winged Snow Eagle were both 6-star battle saints now. At the same time, it also showed that the White-Eyed Wolf's talent and potential were indeed much stronger than the 2-Winged Snow Eagle. Because when the 2-Winged Snow Eagle stepped into the Battle Saint realm, the White-Eyed Wolf was only a war master. In short, everyone's strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. In the end, everyone had already woken up. Only the giant python was still in the lake and had not appeared. And the lake did not have any movements. A thick layer of ice had already formed on the surface of the lake. White mist rose and cold air filled the air. Everyone stood by the lake and stared at the surface of the lake. They could not help but worry. The White-Eyed Wolf said, "Do you think this guy is dead?" "Shut your crow's beak." Qin Feiyang glared at it. Although there was no movement in the lake, the giant python's aura did not disappear. This meant that it was still refining the energy of the divine flesh. A moment later, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at everyone. "It should be a long time before it comes out. Take advantage of this time to stabilize your cultivation." Everyone nodded. Except for Lu Hong and Yen Wei, everyone else sat cross-legged on the ground and closed their eyes to cultivate. Lu Hong walked to Qin Feiyang's side and whispered, "Should we think of a way to deal with Zhang Jin?" Yen Wei said suspiciously, "We don't even know where he is now. How can we deal with him?" Qin Feiyang said, "He is in the imperial capital. With old man Qin guarding the pagoda, how can he sneak into the imperial capital?" Yen Wei was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "Old man Qin is indeed guarding the pagoda, but don't forget old man Qin left before. But we can't be sure that he is in the imperial capital now. After all, he went to find Lu Xingqian. When he learned that Lu Xingqian had fallen into old man Qin's hands, he would definitely leave the imperial capital immediately." Yen Wei said, "No. At first, no one knew that Lu Xingqian had fallen into old man Qin's hands except for me. Zhang Jin naturally wouldn't know. And when he entered the imperial capital and found that he couldn't contact Lu Xingqian, what do you think he would do? If it were you, what would you do in such a situation?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "What would I do?" Yen Wei frowned and said, "If it were me, I would probably leave immediately or stay to inquire about the situation." "Yes. If it were anyone else, they would probably leave immediately like you. But Zhang Jin is different. He would definitely stay to inquire about the situation." Chapter 1190. Why? Yen Wei was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "Because of his conceit." "He is not just conceited." Lu Hong smiled coldly and looked at Qin Feiyang. "When Dong Qin confessed, she also said that he wanted to use you as a stepping stone." "Stepping stone?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That's right. After following Mu Tianyang, not only did his strength soar, but his self-confidence and vanity also began to inflate." Lu Hong shook her head and sneered. Among the younger generation in the world, who dared to say that they would use Qin Feiyang as a stepping stone? This Zhang Jin really didn't know what was good for him and overestimated himself. Then let him continue to be arrogant. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Originally he still had some sympathy for Zhang Jin, but now it seemed that he was thinking too much. There was a saying that a pitiful person must have something hateful. This Zhang Jin was a good example. "By the way, these days, have you seen the 2 women who came to worship?" Yen Wei asked. "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "You don't have to worry about this. Since they came to worship, they must have some connection with Iron Ox Town. Maybe one day they will take the initiative to appear in front of you." Lu Hong comforted. Qin Feiyang nodded. Next, the 3 of them also sat cross-legged on the ground to stabilize their cultivation. In a flash, another 5 days passed. This time, even Qin Feiyang couldn't stay calm. Even if the giant python's cultivation was weaker than everyone, it didn't need to take so long. Moreover, it was also because of its weak cultivation that it ate the least divine meat among all of them. Logically speaking, it should have woken up long ago. But why was there no movement until now? If it wasn't for its aura, even Qin Feiyang would think that it was already dead. "No. I have to go down and take a look," Qin Feiyang said. The giant python had just started following him. If something were to happen to it, wouldn't he become a laughingstock if word got out? Boom. However, just as he stood up, a shocking aura rushed out from the bottom of the lake. In an instant, everyone stood up. This aura belonged to the giant python. Her aura continued to soar. 1-star battle sect. 2-star battle ancestor. He only stopped when he was a 3-star war ancestor. Damn, it actually broke through 3 small realms in a row? Everyone was dumbfounded. But then, an even more shocking scene appeared. The giant python's aura was gradually changing. Amidst the original ferocious might, there was now a faint trace of dragon might. What's the situation? Everyone looked at each other before looking at the lake again. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment. As time quietly passed, the dragon's might became more and more intense. Groan. Suddenly, accompanied by a loud and clear dragon roar, a huge creature rushed out from the bottom of the lake, setting off huge waves. Its body was over 300 meters long, and it looked like a snake or a dragon. Its entire body was covered in earthen yellow scales. That dragon might came from its body. This is Flood Dragon. Qin Feiyang and the others were all dumbfounded. The black dragon snake swallowed its saliva and said, "You can't be, it's me, can't you recognize me?" The flood dragon looked at everyone in confusion. His voice was like a bell, deafening to the ears. "It's really you. How did you transform into a flood dragon?" The black dragon snake's eyes were filled with disbelief. That's right. The flood dragon in front of him was the giant python. The flood dragon said, "I don't know either. After eating the divine meat, I fell into a deep sleep at the bottom of the lake. When I woke up, I became like this." The black dragon snake held its breath and roared at Qin Feiyang and the others. "Did you see that? This is called a great fortune. What is our little harvest?" Everyone couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Indeed, compared to the giant python, their little harvest was like heaven and earth. One had to know. Whether it was a snake or a python, as long as it transformed into a flood dragon, it was equivalent to a fish leaping through the dragon's gate, a true rebirth. Although it couldn't compare to a real divine dragon, it was much stronger than other fierce beasts. The most important thing was, once it transformed into a flood dragon, whether it was the power of its bloodline or its potential, it would undergo earth-shaking changes. It might even be able to transform into a real divine dragon in the future. "I'm a little jealous of you," the black dragon snake said powerlessly. "I'm a little jealous too," the spirit snake emperor muttered. Although the black dragon snake looked like a dragon, it didn't have the inheritance of a dragon. And although the spirit snake emperor was powerful, it was completely unrelated to a dragon. Therefore they also yearned to transform into a real dragon. But this kind of thing was impossible without a particularly heaven-defying opportunity and luck. Hee. Looking at the two beasts' discouraged looks, the flood dragon felt a little embarrassed. Qin Feiyang patted the heads of the two beasts and said with a smile, "All right, don't be dejected. There's still a long time. Who can predict what will happen in the future?" "That's true." The two beasts nodded. Qin Feiyang looked up at the flood dragon and said with a smile, "Congratulations." The flood dragon chuckled and said shyly, "This is all your credit. I will definitely repay you in the future. We're all on the same side. Why are you being so polite?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then he retracted his ice blade and looked at everyone. "After resting for a while, it's time to deal with business. Let's go to the castle to cultivate." Everyone nodded. The flood dragon's huge body shrank to a meter long and flew in front of everyone. It looked a little distant. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent everyone to the castle, leaving only Yan Wei outside. "Where are we going now?" Yan Wei asked. "The imperial capital." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He took out the space-time gate and handed it to Yan Wei. Yan Wei activated his battle chi and was about to awaken. "Wait." But suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped him. "What's wrong?" Yan Wei was puzzled. "Let's enter the imperial capital through the teleportation altar in the Butterfly Valley," Qin Feiyang said. The space-time gate could only be opened once a day. If it was open now and an accident happened after entering the imperial capital, wouldn't it be disastrous? Therefore, it was better to leave the space-time gate open in case of any accidents. But when he heard that they were going to the Butterfly Valley, Yan Wei immediately objected. "The Butterfly Valley must be heavily guarded now. If you go there now, won't you be walking into a trap?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Let's go and take a look first." "All right." Yan Wei nodded helplessly and opened the teleportation gate. The two of them walked in one after another. Qin Feiyang went to the imperial capital for Zhang Jin and Lu Xingqian. There was no point in looking for Ren Duxing now. He would definitely not be able to find him. Therefore, he might as well look for Lu Xingqian and Zhang Jin directly. Above the Butterfly Valley, Qin Feiyang and Zhang Jin appeared out of thin air. The moment they appeared, Yan Wei scanned the valley below, his eyes full of vigilance. However, in the end he found that there was not a single person in the huge valley. It was dead silent. This is strange. Why didn't they send anyone to guard it? Yan was suspicious. Unless they send a false god, they are all here to die, Qin Feiyang said. Yan was stunned and could not help laughing. He was too cautious. Indeed. Over the years they killed a group of people sent by the imperial capital. In the face of such a situation, as long as the people in the imperial capital were not stupid, they would definitely consider carefully before sending people here. Whoosh. The two of them turned into a stream of light and rushed down. After a while, the two of them entered the secret chamber and stood in front of the teleportation altar. Yan immediately activated his battle aura to revive the altar. When the altar was revived, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Old man Qin is no longer trustworthy, you must be careful." Qin Feiyang nodded, sent Yan to the castle and stepped onto the altar. For him, the imperial capital was now a dragon's pool and tiger's den. But sometimes, even if he knew it was a dragon's pool and tiger's den, he still had to take a trip. At the same time, pagoda. When the teleportation altar was revived, the pagoda door quickly opened. A white-haired old man stood in front of the pagoda door. It was old man Qin. He looked at the bloody teleportation altar, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, he took a step forward and landed in front of the altar. Then, with a wave of his hand, the pagoda door quickly closed again. Almost the moment the pagoda door closed, Qin Feiyang appeared on the altar. Old man Qin said indifferently, "It's really you." Qin Feiyang jumped down from the altar and looked at old man Qin. "It seems that you have been waiting for me." Old man Qin said, "Didn't you come to the imperial capital to look for this old man?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Old man Qin said, "Speak." "I want Lu Xingqian." Qin Feiyang did not talk nonsense and directly stated the purpose of his visit. Old man Qin raised his eyebrows and said, "What do you want him to do?" Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry about that. The news of Mu Tianyang's return has been confirmed. And Lu Xingqian is related to Mu Tianyang. Do you think this old man will return him to you? Even if this old man is willing, His Majesty and the Imperial Preceptor will not allow this old man to do so, because they also know that Lu Xingqian is now imprisoned in the divine prison. So this matter is not negotiable." Old man Qin's attitude was very firm. And this was also within Qin Feiyang's expectations. He smiled coldly and said, "Then I'll tell you the truth. The relationship between Lu Xingqian and Mu Tianyang is actually not that great." "Not that great?" Old man Qin was stunned and frowned. "Didn't you tell this old man that Lu Xingqian is Mu Tianyang?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "If I didn't say that, would you do your best to help me watch over him?" Old man Qin's face darkened slightly and asked, "Then who is Mu Tianyang's real body?" Qin Feiyang said, "Didn't you see it? It's the person who fought with the Imperial Preceptor in the hinterland of the magical Dragon Mountains." Old man Qin stared at Qin Feiyang in silence. He really didn't know which of Qin Feiyang's words was true and which were false. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Mu Tianyang is omnipotent and only I can find him. If you don't return Lu Xingqian to me, then I'm sorry, I won't care about this matter anymore." "Are you threatening this old man?" Old man Qin's eyes were cold. "So what if I'm threatening you? At first, I thought you were a good person, at least a little better than the Imperial Preceptor. But in the end, you actually schemed against me. If I wasn't suspicious, I still wouldn't know how much of a threat your killing intent was to me. Do you know? You're cheating my trust in you. And trust only comes once. If you miss it, it's gone." Qin Feiyang sneered. Old man Qin's face was slightly gloomy. After a long time, he sighed deeply and said, "Fine, this matter is indeed my fault. This old man will do as you say and return Lu Xingqian to you." Heard. Qin Feiyang's expression was the same as usual, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he looked so calm before, he was actually very nervous. After all, old man Qin was not an ordinary person. The slightest flaw would be noticed. Old man Qin waved his hand. Qin Feiyang only felt his body lighten. The next moment he appeared in a sealed secret room. The secret room was not big. It was about 100 feet wide and empty. Lu Xingqian was lying in the center of the secret room, unconscious. "This is the divine prison?" Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Xingqian, then looked around the secret room, his brows tightly knitted together. The secret room in front of him was not the least bit similar to the divine prison he was familiar with. Old man Qin said, "This is not the divine prison but the top floor of the pagoda. Only a few people can enter here and it can be isolated from the outside world. It can be considered a prison." "The top floor of the pagoda?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. Then why did you say that Lu Xingchen was locked in the divine prison? This old man is just testing you, said the old man. Old man Qin said. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, so, the emperor and the state preceptor know that Lu Xingchen is also lying to me? Yes. They don't know that Lu Xingchen is in my hands. They don't know that Lu Xingchen is related to Mu Tianyang. Old man Qin nodded. Why didn't you tell them? This time it was Qin Feiyang who was puzzled. Old man Qin actually hid such an important matter from the emperor? It was obviously unreasonable. Old man Qin said, because now, I don't want them to know that I have private contact with you. Qin Feiyang said, is this important? Very important. Although I did scheme against you this time, I really don't have any ill intentions towards you. Otherwise my murderous intent would have killed you long ago. Old man Qin sighed. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, what exactly do you want to do? I want to protect the great Qin Empire. I can't see through the state preceptor, so I have to be wary of him. And you, although you are indeed protecting the great Qin Empire now, I can't guess or see what you are thinking, so I have to be wary of you. This is why I lied to you. Old man Qin said. Protect the great Qin Empire, Qin Feiyang murmured. Putting aside the prejudice of the past, this person was indeed an old man worthy of respect. But was he really trustworthy? Qin Feiyang said, what about the emperor? I can understand why you didn't tell the state preceptor, but why did you hide it from him? Old Qin pondered for a moment before he let out a long sigh and said, I've watched your father grow up, so I know him very well. However, I've slowly noticed that he has changed during these years. He has changed. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Old man Qin shook his head and said, the change I'm talking about is not in his emotions, but his personality. Personality? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. His personality has become more and more unfathomable, and he has become extremely shrewd and unpredictable. It's precisely because I can't guess what he is thinking that I hid it from him. Old man Qin said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Old man Qin waved his hand and said, let's not talk about this. You can take Lu Xingchen away, but you have to agree to a request of mine. Speak. Qin Feiyang said. Old man Qin said with a serious expression, don't do anything that will harm the great Qin Empire. Otherwise, even if you have the legacy of the late emperor and have the protection of the late emperor, I won't let you off. I don't need you to remind me of this. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Chapter 1191. It was because of his ancestor that he activated the purple gold dragon soul. It was because of his ancestor that he obtained the dragon god secret art. It was also because of his ancestor that his bloodline power could revert to its ancestor. And it was also because of his ancestor that his life could be extended. Back then, if it weren't for his ancestor's protection, he would have already died when he destroyed his bloodline power. Therefore, he had to protect the territory left by his ancestor, even if it was at the cost of his life. Old man Qin took a deep look at Qin Feiyang, breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, then you can take him away. Although he couldn't see through Qin Feiyang, he still believed in this point. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Lu Xingchen to the castle. Old man Qin asked, where are you going next? To find someone. Qin Feiyang said. Oh. Old man Qin was suspicious. Mu Tianyang's lackey. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. A blood debt must be repaid with blood. Old man Qin said, do you need this old man's help? No, you just have to tell me since you came back from the Magic Dragon Mountain Range, has anyone left the capital? Qin Feiyang said. No. Old man Qin shook his head. Then he will definitely die today. Qin Feiyang sneered. Old man Qin's face couldn't help but show a trace of sympathy. This was sympathy for Zhang Jin. Being targeted by this kid in front of him was even more painful and desperate than being targeted by the devil. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said, by the way, there's something I must tell you. What? Qin Feiyang asked. Old man Qin said, after returning from the Magic Dragon Mountain Range, the Imperial Preceptor accused you of treason in front of His Majesty, saying that you and Mu Tianyang are colluding to overthrow the great Qin Empire. Do you believe it? Qin Feiyang sneered. Old man Qin said, it doesn't matter if I believe it or not, but His Majesty seems to believe it. Qin Feiyang said, I think he's getting more and more muddle-headed. Old man Qin frowned, he's your father after all. Isn't it inappropriate to say that? Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Seeing this, old man Qin sighed inwardly and immediately changed the topic with a smile. Take out your image crystal. We'll establish a contract bridge so that we can contact each other in the future. Qin Feiyang nodded. After the contract bridge was established, Old Man Qin brought Qin Feiyang to the first floor of the pagoda. He smiled and said, "Go to your work. If you need any help, don't hesitate to let me know." Qin Feiyang glanced at him, then turned and walked towards the tower door. Old Man Qin waved his hand and the pagoda door opened. Just as Qin Feiyang walked out of the pagoda, a terrifying aura came from afar. He immediately raised his head to look, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "It's the Imperial Tutor." Old Man Qin's expression also changed. He hurriedly walked to Qin Feiyang's side and said in a deep voice, "Go to the top floor and hide." After saying that, with a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang instantly disappeared without a trace. Not long after, an old man in white broke through the air and landed on the square in front of the pagoda. Who else could it be but the State Preceptor? Old Man Qin smiled calmly and asked, "State Preceptor, where are you going?" "Nowhere." The State Preceptor was also full of smiles. Old Man Qin asked suspiciously, "Then what are you doing here?" "Don't tell me you're here to enjoy the scenery. There's nothing to see here. I'm busy every day. How can I have time for such boring things?" "I'm here this time with His Majesty's Imperial Edict," the State Preceptor said. "What Imperial Edict?" Old Man Qin frowned. The State Preceptor smiled and said, "His Majesty orders you to go to the Spirit State and guard the Butterfly Valley." "Impossible." Old Man Qin immediately said. "See for yourself." The State Preceptor waved his hand, and an Imperial Edict fell into Old Man Qin's hand. Old Man Qin opened the Imperial Edict and looked at it. His face instantly darkened. He looked up at the State Preceptor and asked, "Why do I have to go?" "I have no choice. Qin Feiyang's strength is getting stronger. If we continue to send the Invincible Black Army and the Kirin Army to the Spirit State, we will only die in vain. So I have to trouble you, the famous false god," the State Preceptor said. Old Man Qin said angrily, "I'm not the only false god in the Imperial Palace. You and those old monsters are the same. Why don't you all go, but I have to go? Those old monsters have all entered a state of self-sealing. His Majesty naturally can't let them go. As for me, I have to deal with all the trivial matters in the godly palace. I can't leave, so I have to let you go," the State Preceptor said. Old Man Qin said in a deep voice, "What about the pagoda? Who will guard it?" The State Preceptor laughed and said, "Do you remember Zhuge Nanhua? Although he's not as strong as you, he's still a 9-star combat emperor. It's not a problem for him to guard this pagoda." "Zhuge Nanhua." Old Man Qin's eyes flickered. The State Preceptor said with a smile, "Get ready. We'll go to the Spirit State tomorrow. If you meet Qin Feiyang there, don't let him run away. Otherwise your reputation as a false god will be ruined." Then he turned around and left. After watching the State Preceptor leave, Old Man Qin looked down at the Imperial Edict. With a glint in his eyes, he turned around and entered the pagoda, landing on the top floor. "What is the State Preceptor doing here?" Qin Feiyang asked. "See for yourself." Old Man Qin threw the Imperial Edict to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang caught the Imperial Edict and looked at Old Man Qin suspiciously. He opened the Imperial Edict and smiled. "I didn't expect them to think that I'm so important. They want me, a false god, to guard the Butterfly Valley just to deal with you. Do you think you're so awesome? You think you're special?" Old Man Qin said angrily. "Don't you think so?" Qin Feiyang retorted. Old Man Qin rolled his eyes at him with an irritated expression. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Actually, this is a good thing. I often go to the Forgotten Continent. With you around, it'll be more convenient." "Of course I know that. What I'm worried about is that if I'm not in the Imperial capital, the State Preceptor will be even more lawless. Because no one can suppress him," Old Man Qin said. Qin Feiyang said, "Aren't there other false gods? They're all sealing themselves. They won't care about what happens outside. Unless it's like last time when you brought 2 false gods to the Imperial capital. Most importantly, the person who will guard the pagoda is Zhuge Nanhua." Old Man Qin rubbed his temples. He had a headache. Zhuge Nanhua. Qin Feiyang frowned. This name sounded familiar. Old Man Qin said, "Don't you remember? Zhuge Nanhua is Zhuge Mingyang's great-grandfather. He's also the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall." "So it's him." Qin Feiyang was enlightened. "This person's cultivation is also very strong. I heard that he has reached the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. He's only 1 step away from the false god realm. But that's not the point. The point is that he's the state preceptor's confidant. Old man Qin said. What? He's also the state preceptor's confidant? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. I've investigated all the people around the state preceptor. On the surface they seem to be loyal to the emperor, but in reality they're all loyal to the state preceptor. The state preceptor's wings are fat now. I really don't know what he'll do after I'm gone. Old man Qin was worried. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, Don't worry and go to the Butterfly Valley. I'll investigate the state preceptor. You. Old man Qin looked at Qin Feiyang strangely and said, It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that this matter is too difficult. You can't even get close to him. How are you going to investigate him? Investigating a person doesn't necessarily mean getting close to him. In short, I'm confident. Qin Feiyang said. Seeing Qin Feiyang's confident face, old man Qin frowned and nodded. Well, I'll leave this matter to you. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, Send me out. Old man Qin brought Qin Feiyang directly to the square in front of the pagoda. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened the portal. There's one more thing. I want to remind you. Don't cause trouble in the imperial capital in the future. Because not only are there other false gods hiding in the imperial capital, but there's also a powerful divine artifact. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to enter the portal, old man Qin secretly transmitted his voice. A powerful divine artifact. Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed. He turned to look at old man Qin and said, I'll remember. After saying that, he entered the portal without looking back. The future belongs to him. Old man Qin shook his head and sighed. He also opened the portal and left. Black Dragon Pool. Qin Feiyang once again appeared in this place, but he didn't stop and went to the castle. Inside the castle, everyone was cultivating in seclusion. Only Yan Wei stood at the side looking at Lu Xingqian and Mu Qin. Both of them were unconscious. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and said to Yan Wei, Wake Mu Qin up. Yan Wei nodded, walked up and slapped Mu Qin a few times. Immediately, Mu Qin woke up, his face twisted in pain. Lord. When he saw Lu Xingqian he immediately forgot about the pain. He quickly got up and ran towards Lu Xingqian. Stop. Yan Wei stepped in the middle, his eyes flashing coldly. Mu Qin turned to Qin Feiyang and roared, If you dare to mess around, I promise I won't let you off. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, That depends on your performance. What do you want me to do? Mu Qin said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang said, Use your heavenly eye to find Zhang Jin's whereabouts. I can't do it. Mu Qin shook his head. What? Qin Feiyang frowned. Mu Qin said, The heavenly eye is not omnipotent. Before looking, I have to know what he looks like and I have never seen Zhang Jin. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, Then how did you find Lu Xingqian in the Nine Nether Underworld? It seems that you haven't seen Lu Xingqian at that time, right? How do you know that I haven't seen him? Mu Qin sneered. When did you see him? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Mu Qin said, You want to know? I won't tell you. It seems that I have to make a move. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Chang Shui appeared. Stop. Mu Qin's face changed and he quickly shouted, I'll tell you it's because of a divine artifact. A divine artifact? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, The Gate of Time and Space. No. It's another divine artifact of the Mu family. This divine artifact was made by his lord himself. When it was made, his lord added his blood into it, so when his lord woke up, the divine artifact would have some reaction. The Mu family relied on this divine artifact to find his lord. You also know that with the Gate of Time and Space, we can go in and out of any place at will, so before entering the Nine Nether Underworld I had already seen Lu Xingqian. Mu Qin said. Amazing, there's actually another divine artifact. Chapter 1192. Mu Qin snorted. You can't even begin to imagine the power of the Mu family. Qin Feiyang smiled. Don't worry. This divine artifact will fall into my hands sooner or later. Mu Qin's face was suddenly filled with anger. How dare he say that? Was he looking down on the Mu family? Qin Feiyang took out a spiritual sea pill and threw it to Mu Qin. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and repair your Qi Si. Mu Qin grabbed the spirit sea pellet and gloomily glanced at Qin Feiyang. Then he threw the spirit sea pellet into his mouth and said, It's still the same as before. If I haven't seen him before, I won't be able to find his location. That's easy. Qin Feiyang chuckled. His battle chi surged and Zhang Jin's figure immediately condensed in the void. Mu Qin was annoyed. Couldn't he tell that he didn't want to help? Why did he have to force him? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Can you do it now? Mu Qing said, if he changes his appearance I can't find him either. Swish. Qin Feiyang stepped forward, grabbed Mu Qing's neck and sneered. Are you challenging my patience? If you can't find him after changing his appearance, then how did you find me when I changed my appearance? Mu Qing's pupils shrank. I'm telling you, don't play tricks with me again. Otherwise, you and Lu Xingchen will die today. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, let go of Mu Qing and left the castle. Black Dragon Pool. The mountain range stretched up and down, and all kinds of fierce beasts ran rampant in the mountains. Qin Feiyang rose into the air and landed on the cliff of a mountain, looking down at the mountains below. Every time he entered the imperial capital, he would come here. Unknowingly, this place had become his foothold in the imperial capital. He pondered for a moment. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Yan Wei and Lu Hong from the ancient castle. The three of them worked together to cut down wood and gather materials. In less than an hour they built a brand new wooden building on the mountain peak. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the small wooden house and nodded with satisfaction. He smiled and said, "This will be our home in the capital from now on." Yan Wei and Lu Hong looked at each other and smiled. "Since it's a home we should decorate it well," Lu Hong said with a smile. She then turned around and flew down the mountain. "What is she going to do?" Yan Wei was suspicious. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "It's a woman's nature to love beauty. She must have gone to find those flowers and plants to decorate this place." Yan Wei shook his head and smiled. At this moment, the image crystal began to move. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. A shadow appeared. It was Fatso. Fatso said, "Mu Qing's Sea of Qi has been repaired." "Got it." Qin Feiyang nodded and turned off the image crystal. With a wave of his hand, Mu Qing immediately appeared beside him. "You are really leisurely and elegant." Glancing at the small wooden house, Mu Qing smiled coldly. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You can come here often if you have time in the future. I'm afraid you won't have the chance." "Don't worry. There will definitely be a chance," Mu Qing said meaningfully. Wisps of strange light appeared in his eyes. After a while, the light in his eyes dissipated. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Zhang Jin is in the fragrant moon brothel. He is sitting in a corner of the hall." "Which fragrant moon brothel?" Qin Feiyang asked. The fragrant moon brothel had many branches in the imperial capital. "The first district," Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Did he change his appearance?" "Yes." Mu Qing waved his hand. A middle-aged man appeared in the void in front of him. He said, "This is his current appearance. You can even see his current appearance. Your all-seeing eye is really powerful. It's a pity that you can't inherit the fighting soul." Qin Feiyang sighed. Mu Qing's face was immediately filled with anger. Because as long as he was not a fool, he could understand the meaning of these words. Obviously he was thinking about his all-seeing eye. Qin Feiyang laughed and sent Mu Qing to the castle. Fatso immediately destroyed his Sea of Qi. "Fatso, you just wait. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy." Mu Qing was furious. This was the third time that his Sea of Qi had been destroyed. When had he ever been treated like this? Still arrogant? Just wait. Fat Lord will make you kneel and beg for mercy now. Fatso laughed evilly and went up to punch and kick him again. For a moment, the miserable howls in the castle were incessant. Outside, Qin Feiyang waited for a while. When Lu Hong did not come back, he took out the image crystal. Lu Hong's image soon appeared. Lu Hong was standing in a jungle, holding all kinds of wild flowers in her hands. Qin Feiyang said, "Old Yan and I are going to the fragrant moon brothel. Stay here and don't run around." "Have you found Zhang Jin?" Lu Hong asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then you guys be careful," Lu Hong warned. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned off the image crystal. He took out 2 illusory pills, one for Yan Wei and the other for himself. After a simple disguise, the two opened the portal and descended in front of the fragrant moon brothel. The fragrant moon brothel was located next to the central square of the first district. The location was very good, and the streets were full of traffic. The fragrant moon brothel was also the largest brothel in the imperial capital, so there were many people coming in and out. Moreover, most of them were the children of wealthy families, people of great wealth and status. Qin Feiyang did not enter the fragrant moon brothel immediately. Instead, he walked along the street and looked at the central square not far away. The scene of him being taken to the central square and beheaded in public was still vivid in his mind. At that time, if it were not for the mysterious madam and the Mu family's help, he should be dead. If he was really dead, many people would wake up laughing in their dreams. Yen Wei looked at the central square and sighed secretly. He smiled and said, "Let's go in." Qin Feiyang nodded. The two entered the fragrant moon brothel. Inside there were singing and dancing, and smoke lingered. The women's moans and the men's laughter were intertwined, forming a kind of extravagant and luxurious atmosphere. Everyone came to this kind of brothel, naturally, not to find true love, but for the pleasure and sense of superiority in their hearts. Looking at all this, Qin Feiyang's heart was full of disgust. Whether it was the men or the women here, they have been devoured by desire. They thought they were great. They were rich. They were powerful. They were beautiful. But in fact they were just a group of vermin. "Two guests, do you have a reservation in advance?" A waiter came up and looked at Qin Feiyang and asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang looked at the waiter, then looked at the hall, his eyes suddenly locked on a corner. He saw a middle-aged man sitting alone, drinking silently. He looked out of place with the other people in the hall. Qin Feiyang pointed to the middle-aged man and looked at the waiter with a smile. "We have an appointment with him, you go ahead, we can go there by ourselves." "That's good. If you need anything just let me know," the waiter said with a smile, and then he went to the next guest. Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei looked at each other and walked toward the middle-aged man. "Little brother, do you want to have a drink?" "Little brother, come and have fun for a while, I promise I will serve you well." Along the way women kept coming out to show off, wearing revealing clothes and heavy makeup. They were very slutty. But Qin Feiyang ignored them, went straight to the middle-aged man's table and sat opposite him. Yen Wei stood behind him. The middle-aged man was drinking. Seeing Qin Feiyang and Qin Feiyang come uninvited, he immediately raised his eyebrows, put down the wineglass and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Are you in the wrong place?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "This hall is already full. Brother is the only one here, so I came over to make do. I won't disturb you, will I?" "Make do?" The middle-aged man's face twitched and he said, "It's not to the extent of disturbing, but I don't like to sit with strangers. Please find another place." "Brother, you are really a cold person. However, regarding Lu Xingqian, I wonder if you're interested in knowing more about him?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. The middle-aged man stood up suddenly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Don't get excited. This is Imperial City. It won't be good for you if you attract the attention of others, right, Zhang Jin?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, his eyes full of mockery. Zhang Jin's pupils constricted, and he returned to his seat, sending a voice transmission. "Who are you? Why do you know so much?" "Who am I?" Qin Feiyang smiled playfully and said indifferently, "You should be able to guess." Zhang Jin frowned and sized up Qin Feiyang. All of a sudden, his eyes trembled and he thought to himself, "You are Qin Feiyang? Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. Zhang Jin's face suddenly darkened and he said, "How did you find me?" One must know. He had changed his appearance now and even the people around him might not be able to recognize him, but Qin Feiyang could find him at once. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I have to thank Mu Qing. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to find you." Mu Qing. Zhang Jin was shocked and he thought to himself, Mu Qing is the young master of the Mu family. How could he help you? You actually know? Qin Feiyang was surprised and said, "So, Mu Qing has actually seen you? We have seen each other a long time ago." Zhang Jin said in a deep voice. "This bastard dares to play tricks with me." A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He grabbed a clean wine cup, picked up the wine pot in front of Zhang Jin, poured a cup and tasted it leisurely. Zhang Jin's face was gloomy and he said, "Where is Lu Xingqian? What do you know?" Qin Feiyang drank and said with a smile, "Compared to Lu Xingqian, you should be more concerned about Ren Duxing." Oh? Zhang Jin was surprised. "It seems that Ren Duxing hasn't contacted you these days, but thinking about it, with Elder Qin in the pagoda, he can't find you even if he wants to," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Zhang Jin clenched his hands and said to himself, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so sarcastic." Although Ren Duxing has the upper hand in the battle with the state preceptor, there is not much left of his divine consciousness. According to my speculation, there should be only one wisp left, Qin Feiyang said. Zhang Jin's heart suddenly sank. Qin Feiyang said again, "Also, Dong Qing and the 4 sacred beasts have died in my hands." What? Zhang Jin's eyes trembled. Chapter 1193. That's right. Look at my cultivation, isn't there a change as well? Qin Feiyang said again. Zhang Jin took a look. His face was filled with disbelief. He had actually broken through to 7-star Battle Saint. There were even signs of him breaking through to 8-star Battle Saint. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Not only me, old Yen behind me has also broken through to 3-star Battle Emperor. Yen Wei's face was also full of smiles. Zhang Jin raised his head and looked at Yen Wei. The disbelief in his eyes was even more intense. If he remembered correctly, this person had just broken through to 2-star Battle Emperor at Iron Ox Town. How long had it been? How did they do it? Qin Feiyang smiled and transmitted his voice. We ate the Saint Lion's divine meat. What? Zhang Jin's body and mind trembled. A divine beast was actually reduced to a meal on a plate? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. It's a pity that you're not here. Otherwise I would also have a share of you. Hearing this, Zhang Jin was not happy. Instead, his scalp went numb. This was because he heard a shocking murderous intent in that calm tone. You're here to kill me? He stared at Qin Feiyang vigilantly. Qin Feiyang said, Don't be nervous. I'm not here to kill you. Zhang Jin said, Then why are you here? Qin Feiyang smiled. I'm here to see you commit suicide. I don't think I need to do anything in this situation. You? Zhang Jin glared at him. Committing suicide was equivalent to asking him to commit suicide. Now, Yen Wei had the ability to kill him in an instant, but he still asked him to do so. It was obvious that he wanted to humiliate him. He suppressed his anger and said gloomily, Where is Lu Xingqian now? Lu Xingqian and Mu Qing are in my hands. Qin Feiyang said. Damn it. Zhang Jin cursed in his heart. Could it be that all his hard work these past few days had been in vain? Bang. He rolled his eyes and suddenly lifted the table and shouted, Qin Feiyang is here. At the same time he got up and ran outside without looking back. Qin Feiyang. The fragrant moon brothel immediately fell into dead silence. But in the next moment, the brothel. Where is Qin Feiyang? Everyone looked around the hall in surprise. It's him. Zhang Jin, who was running away, pointed at Qin Feiyang and shouted. Boom. Swish. At that moment, powerful auras erupted from the fragrant moon in. Half of the people in the hall immediately surrounded Qin Feiyang, their eyes filled with greed. Back then the emperor's right, the emperor, calm. None of them wanted to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, facing all of this, Qin Feiyang didn't panic in the slightest. He swept his gaze over the crowd that surged over and said indifferently, Do I look like Qin Feiyang to you all? No. Then which one of you is Qin Feiyang? Everyone slammed on the brakes and stopped. They looked at Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei suspiciously. Qin Feiyang pointed at Zhang Jin and said with a smile, He is Qin Feiyang. Just now he was a thief crying thief. Swish. In an instant, everyone looked at Zhang Jin in unison. At this moment, Zhang Jin had already fled to the entrance. When he heard Qin Feiyang's words, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. A thief crying thief? Was there a mistake? He was Qin Feiyang. How could he say such words in such a dignified manner? Was he shameless? But now, he did not dare to stay for a moment. He ran out of the fragrant moon restaurant as if he was running for his life. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Did you see that? He is guilty and ran away directly. Catch him and you can become a duke. Hurry up and chase him. Yen Wei shouted. Hurry up and chase him. A group of people immediately rushed to the door. Wait, we haven't paid the bill yet. Several waiters blocked the door looking very anxious. Get lost. But at this time who was in the mood to pay the bill? The few people who rushed to the front directly punched the waiters away. A group of people rushed out of the fragrant moon restaurant. Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei looked at each other and smiled. They also got up and walked out of the fragrant moon restaurant. Qin Feiyang is there. Stop him. Don't let him escape. A young man in purple found Zhang Jin in the crowd and suddenly roared, alarming the people on the street. What? Qin Feiyang. Who's Qin Feiyang? Everyone was bewildered. It's him. Someone pointed at Zhang Jin and roared. Don't run. A few big men standing near Zhang Jin immediately pounced on him. The strength of these people was only at the level of a war master. Get lost. Zhang Jin was extremely violent. With a palm strike, battle chi roared in all directions. Boom. Not only did those big men die on the spot, but the surrounding buildings also collapsed. The streets were in a mess. It was very lively. But there were too many people around. Another group of people rushed forward crazily. Zhang Jin was anxious and angry and roared, I am not Qin Feiyang, that person just now is, please believe me. Since you are not Qin Feiyang, then why are you running? In the crowd, Yan Wei coldly snorted and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense with him, quickly catch him and become a marquis." Upon hearing the two words marquis, everyone's eyes turned red. Bastard. Zhang Jin cursed and opened a teleportation gate. However, just as the teleportation gate opened, it was shattered by the few people at the front. "You're courting death." Zhang Jin was enraged. The emperor's might roared out, imprisoning all directions. Following closely. With a wave of his hand, the battle chi turned into tens of thousands of strands. Like sharp arrows, they shot out in all directions, instantly killing a large number of people. The entire street was dyed red with blood. So strong. He seems to have broken through to the War King. Everyone panicked and did not dare to move forward. They stopped in the distance and surrounded Zhang Jin. In the crowd, Yan Wei looked at Zhang Jin, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and sent a sound transmission to Qin Feiyang. "Do you need me to make a move?" "No need." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Such a big matter must have alarmed the imperial palace. He believed that a big shot would arrive very soon. Moreover, this was the first district where experts were as common as the clouds. Zhang Jin alone did not have the ability to jump around. Qin Feiyang died. As expected. A cold shout rang out. A middle-aged woman with a plump figure walked out from the crowd, ignoring Zhang Jin's emperor's might, and walked towards him step by step. Zhang Jin's pupils shrank. "Be sensible, don't force us to make a move." Another man in black walked out from the other side of the crowd, his entire body emitting a powerful emperor's might. "You won't be able to escape today." After the two of them, one after another appeared. Finally, there were over 100 people walking towards Zhang Jin. These people all had the cultivation of a 1-star war king. There were even two 2-star war kings. It's just a street and there are actually so many war kings hidden? Yan Wei's pupils shrank, his eyes filled with fear. Qin Feiyang said, "That's why, don't underestimate the imperial city, especially the imperial city. The experts hidden here will make you feel despair." Zhang Jin glanced at the middle-aged woman and the others, and shouted hysterically, "I've already said I'm not Qin Feiyang, why don't you believe me?" The man in black sneered, "If it were me, I wouldn't take the initiative to admit it." "Stupid, ignorant, idiot." Zhang Jin was flustered and exasperated. Boom. However, what responded to him was the anger of the man in black and the others. They all released their emperor's might and pounced towards Zhang Jin. This was over 100 emperor's might. Moreover, there were two 2-star war kings' emperor's might, and Zhang Jin was only a 1-star war king. Poof. With a loud bang, Zhang Jin spurted out blood on the spot, his body and mind trembled and his face turned pale. "Don't go too far." He formed a seal with both hands and his battle chi surged. A palm-sized square seal instantly appeared in the sky. Mountain-shattering seal. With a loud roar, the square seal soared into the sky and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, a square seal that was hundreds of feet tall appeared, and its terrifying aura shook the sky. Following closely, Zhang Jin turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky like lightning. Standing above the square seal, he raised his hand and pressed down. Boom. The square seal suddenly sank, and with a monstrous ferocious aura, it suppressed the man in black and the others below. Perfect battle art. I don't think I've heard of him mastering such a battle art before. Every time he returns, his strength and methods will soar by a large margin. This child really can't be underestimated. Everyone discussed in low voices. The man in black and the others' expressions were also extremely heavy. This square seal was not a threat to them. What worried them was the divine art. Because now everyone in the imperial capital already knew that Qin Feiyang had mastered several powerful divine arts. The middle-aged woman said, "The people from the imperial palace will definitely be here soon, we just need to delay him." The others nodded and began to perform their battle arts. There were perfect battle arts. There were superior battle arts. For a time, the place was filled with howling winds, and battle chi rolled in all directions. Kill. Hundreds of battle arts rushed into the sky like a meteor shower, continuously bombarding that square seal. The rumbling sound was deafening. Waves of destructive battle fluctuations surged and pounced in all directions. Quickly retreat. When the spectators in the distance saw this scene, they immediately turned around and fled. But there were also people who could not escape. They were swept away by the air wave, torn to pieces, and blood stained the sky. A large portion of the buildings below had been destroyed. Gotcha. All of a sudden, that square seal shattered. Zhang Jin was so angry that blood spurted wildly, and like a meteorite, he flew out. Qin Feiyang died. Another unfamiliar burly man rushed out of the crowd, rushed in front of Zhang Jin like lightning, and punched Zhang Jin's chest. Ah! Zhang Jin screamed in pain, his blood-stained body like a cannonball shot into the sky. This punch was fatal. It had directly shattered his heart. Haha! Qin Feiyang is mine, the martial marquis position is also mine, none of you can take it away. The burly man glanced at the black-clothed man and the others, and then rushed towards Zhang Jin excitedly. He had been here since early in the morning. But he knew that if he went out early he would definitely not be able to snatch it from others, so he had been hiding in the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Bastard! We can't let him succeed. The middle-aged woman shouted. The black-clothed man and the others also had gloomy expressions. They actually let this person take the initiative. Whoosh! The group of people used their supportive battle arts one after another and rushed towards Zhang Jin. Yan Wei shook his head and laughed. Being beaten by so many war emperors, I have to say that he is really pitiful. This is what he deserves. Chapter 1194. High up in the sky, Zhang Jin was in despair. His current cultivation was indeed much stronger than before. However, with so many combat emperors surrounding him, he did not even have the chance to escape, let alone fight. Qin Feiyang, go and die. The burly man rushed in front of Zhang Jin and threw a punch at Zhang Jin's lower abdomen. Bastard, with just you? Zhang Jin was so angry that he laughed. A black eagle rushed out from behind him. Its body was dozens of meters long and it was ferocious. It was his fighting soul. Chirp. The black eagle screeched and its sharp claws grabbed the burly man's head and crushed it on the spot. Isn't his fighting soul the purple gold dragon soul, sword soul and fire lotus? Why is it the black eagle? Does he have a fourth fighting soul? The black-robed man and the rest were bewildered. Don't care how many fighting souls he has. Let's kill him first. The middle-aged woman shouted. Clang. The black-robed man and the rest also activated their fighting souls. There were beast souls and weapon souls. Kill. The black-robed man and the rest roared in unison. Immediately, all the fighting souls charged towards Zhang Jin. The black eagle in front of Zhang Jin was instantly crushed. Looking at the group of fighting souls, Zhang Jin was disheartened and he roared, Qin Feiyang, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Before he finished his words, the black-robed man and the rest of the fighting souls drowned Zhang Jin. I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to become a ghost. Qin Feiyang sneered. Facing the attack of so many fighting souls, even he did not have the confidence to survive, let alone Zhang Jin. He retracted his gaze and looked at Yan Wei. Let's go. Yan Wei nodded and opened a space portal. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura descended. Following that, an old man in white appeared in the void above. It was the Grand Tutor. Behind him was a large group of enforcers. The Grand Tutor looked at the black-robed man and the rest and asked expressionlessly, Where is Qin Feiyang? Over there. The group of people pointed to the sky, their hearts filled with excitement. They worked together to kill Qin Feiyang. Although they couldn't be conferred the title of Marquis, they would definitely receive a generous reward. After all, there were so many people. If they were all conferred the title of Marquis, wouldn't the imperial capital be in chaos? The imperial preceptor raised his head and saw a badly mutilated corpse falling from the sky. Originally, he was quite happy. But when he saw Zhang Jin's corpse, his face sank. The man in black smiled obsequiously and said, Lord Imperial Tutor, what are you going to reward us with? The others did not want to be outdone and began to claim credit. Reward? The state preceptor was instantly enraged. He roared, Look carefully. Is he Qin Feiyang? The black-clothed man and the others were stunned. They raised their heads and looked at Zhang Jin's corpse. One's appearance can change, but the power of one's bloodline will never change. Qin Feiyang's blood is purple gold dragon blood, but the blood on this person's body, open your eyes wide and look carefully. Is it just ordinary blood? The imperial preceptor shouted in anger. Purple gold dragon blood. The eyes of the black-clothed man and the others trembled. It was only at this moment that the people in the city below came to a sudden realization. That's right. Qin Feiyang's blood is purple gold dragon blood, and his blood is purple gold. And this person's blood is normal, which means that he is not Qin Feiyang. Then who is the real Qin Feiyang? It's the two people just now. Find them quickly. They must still be here. The people roared again and looked around. At the same time, in the crowd, Qin Feiyang coldly glanced at the imperial preceptor, then turned around and entered the portal with Yan Wei without looking back. They're here. Just as they entered the portal, someone next to them discovered them and immediately shouted. Everyone looked over, including the Imperial Preceptor and the law enforcers. As soon as he saw that Qin Feiyang had entered the portal, the black-clothed man immediately shouted, "One of them must be Qin Feiyang, stop them quickly." Hearing this, the people around immediately activated their battle chi and blasted it toward the portal. The Imperial Preceptor and the law enforcers also moved and rushed toward the portal like lightning. Yan Wei's cold snort sounded in the portal. Immediately after, a burst of Emperor's aura roared out, and the battle chi that surged from all directions instantly dissipated. "Old bastard, I'm sorry you're a step too late again. Remember to come earlier next time." Qin Feiyang's voice filled with ridicule sounded from the teleportation gate. Then, Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei's figures disappeared in the portal. All of this happened in an instant even though it seemed slow. The Imperial Preceptor rushed over and smashed the portal with a palm. But after waiting for a long time, he did not see Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei appear, and his face gradually darkened. "Lord, don't worry. Although we haven't caught him yet, at least we've confirmed that he's in the Imperial capital. As long as he's in the Imperial capital, he won't be able to escape," a law enforcer said respectfully. "Won't be able to escape," the Imperial Preceptor muttered to himself, and his face became more and more ferocious. Suddenly, he slapped the law enforcer's face and said angrily, "Since you're so capable, why is he still at large? Lord, please spare my life." The law enforcer immediately knelt on the ground. The Imperial Preceptor glanced at him coldly, then looked at the other law enforcers and said, "Do you all think so too?" Everyone lowered their heads and was incomparably nervous. "I'll repeat it again. Don't underestimate Qin Feiyang anymore, he's no longer the 14th prince of the past. The current him is strong enough to crush all of you into pieces. So, it's best not to be arrogant and think that you can easily catch him, understand?" The Imperial Preceptor roared. The group of law enforcers trembled and said respectfully, "We'll remember." "A bunch of idiots." The Imperial Preceptor snorted, flicked his sleeves and rose into the air, disappearing from everyone's sight. At this moment, the group of law enforcers heaved a sigh of relief. "We didn't even notice such an important piece of information like the purple gold dragon blood. How careless." "Yes, at that time, we were blinded by desire, and made a big fool of ourselves. It's okay to make a fool of ourselves, but I'm afraid that the Imperial Preceptor will vent his anger on us. Then we'll be in big trouble." The man in black and the group of law enforcers looked at each other, feeling bitter in their hearts. Black Dragon Pool. Above the small wooden building, Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei appeared out of thin air. When they looked down, the two of them were stunned on the spot. They had not left for long, but now the mountain peak had changed greatly. Originally, this mountain peak, except for the small wooden building, was overgrown with shrubs, rocks, and weeds. But now, these were all gone. Instead, there was a fragrant garden. Those rocks were also used reasonably, piled up into rockery, standing on the mountain peak in picturesque disorder, which was quite ornamental. In short, now this mountain peak had become a private back garden. At this moment, Lu Hong was still busy sweating profusely. There was also a large pile of unplanted wildflowers next to her. "Lu Hong, this child is really good to you. She knows that you can't live here for a long time, but she still does her best to take care of it," Yan Wei said with a smile. In terms of age, he was indeed qualified to call Lu Hong a child. Qin Feiyang said, "I'll remember all the good she has done for me." "Not only do you have to remember, but you also have to take action," Yan Wei said with a smile, with a rather ambiguous expression. "When did you become so gossipy?" Qin Feiyang looked at him with dissatisfaction. "I'm not gossiping, I'm asking you to cherish it. In this world there are very few good women, let alone this kind of woman who is so devoted to you and is so considerate. Don't wait until you lose it to feel heartache," Yan Wei said with a sound transmission. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yan Wei thought to himself, "I'm giving you advice as someone who has been through this." Okay, I know." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. At this time, Lu Hong looked up at the two of them and said with a smile, "What are you whispering about?" "Nothing." Yan Wei waved his hand and smiled. Then he patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder meaningfully, flew to Lu Hong's side and said, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Lu Hong glanced around, pointed to the pile of unplanted wildflowers and said, "Help me classify those flowers." "Okay." Yan Wei immediately squatted on the ground and busied himself. Lu Hong asked, "Is it settled?" Yan Wei nodded and said with a smile, "It's settled. I even saw the Imperial Preceptor. He's probably mad now." It's best if he dies of anger, Lu Hong said. Yen Wei was slightly stunned, and then he couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Looking at the two of them talking and laughing, Qin Feiyang also smiled from the bottom of his heart. Swish. Then he went to the castle. Seeing that Lu Xingchen was still in a coma, he frowned slightly, turned to Fatso and asked, "Has he ever woken up?" No. Fatso shook his head. How serious a blow did he suffer at Elder Qin's place that he could be in a coma for so long? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Do you really think that he can make me unconscious? But before his voice died away, a familiar voice sounded. Then Lu Xingchen opened his eyes, got up, and looked at Qin Feiyang playfully. Mu Qing immediately ran to Lu Xingchen's side. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Mu Qing sneered and said, Isn't it obvious? His Highness is pretending. Pretending? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Why don't you think about who is standing in front of you now? Mu Qing said, her eyes full of sarcasm. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows and said, I told you not to talk to Brother Qin with such an attitude. Hearing this, Mu Qing looked a little unhappy, but she didn't dare to disobey and kept silent. Qin Feiyang glanced at Mu Qing, looked at Lu Xingchen, frowned and asked, What's going on? Viper and the others also woke up from their cultivation and looked at Lu Xingchen in surprise. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly, pointed to his head and said, Now the soul in this sea of consciousness, which is Lu Xingchen's soul, has merged with my divine sense. With the strength of my divine sense, how could a mere Elder Qin knock me out? Divine sense. Qin Feiyang's body shook violently. He actually neglected such an important point. Mu Tianyang could seize Ren Duxing's body and use his divine sense to fight with the Imperial Preceptor and revive the divine artifact. Lu Xingchen could also do it. In other words, Lu Xingchen was now fully capable of killing him.